less than 40,000 in annual sales.
I promise I didn't make it up.
Yeah, yeah, it's just like a very narrow exception, because $40,000 in sales is,
Is nothing exactly. Burned.
what, serendipity, you would know this. I think you handle companies outside of your state, so
I do.
what, what is the minimum size of a company before they would be required to pay for some kind of workers' compensation insurance? Semi-unrelated, but just curious.
The average is one. It varies by state, but the average is 1 to 3.
And what I'm going to say, well, in California, if you have one employee, you are required to have workers' comp. If you don't, you're breaking the law. I thought all other states were the same, but I guess I'm wrong.
Actually, California entities with one employer that are owner-operated are not required to carry workers' compensation.
But that's because if they're owner-operated, they don't have any employees.
But they can be paying themselves W-2 wages. It's nuance. It's a nuance, but an owner can be taking a W-2 wage on their own company.
Correct.
And not have to carry workers' comp. Yeah.
Correct. And in fact, in most, if not all, workers' comp policies, the owner or actually the owner's family members are excluded from the policy.
Yes, that is true as well. In most instances.
Serendipity, how come you and I haven't talked more about work comp, employment, and labor?
I could talk about this.
Who cares about you? No, I'm just kidding.
I'll use the mute quietly button. I was in a room the other day and someone wrote in the chat, his voice is so annoying about me.
Oh, darn it.
Everyone else is no sense.
I get a lot of people telling me I sound like a fucking robot.
Okay, well, it's different. Your voice actually is annoying, Steve.
That other guy sounded like a robot. You are a breath of fresh air, just with similar vocal cords to that other guy I was telling you about. You do not sound like a robot.
I think he sounds like that guy back in the day from commercials. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. That guy? You guys remember that?
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
With the scrambled eggs, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, I have some constructive feedback for Uncle Steve.
I love constructive feedback anytime.
So you were talking about tips and how you're a prick if you don't give a good tip or you don't tip. So here's my tip for the
No, that was not me. You've misquoted me again. That was not me, but please continue with the constructive criticism.
Well, go ahead, tell us what you said.
No, but you said that if the service is poor, that you don't tip.
Yes, I said that I am a 15 to 20% tipper, and I have no problem tipping nothing if the service is shit. Correct, that's what I said.
Got it. Okay, so on Ask the Atheist show or Ask Uncle Steve show, here's my tip. When you bring somebody up and you start screaming at them and yelling at them, I would suggest that you're a prick and no one should tip you. That's just my opinion.
And I appreciate that. However, number one, I've never been tipped on the show. And number two, I've never brought anybody up and started screaming at them. I certainly have interrupted people when they say something completely stupid and ridiculous, and then if they don't stop talking, I'll raise my voice until they stop talking. But I've never brought anybody up and started screaming. That's never happened.
Really? Because I've got about 100 Uncle Steve shows that say the opposite.
So if you've got a recording of it, I guess I did it.
Yeah, you want to hear it? I can play you a clip. You want to hear a clip real
I
quick?
would love to hear it. If it's okay with the mods in this room, I don't know if it is or not.
I've got a question.
I'll entertain it for a moment.
Yeah, I'm curious.
It's not gonna go sideways, John, or JC.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna go sideways. I'm just curious as to why allow this kind of critique and insults and banter happen about something happening in another room in another house.
Because people
that I continue to bring up ignorant men and other people because they think I am platforming him. I know that when I've had conversations before with white supremacists, a lot of people don't like that because they feel I'm platforming them. My response is, I do not want me to hide my head in the
People in
sand.
control of this room can control the dialogue. That's what I was asking.
Correct, this is not a freedom of speech space, okay? It's a mostly free speech space, but here's the thing, we have rules in this house, and like I said, even though you will hear that this is in violation of one of the rules of the house, I will mildly entertain this, but what I'm not gonna let happen is I'm not gonna let this turn into a big shit show where everybody tries to have their I gotcha moment, okay? So before you guys continue your discussion, which I'm assuming is gonna be amicable, I'm gonna do my little spiel really quick, that way it's front and center in everybody's minds, okay? The house and the rooms in this house are for entertainment purposes. We are often imitated but never duplicated. Number one, there are no threats of violence, no doxing, stay on topic, keep your shares brief, do not interrupt speakers, especially the mods. Mods may interject when appropriate. The N-word and the K-word are expressly forbidden on stage and in chat. Do not spam the chat.
So thanks for
Here's
that.
the
I
rule
thought
that
the
we're
change did a
bending a
pretty
little
good
bit.
job
Don't bring drama from other rooms here. English only. Keep Sammy's out of your mouth, and no speaking while eating.
You can.
You guys can resume.
Breathe or not an echo chamber.
Baby, oh no, and the baby does.
They can talk about intelligently.
Yeah, so or like hit their funny bone, and that's
Let anybody on Clubhouse measure the size of my penis.
Great show as always. I always enjoy it. Sometimes I listen, sometimes I contribute, sometimes I don't.
John plays this clip for Uncle Steve. There's different rooms, and you're gonna have different dynamics. And what I gathered is Steve's room is much less a critical thinking dialogue type room. It's more of like a radio show caller. And he operates it that way. And I think that structure is perfectly fine for the people who enjoy it. I mean, I've enjoyed it plenty of times. You call in, right? And you get your little, sometimes they'll give you a little back and forth, but it's and I think that's perfectly fine. So, if you have outrage for Uncle Steve and the way he performs, you gotta understand that that's probably part of the performance piece. Like, if you've ever listened to, like, Mark Levin, you know what I mean? I'll give you 30 seconds on a liberal clock, you know what I mean? And I'm sorry for all the interruptions. Please continue.
I would like to interrupt real fast. I was just gonna say I could.
No.
Great.
No. Hand him the floor to Steve and John. Okay, going once. Going twice.
Yeah, I got a clip of Steve Appel talking about his penis in JCC. Hold on one second.
God.
Breathe or not an echo.
We're about to move on. Because Bima and Myth and everybody else, they've got lots of things to say, y'all.
Also, if you type in Steve Appel Clubhouse into YouTube, you can see a whole collection of Steve Appel getting pissed. It's what I call the Steve Appel getting angry show.
John, did you just come up here to pick a fight and really do nothing about it?
Breathe or not an echo.
I'm waiting. He doesn't like entertainment, but he doesn't understand. Outrage marketing. This is a live show. If you can't come with your good self
We have a whole lot of following on YouTube as well.
Let anybody on Clubhouse measure the size of my penis.
Okay, here's Steve Appel talking about his penis and the length of it with JCC.
Anybody else measure the size of my penis?
thought that we were talking about bringing people up on
Great
stage
show
and
as
screaming
always.
at them. Wasn't that the
I enjoy it.
accusation?
Yes, yes, it was, if he would have said he's got a clip of
Sometimes
me,
I don't.
if he would have said he's got a clip of me and JCC talking about our members, I probably would have said that's not appropriate for this room and come back on my show and play the recording. But he did specifically say that I have yelled at people right off the bat when they first came up, and he said he was going to play a clip with me, and he said he was going to play
No,
a
I
clip
didn't
with
say
me.
right off the bat. I say your show is you invite people up.
We're not gonna have the penis talk, okay? We're getting the freaking muff, John.
I'm just saying, Steve brings people up. He says, get your 5 minutes, and then he interrupts them every other sentence like an annoying little child, and it becomes a horrible show of Steve getting
So
angry.
now it's gone from yelling at people to interrupting people. Got it.
You're a fresh five, but
Yeah.
you get 5 seconds, not 5 minutes before you interrupt you.
Yeah. Well, again, it's up to the mods if they want to entertain, but I have no problem dealing with objective criticism. I haven't heard any yet.
I think 5 minutes is a long time, and 2 minutes is just, unless we're all listening.
I didn't say it was objective criticism, Steve. You have to watch the video playback. I said constructive criticism.
It's too much to hear any given person.
Yeah, and sometimes 15 minutes is not enough. It depends who's talking, what they're saying, what they're talking about, and how they're saying it. For example, if the gentleman who's got the health problems and dealing with the Social Security issues were to come on, I'd probably give him 15 minutes because I do know about Social Security and I do know about employment and I do know about injuries and it's extremely serious and he's someone who's new to the show. I'd give him 10 or 15 minutes.
If we were on topic, I would make it last that long.
You know, what I love most about the liberal Democrats, the socialists here, they're the biggest hypocrites you'll ever meet in your life because they talk shit about everything that's happening right now. Meanwhile, their whole careers are based on doing horrific things to horrible people, unpatriotic, anti-American things.
That might be more of a human thing, maybe not just a liberal thing.
Yeah, and I know I've been for 45 minutes. I haven't heard anybody identify themselves with a political party or political leaning. Maybe you know something that we don't or I don't.
I'm just saying, after
Being wrong.
I'm just saying, after you speak to somebody long enough, you realize that you are a hypocrite and the person you're speaking to is a hypocrite.
Hold on. Mother's here. I have to give Mother a reset. Mother, you just got here. You know what's going on. Just so you know what's going on, Mother. We were talking about the food industry and tipping and when we tip and don't tip, et cetera, et cetera. And then John Kitover, John likes to bring the drunk and the receipts, came up on stage and accused Steve. He offered Steve a tip in the form of constructive criticism and noted that Steve often brings people on his stage to yell at him. He doesn't agree with their submission. I think I'm reading that correctly. You can correct me if I'm wrong. And the point was raised, show us some receipts, please. And we're waiting for John to play the receipts of Steve yelling at people on his stage in his atheist room. So that's where you just joined us, Mother. We're waiting for receipts. Instead of giving the receipt that we were waiting on, John found an audio of Steve talking about how big his member is. And I we just want to fast forward to the part where he's yelling at people on stage. So.
And then John just a minute ago admitted that if you talk to people and he didn't exclude himself, if you talk to him long enough, you'll realize he's a hypocrite.
Okay, Steve, so since you're looking for constructive criticism from a neutral party feedback, I would just like to say that I tell people all of the time that the host of Set Spaces is more than welcome to curate their space in any way that they desire. And it sounds like to me from listening to these people in this room that the objection is that they're told they're going to opinion, and if it sucks, I'm gonna stop you.
Yes, you're 100% correct. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I say it a tad differently, but you're right. Everybody's entitled to a fresh five. And if they say something stupid, I'm going to stop them, interrupt them, and make them explain it. But if they say something really good, I give them more time. That's right.
Yeah, he always has a disclaimer at every show, and he reminds everybody, if it's your first time here, this is how it goes. And he constantly does that at the top of the hour, the bottom of the hour, and it's well known.
I guess my question, JC, would be, is it okay if I call you JC? I need to say JC.
You can call me James if you live with me.
I guess my question for you would be, it sounds like this is a rub that, you feel like maybe you're not being heard in his space and not being given a fair amount of time to speak. So if you don't enjoy the way that he curates his space, we'll continue to keep going.
Oh, I'm not the one challenging Steve. I said,
Oh, okay.
I'm part of his mod squad. It's John's kid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who was John? Was it John? Was John the one challenging?
I'm just saying
I
that.
thought I heard one or two more. I mean, if it's okay with the mods, I'd love to hear what they have to say. But again, I don't want to derail your room and make it all about me.
I'm just saying, when I hear Steve Appel screaming,
If it's okay.
We're going to entertain this for about 2 more minutes, y'all.
You got it. No problem. You got it.
Instead of the fresh five, should be called the garbage five. No 5 minutes of anything other than this stupid Uncle News. So he has his sycophants like JCC here. The booty claps up and down, jump. Now that's fine. Yeah, he really does.
I give you a hard time.
Everybody knows about Steve's rules. Everybody on Clubhouse knows Steve's rules. Look, it's all good.
See, this is what happens when you're on Clubhouse too long, ladies and gentlemen. This otherwise sophisticated gentleman. I mean, like the booty clap, it got me. I know.
Steve's all right though. He can run his room how he likes, but it should be called Steve's 5 minutes, not your 5. It's not the fresh.
exactly. You hear that, Steve? That's some good constructive criticism for you.
I was just going to say that's some of the best constructive criticism I've ever heard, and I will remember it. Thank you very much.
See, look at us accomplishing things and getting success.
What did he say? I missed it. My audio was messed up.
There are some people on this app that the moment that they get a green badge, it turns into a fucking asshole. And Steve is one of those people, right? Like there are some people who just get this like ego trip whenever they're a mod in specific spaces where they generally are nice people, and then they just turn into assholes because they feel like they can't. Get off my dick. Let me land my statement, right? Generally turn into assholes for no fucking reason, and then the moment you see them get another room, they're back to normal because they don't have a free mod badge. This has been a pattern that I've seen with Steve regularly on this app across multiple spaces, not even his house, even when he's moderating in other rooms. We have gone at it in the past, and I'm just bringing it up because someone else brought this up, but this is also something that I've observed myself.
Now, do you think this could be somehow connected to the Stanford prison experiment? Do you think that this power, no, I'm serious.
I really have to laugh at this conception of green bean power because, like, really, what do I have over? I have the same power here in this room with my green that I have in my home when I invite people over to entertain them. I'm allowed to have rules about when to engage in my presence, and I love it when I hear people on Clubhouse talk about how their rooms aren't echo chambers or, we're free speech advocates here because everybody curates their space to them. Even Chillism, which is one of the quote unquote freer speech spaces on this app, they still have rules. There are still rules of engagement. Like there are still some things that they choose to curate. There is no free speech on Clubhouse, not generally.
Sorry.
No, and the power of the green bean, like it's just to say that, hey, this is my space. These are my people. I want to have the kind of conversation that I want to have. I don't like echo chambers. sometimes, ask Monica, she'll get mad at me. I will green bean people that I know disagree with me and I know disagree with her because I don't want to give the perception of I'm trying to lean or propagate one way or the other. I'm just one of those people. I'm not afraid to hear people that think differently than me. It doesn't bother me at all. More often than not, it generally kind of confirms my position.
You gotta understand,
But I'm fine with it,
people will not over.
In regards to replying to, I want to, not that I'm booty clapping for Steve, and I'm going to paraphrase because I think I've heard Steve say this before. Regardless of a green bean or not, Steve knows he's an asshole, accepts he's an asshole, and will behave the same regardless of having a green bean or not.
And I was just going to say regarding the power of the green bean, my concern, my feelings for both myself and everybody is I pride myself on my consistency. And if I am always an asshole, which I don't think I am, or I'm always a dictator, then when people come in, they know what to expect. What I don't like is when people act one way one day, act another way the next day. You know, the gentleman made a point, and I'll land it very clearly. When I don't have the green bean like here, you're damn right. I'm not going to take over their space. In fact, I asked permission a couple of times. I don't have a green bean. I don't deserve a green bean in this space, so I'm doing my best to comply by their rules. But when I have a green bean, I like to consider myself at the least consistent.
I know, but you gotta listen to what. But what did Mother just say though? You're ignoring what Mother just said. Are you not hearing what Mother just said, that the green bean impacts the way people behave? And Steve just confirmed it.
Yeah. I think we can all acknowledge. I think we can all acknowledge that that's true. There are certainly where, based on the people in attendance of said rooms, I can say I absolutely feel better with a green bean, not because I feel like I have power over them, but maybe because I feel like at least like I can't be removed by them, that kind of thing. You know, like that's more the thing for me, is just having a protection of, okay, I'm amongst friends.
Well, I just put in the chat, it gives you 3 powers.
Kind of crazy.
It gives you censorship, the ability to reframe, and creation, which is emotions plus content.
Well, I noticed that, like, so the people that, like, KK, love you long time, that bitch, and Psycho.
Oh my goodness, and we're not, okay, no, we're not gonna do that.
So I noticed that, like, if I have a green bean, she won't fuck with me, but if I don't have a green bean, then she will. So I think that just having this little green thing underneath me, literally, like, people don't fuck with me.
Correct. You know what I thought when Anna was just talking? And do you remember the old snowman, Frosty the Snowman? When he starts and he goes, messy, messy, messy. Do you know what I'm talking about? No, I feel like that comment was very random, Bima. Oh, maybe that's why I love you.
Evie, I'm going to honor your bit. What's up, Evie? I'm going to honor it.
Oh, it's TDS10. How are you doing, TDS10?
You owe me money.
Evie,
You owe me money.
Evie, I'm going to honor your bit.
You owe me money.
There's still
You
a
don't
piece
owe me
right.
money.
That was a bit, dude. That was a bit.
It's a full
From
cruise.
last week, Tuesday week, man. Last week,
Full cruise.
TDS10, Donald Trump's about to deploy the National Guard to Chicago.
And 10.
He's a Jamaican scammer. He's going to scam me out of 100.
Evie, you're really going to not go
Oh
to honor your bit.
my gosh.
Ask everybody, is there a ceasefire in Ukraine right now?
10.
No, answer the question. Is there a ceasefire
Wait a minute.
Answer the question. Is there a ceasefire in Ukraine right now?
No, there's
Exactly. So Evie, are you not going to honor your bid? Yes or no?
You owe me
no
money.
conversation of it.
Yeah, I know it's over. But Evie, come check me. Give my money back.
We'll figure it out in a couple of weeks.
There you go. Oh, I remember that comment I wanted to say. Listen, so another cool thing about tipping in the modern day is, remember folks,
Cash App and Venmo, and you don't have to put your real name on that type of stuff, right? Like in the back channel, you have to put your real information, but the surface of what like the receiver will get is just like a pseudonym, right? So anyway, long story longer, because you know how I do. Like when you go to like baby showers or like a catered place or something like that, where like the tipping might not be, you just go to a place when you don't remember cash, or you don't have cash, you don't remember bring cash because of our credit card era, right? I usually tell people like, listen, give me your Cash App and send me a request for whatever. I'll just leave a note on a table in the case. So don't let that be an excuse to not tip people. If you don't have it right then, you can be like, yeah, send it to me. And they've done it, and I love it. It's a great, thank you.
And speaking of tipping in restaurants, before I go, I just heard this morning, and maybe I'm a little late to the party. Did any of y'all hear about Cracker Barrel?
Oh, yeah.
Your logo?
We had that conversation.
Okay. I just found out about it this morning.
Oh, did you? Yeah. They took the Cracker in the Barrel out of the picture, y'all.
But they didn't change the name.
Let's go Martin Washington.
They also issued a retraction today saying, we are so sorry, but we're not changing a thing, and we're going to keep doing Pride Month. They put that out there. They are the dumbest people in the world. They're called Democrats, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I have a question for you guys. Just because we kind of have a mixed bag audience, I'm curious about the executive order yesterday about the flags. Are people's feathers really ruffled about this?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Trump's an executive order.
So I think maybe I think, to be honest, like it's not cool to burn the American flag, but
Oh, you're talking about burning the American flag.
I know you can fucking hear me, Steve. I know you can fucking hear me, right? So it's not cool to burn the American flag, but I also was gonna say that I think we have an issue with like here's the thing, right? Like I prefer limited government. I don't think government should be involved in as least as possible in the everyday life of the average human being. And what we are seeing with the Trump administration and with Republicans in general is the acceptance of large government and the intrusion of government more and more on people's way of speech, people's way of acting, because it conveniently aligns with what they want. And Republicans traditionally have not been like this. So it is kind of like this executive order is going to get struck down because the Supreme Court already ruled against it, right? But it's just a fucking distraction. And it actually
Well, how do you get charged with a hate crime if you burn the LGBTQ flag?
Like, basically not being able to express yourself if it doesn't align with a certain political party, and that is problematic. I'm done.
Okay, Poppy, I hear the point that you just made, but like this is just a couple things that I would like to comment on. I can see in the bigger picture the point that you made. If I take a lot of the other stuff out of the equation and I look specifically at the executive order on yesterday, it is not going to get struck down because Trump didn't change any law by virtue of that executive order. All he did was encourage attorney generals to apply the laws that are in effect in each state when the burning of the flag precipitates violence. And so he didn't create any law by virtue of that executive order. All he essentially did was, I think, kind of enunciate and pronounce that he thinks that attorney generals should do a better job about actually enforcing laws that they already have on their state books. So with respect to that, I don't feel like it was an overreach. I feel like it was a media blitz to just bring awareness, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I can add that.
Oh, mother, now I know you can hear me. Thank you.
Wait, go ahead, Mike. Hold on. Mike,
Sure.
Mike tried to jump in.
You're the one who cut me off. I didn't cut you off. That was why I made that comment, all right? Don't be passive aggressive.
Oh, I'm not passive aggressive.
Mike.
I think it's largely irrelevant to agree with you, Serendipity. It is kind of a distraction. It's also a further example of Trump trying to kind of push his will with executive powers to show that he's the ultimate authority in many ways that haven't been done in the past, to make a statement, and to assert the executive branch power a little more so, which he continues to try to do in all kinds of different ways. But that said, as a U.S. Marine, I can tell you that I'm bothered a lot by a concept of outlawing burning flags. I think it's the quintessential freedom of speech method that is the biggest example of that line where we will go too far if we don't allow it. In the 90s in the Marine Corps, when I was on active duty, it was actually brought up that there was some laws put in effect where, or they were trying to put some laws in effect about it, and it was a big deal in the mid 90s where we were talking about it as an issue. And I remember a lot of Marines saying, "Fuck yeah, you know, like it needs to be outlawed." And then I remember the Marines that I respected more, the ones that actually, you know, believed in the Constitution, the ones that were really kind of straight-laced. Almost all of them would say, no, like if someone burned one in front of me, I'd kick his ass. But as far as law goes, we should not make it illegal. I think that is, it scares me a lot because it really reminds me of authoritarian states overseas that would not allow their citizens to do that as well. So, you know, in theory, again, I think that it's an example of Trump kind of pushing his will and making the wrong decision, even though it's not ultimately that big of a deal or impactful at this moment.
You have to look at this in terms of communication capability on platforms. Censorship on this platform is real. Censorship on YouTube is real. Meta is real. I can burn the American flag on YouTube. I can burn the Bible on YouTube, but I cannot burn the Quran and I cannot burn the LGBTQ flag. That would be hate speech, and I could get arrested for that. So make it make sense, please.
No, I agree with you, John. I mean, I think those are all very valid points. I guess, Mike, one question I would ask you, because, you know, on the American issue, like, I think I pretty much agree with you about it. I don't like it. I don't want to see it. But from the standpoint of the premise of our country being free and us having the ability to protest, the laws that are in effect in the various different states regarding the creation of the flag are specifically tied to the flag being burned while utilizing like violent protests, throwing rocks at windows and stuff. Is your position the same, that even in those situations, you don't think that there should be any legal recourse in the burning of the flag?
Yeah. And again, I think those are two separate things. I mean, I think they should, obviously the laws that exist for vandalism or whatnot, hate speech. You know, I'm borderline on hate speech laws. I'm not sure I completely love those either, but I see a little more of a reason to have those in the flag banning laws. So yes, I agree. I think that it should not be an increased sentence or a factor when it comes to prosecuting people who are breaking other laws. I really see it as a quintessential free speech issue that I think represents what free speech is intended for more than anything, any other activity that I can think of in the United States.
And I kind of want to pivot just a tad, but I was thinking about, you know, how everyone, all the criticisms of Trump, and, you know, when we think about it, like, if Trump ends up bringing some world peace, who gives a shit what his intentions are? I always hear that Trump's a narcissist and all these things, and that may be true. However, if we're all making more money, if we all have stable jobs and income, if our families are thriving and there's less violence, and I mean, I feel like who cares what his intentions are? If he wants, like, you know, just something on his bucket list to show that he's like the best, who cares?
And it's about intelligence. We want the smartest decisions. We want the best answers. We don't want bullshit. We want the truth and we want transparency. And, you know, this is, again, an issue about censorship and about the platforms, about Clubhouse, YouTube, Meta. The market cap of Meta and Apple, we're talking about the biggest corporations on the planet that are limiting Americans' ability to communicate freely, openly, and transparently. Again, I will repeat for you. I could go to jail today if I burned the Quran or the LGBTQ flag and put that up on YouTube But if I burn the Bible or the American flag, it will get promoted by these platforms and it will get likes. So the algorithm and the big tech companies and the executives that are pushing anti-American deranged algorithms, those are the enemy of we the people. Get your facts straight.
I want to make one thing clear. I'm not opposed to platforms doing anything about a flag burning. If YouTube wants to delete videos because someone's burning a flag, I'm completely in support of YouTube having the right to do that. The government having a law in place against the action is where my problem lies.
Yeah, but that's really how they sometimes.
Mike, did you not hear what I said?
They laws when they literally have their hand in every single business or platform that we use every day.
That's a whole other issue. They need to get their hands off the platform.
Google won't do that, Mike.
Government's intervention in business is a big problem.
And I think John's point, though, you know, like we do stand mighty and proud on our individual liberties in this country. But I think that one of the points that John's made is spot on as far as, you know, being able to burn the Bible, being able to burn the American flag. Like, we take pride in the fact that we're free enough to do that, and yet there is a lot of censorship on burning the Quran or burning a gay pride flag or burning, I don't know, there is almost like a double standard there.
Well, as long as the government isn't the one making those decisions, then it doesn't affect the Constitution. Private businesses and public businesses, for that matter, are not obligated to abide by the Constitution, I don't think. I mean, but the government should never be telling us we can't burn a Bible or a flag. I mean, that like I said, those are the biggest example of freedom of speech that I can possibly imagine. I can't imagine anything else. You use your mouth, use your actions. But and they also don't affect human beings. You're not infringing on anyone else's rights by doing either one of those things. So it's just not, I just think it's completely unacceptable for the government to get involved in that.
I agree.
No, I agree, but I think we as consumers too, we put a stamp on things by like continuing to use platforms that allow the double standard. To some extent, there's we kind of get to choose by choosing which platforms we're going to use. You know, I wonder, like, are there any laws specifically related to like publicly protesting and burning Qurans and burning gay pride flags? Would there be any legal ramifications to doing something like that publicly?
100%.
Michigan, we did, Gretchen Whitmer just passed this anti-hate bill for LGBTQ. So, like, when there was people protesting the streets against LGBTQ, like, people were getting arrested and things like that. So, I don't know if that is that considered, because essentially,
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a double standard in that. Do you not think so? Like, where's the outrage over our freedom of speech?
This is a political freedom issue. You know, there's 100 political issues. Burning the flag is a political issue. Burning the Quran is a political issue.
Yeah, but they were
I don't know if I believe that. Way more breaking businesses than all that is.
Can you hear me? They got arrested disrupting the peace. Is what they got arrested.
I mean, are you not following what's going on in the UK where they're making 80 arrests a day off of what people post on Facebook? Like, that is real lockdown. America could go that way, but the problem is there's this double standard. You know it and I know it. I wish Steve was here, because if you are an atheist and you want to upset Christians to get them to wake up, that they're living in some type of delusion, or if you want to wake up Jews, or you want to wake up Muslims, or you want to wake up Buddhists or Hindus, and you want to do it provocatively on the internet, you shouldn't have to go to jail or face any legal repercussions if you want to create an artistic video about burning the Bible, or burning the Quran, or burning the Bhagavad Gita, or burning the Dhammapada. These are all books. I know a lot of you just like to come here and talk nonstop, incessantly, year after year, and never read a book, but that's your life. I'm just saying, in the book club, we read books.
Candidate Kitover is the book candidate.
You can go to John Kitover on Instagram and view some of my books. These are called books. They're external hard drives. Maybe some of you have read them on this app. You know, you don't just talk all the time for years and years and years. You read what's called a book on here.
Yeah, it's awfully assumptive to lump a lot of people together in a particular room, say that they don't read, and even if you're on Clubhouse, it's interesting.
If candidate Kitover is elected, he will make it illegal to lump people together into groups. He will make your identity ungroupable, and he has pledged to cure AIDS within the first 6 months of his tenure. Vote candidate Kitover for Congress.
Hey, Scott, how are you doing?
Did anybody here get AIDS?
The great one. The great candidate Kitover.
Does anybody here have AIDS from getting the COVID-19 vaccine?
Candidate Kitover to do more push-ups than RFK.
Well, moderators, all I would say is I hate for interrupting a room. I apologize if I've been rude or caustic like acid. All I'm trying to say is I'd like to read a poem when you beautiful ladies and gentlemen, you know, have the room ready for just a quick little poem. It's called My Beautiful Clubhouse Friends. That's the name of it. Well, my question is, why would you say no to a poem?
I'm the only one who wants to hear the poem. But I'll leave it to you.
I do want to know, though, did you write it or did you have ChatGPT?
No, I wrote this myself while I was working on my campaign on my computer.
How long is it?
It's not long. It's not long. See, I mean, this is how bad your ADHD is in your dopamine feedback. That'll be the name of my next poem. Okay, this is called My Beautiful Clubhouse Friends. I may be clapping my hands, but I don't belong to a crowd of clappers. I'm neither this nor that. I'm not part of a group that loves flute music, or one that loves gambling, or one that loves drinking wine. Those who live in time, descended from Adam, made of earth and water. I'm not part of that. Don't listen to what I say, as though these words came from an inside and went to an outside. Your faces are very beautiful, but they are wooden cages. You'd better run from me. My words are fire. I have nothing to do with being famous, or making grand judgments, or feeling full of shame. I borrow nothing. I don't want anything from anybody. I flow through all human beings. Love is my only companion. When union happens, my speech goes inward, towards shams. At that meeting, all the secrets of language will no longer be secret in Clown House.
Thank you, John. I actually appreciate those words. I really enjoyed that poem. I'm probably in the minority on the John fandom, but I enjoyed that while sipping on my coffee. Thank you. Bring to these. What were you holding in your hand?
All fans of John must unite. We must unite and get candidate Kitover elected for Congress.
John, what were you holding in your hand when you read that?
John, I take issue with the fact that you called us friends. I don't believe that.
And what were you holding in your hand when you read that?
Well, it's funny that you ask that question because I know you probably haven't picked one up in quite a long time. It's called a book. But I say friends for life.
I don't think it's fair for you to call us friends. You don't think we're your friends.
Friendlies.
Wait, I see that Donald down there was off mic. Donald, did you have something you want to say? Donald?
With your pink ticket and your pretty PTR.
Go ahead, Scott. Do the impersonation, Scott. Do it, Scott. You got this one, Scotty.
Oh, no.
My fellow Americans.
Congressman Kitover is so fantastic. Look, I mean, let's cheat more than the contestants on Temptation Island, but not get over. Okay, let me tell you what. He's gonna stop the climate change, the global warming. You know when the warming's happening? It's the illegals come. And when they eat the dogs and the cats, they barbecue them, okay? And the smoke goes up, it creates the global warming. Kitover is gonna cool things down. He's fantastic, okay? He will make it illegal, not just to burn the flag, but to like burn those red, white, and blue bikinis they wear in NASCAR. Okay, we love NASCAR. Okay, we love that. You love NASCAR. I love it. We all love it. Okay, he's fantastic. Vote for candidate. Get over today.
Scott, why is it that you think people are so resistant to change? People like Matt Cool down there, or Rohan, or Alan, or Poochie, or even Don Julio. What is it about change that causes so much anger and stress for people?
I think my good friend Alan is very change positive. He's a very change positive guy. He's got a very dynamic room where he welcomes you in there, candidate. Get over. Rowan is a good buddy. I think a lot of these people are adaptive people, but I think most people aren't. I think you're right. Most people have a tough time with change. It's the nature of the human condition. We are set in our ways. Our thinking becomes rigid. It's more natural to not be adaptive. I think just because it's the nature of the human condition. Don't hate people that don't love change. They're just being human. We become quickly acclimated. Our brain does not like distance. It's very disorienting, and so we sort of cling to the familiar to avoid distance.
I have a comment on that too. I think a lot of people are change averse because they think to change their mind means that they're somehow admitting they were wrong.
Hold on, I don't need to call anybody out. Man, cool, because I thought we were cool. Do you have a new account? I thought I was following you.
Oh, you did? I heard you got clipped.
What? No, man.
Yeah.
Cool. Damn.
I mean, Matt Cool, he can be a messy bitch.
Shit. Well, man, I'm gonna add you anyway, because I don't have any beef with you. I mean, as far as I know, it's about shit trickling down my timeline and back DMs about people talking shit. So, till I hear otherwise, I'm gonna go ahead and add you back. If you're gonna block me, because I know I've been blocked from a lot of people that I've blocked, I get it. But for now, I'm gonna go ahead and add you. I'm talking about my ladies in the mud.
This is why I record, because I have the past 2 weeks on YouTube on 13 different accounts, and there are good reasons why people got clipped. But to tell you the truth, maybe I'm a hypocrite, but I don't know why I got clipped. But I'm just saying, it's all on YouTube. You can watch the drama. No one's gonna go back and watch it, but I will say, to me, it's pretty interesting and pretty funny. And Pepe has a new account. He goes by a new name, some kind of stupid French name, and he's deepening his voice and going into black spaces, and everybody knows it's Pepe right away. Immediately, people say, "That's that racist Pepe."
Okay, so Donald keeps coming off mic and saying nothing. Donald, do you have something to say? You keep coming off mic while people are speaking, but you're not speaking.
No, it's not.
They can't hear you.
It's not against terms of service, Monica. I read the terms of service. I'd be happy to read them here live on Clown House for you, because I know most of you don't actually read anything.
Okay, we're not gonna have a conversation. Did he leave? Sometimes he can hear us, but we can't hear him. I'm not sure.
No, it's me. I moved him to the audience because,
Well, Donald, if you can hear us, sometimes that's a glitch, and if you close the app and then come back, it will resolve itself sometimes. And welcome to the stage, Will and Poochie and Alan and Donald again.
Today
what's up, Poochie?
I'm not. What's up, sis?
Today I'm the 37th president of the United States. And I just want to say to my friend, candidate, that it's sure
Well, you know what you ought to be careful of, Alan? Don't burn the American flag or the Bible or the Quran, and don't burn the Bhagavad Gita or the Dhammapada. Don't do anything controversial or say anything controversial, because recording free speech is the same thing as saying the words myself. So, Alan, if there's something that you don't like that I've recorded, that you've said, I mean, maybe it's a you problem and not a me problem. And I know, now that you're Nixon and all, I'm sure you've got some great solutions for America, Alan.
I think there are many solutions for America, and I don't have some interest in that. I only know that we need to take America seriously. As the 37th president, I can only say that seventh president that has in the 17th, the 27th, the 37th, and the 47th, we were all Republicans. And I think the rational discussion forum is wonderful because, in all seriousness, rational starts with R, Republican starts with R, right starts with R. If it's Republican, it's right, and that's the 11th commandment. Thank you.
Well,
Are you retarded?
well, Democrat starts with D, so that must mean doom, destruction, demise, deleterious, dangerous, delusional. D with delusional and Democrat, it's very similar.
I find it so amusing that so many people allow their politics to become their identity.
yeah, but see, Alan was doing us all a favor there because he was being performative and he took on a character. And I would suggest that people on this app sometime be creative, create an alt account, do a character, do a different voice, see what it's like to be an actor or an actress. Because your problem is you think you're not an actor or an actress, but the truth is your identity with your red hat or your dog or your big Harry Carey glasses or your purple lipstick and blue hair, that's all performative.
You talking about my glasses?
He's totally talking about your glasses.
Well, look at my glasses. I'm wearing glasses. Scott's wearing glasses. It's an aesthetic. So what I'm saying is we all manipulate the way we are perceived with our aesthetic or our communication. There's 100,000 forms of communication. I'm just saying the way you PTR or the way you frame yourself is the way you project.
And if candidate Congressman Kitover is elected, he will make all forms of communication tax deductible. All your text messages, all your interactions at Clubhouse will be resulting in tax credits. Support candidate Kitover.
See, the irony of that is the more spam you probably consume, the worse your financial situation. And so you're probably not even paying taxes anyways.
What's interesting about that philosophy is that's perspective, is thinking that somebody's profile is them being performative. Some people are not, because they know when they're on stage and they know when they're off stage. Some people, they don't know. They think it's all performative. So it's rather about perception. I can portray myself as such a person, whatever it is, and no matter what I do, people will perceive me as this or that or the other. So I can try to do it and be sincere, and I'll still be considered an actor.
Well, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. They curse you if you say something, they curse you if you say nothing, they curse you if you remain silent. That's the nature of communication. And running for Congress, I can tell you, I have been attacked more times than I've been praised 100,000-fold. It's wild how dragons magically appear and start breathing fire on you, and then they disappear. If you're willing to crawl into the cave with a sword, kill the dragon, and emerge with the power of the dragon.
You know, I don't care to kill the actors, I just know that I can identify them. I these sincere ones as well. And I think that there's a need in this world for all of them. We all have voices, we all have perspectives, we all have things to give.
Well, so Alan Watts says there's this feeling of being here before. So there's this game that's being played out real time on this app, and it's a fun game to be a part of. But I would just say not a lot of people are doing creative things on this app, but people are complaining about the news every single day as if that's real intelligence. You know, Anne was like, I don't care what the fuck Trump does as long as we're making money and the economy grows. Well, that's like what a stupid person says who's lazy and says, well, I don't care about anything and the status quo is fine, or just even do more extreme things as long as the economy is growing and as long as I'm making money and we're safe. What do I care what Trump does? That type of attitude. I mean, see, but I think people have TDS that they think Trump is doing all these things. He's one guy in a suit sitting in an office saying this, do that, draft this, say that. You know, he's one brain, one man pointing fingers, saying things. He can only do so much. So I think people on this app do a lot of projection onto Trump in the same way that people might project onto the evergreen Pepe and say Trump is a racist, Trump is a supremacist, he's evil, he's a pedo. Everything you've heard, the worst things you could possibly say about Trump, you've heard it in Alan's room, you've heard it in this room, you've heard it in every room. And all I would suggest is a lot of that is projection.
An Irish action. I think it's important that we consider the weight of him. Now, the 27th president, he was tough. He was a big man of about 320 pounds. I was a small man. I have to say I was a small man. I was only 160 pounds. Now, Donald Trump, I've read and studied, and I think he's approximately 320 pounds. So he's twice the man that I am. Thank you.
I just love it that Scott is up here. Makes me very nervous.
Well, I'm like shocked to hear Scott's economic opinion, because when I hear Scott, yeah, Scott has a rant. I call it like the Scott Kent Jones rant, where it's about neoliberalists and the new political orders. And this guy says there's these three political orders, and we're currently in the beginning phases of this political. Like, Scott has his shtick, okay? But I would just suggest that that is Scott's hypnosis. And it's actually meaningless, has no power, accuracy, or any substance or weight whatsoever. So I challenge Scott. You tell us, Scott, if you were the president, what would your three priorities be for we the people? Go ahead, Scott. Tell everybody your three priorities for we the people. Those are the three biggest things, Scott. Go ahead.
John, if I had three priorities for the American people, it'd be 1, 2, 3. Number one would be elect. Number two, candidate. Number three, kiddo. Thank you.
No, I'm telling you, Scott, really meditate on this question, because I've thought about it, you know, sitting there meditating. If I was the leader of the people, what would I do for we the people? Think about that. I encourage everybody here to think about that, because you know what the answer is? Whatever issue you need to resolve in your life is what you will project upon the people and say, that's what I want for them too. Go ahead and do that thought experiment right now.
Yeah, no, I actually just agree with you wholeheartedly. But thank you.
John, let me give you some advice. I've been in this game a long time. I ran my first race in 1946.
my thought experiment holds up. It's the golden rule. What I want for my neighbor, I want for myself. You know, do unto your neighbor as you want done unto yourself. So there's nothing new under the sun. Everything is as it always has been. However, ask. Oh, wait, is the Kima here? Yeah, I'm sorry. Ask yourself, what if? See, it's the whole thing is what I want for myself is what you want for the people, and so you know, on my situation, I did this thought experiment. I would encourage anyone here to do this simple thought projection, because what you want for yourself is what you want for your people, and what your people want is what you want for yourself. You see how that works? It's a full projection upon we the people, and the truth is, we the people is basically pointing towards about 30 billionaires which are gaming the system. And I'm not talking about just billionaires, I'm talking about people with 50 billion, 100 billion, 150 billion, the top, you know, the top 30 in terms of number. They're very active and vocal because they have the money to do the most projection back, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does make sense, but I disagree with you wholeheartedly. There's a lot of things that I would like for myself, but it's not gonna work for my neighbors. There's a lot of stuff that would work for my neighbors, it's not gonna work for me.
I know, well, give us the actual, see, you're not answering it.
Because if you live in a community where you're only thinking of yourself, then you're not living in a community. And you're not considering other people.
No, you're not.
There's not a whole lot of people that I've learned and that I've actually.
Kristen, repeat back the question. If you were the president, what would your priorities be? You're not answering the question.
Are you talking over her, John? Stay on mute until you're done.
Thanks. So I was very cynical about 20 years ago, and I have since learned, people have taught me they're a lot kinder than I give them credit for. They're a lot smarter than I give them credit for. And more trustworthy than I give them credit for. And I've learned that. Yeah, there are some people that I've been fooled, total con artists that have no conscience. Yeah, but those are few and far between. And luckily, a lot of rules in place that protect me and protect my neighbors from those kinds of people. And it's nice to be able to, when it has been demonstrated, to be able to trust that as well. Thanks.
Hey, Jane.
I'm merely trying to make a point.
Hey, John. I put an answer to your good question in the chat. I would love your thoughts on it.
Good morning, Agent and Jane. Hi.
Yeah, Jane, that's a great answer, and that's one part of the solution, but it's a much bigger problem than that. Yeah, of course I agree with that. Every American agrees with that.
Do you think so, John?
Yeah, I've worked in corporate America. I know what everything is like you.
Doesn't abide by that. Corporate America doesn't ensure that everyone.
No, listen, this is you've worked in organizations, there's politics in the organization. It's all about power and relativity and money but the biggest problem is government and the taxation
Wage
system.
theft, John, wage theft.
Hell, welcome to the IRS, Jane. That's what wage theft is. Your employer is giving you a unique opportunity to live, to breathe, to eat, to poop, to shower, to live. You're getting income. Income!
And you should give that income to the campaign of Kennedy, Congressman Kitover.
And I just say, there's something about Trump that I really respect. And something that Donald Trump does. Thinks only of himself. And do it unto others as you enjoy yourself. Steal from the people. That's what the presidency is for. As I told David Frost, if the president does it, it's right. And I'm sorry, but I have to leave. But thank you for your time.
So I want to ask Kristen a follow-up question. I heard what you said. I listened closely, Kristen. But let me ask you the question again. Kristen, if you were the first female president of the United States of America.
What she said, John.
No, I'm moving past that. I'm asking a new question now. That's old news in the older room. Kristen, if you were the president and the first female president of America, Kristen, what would you do for we the people?
I think that's kind of a trick question, isn't it? It's asked that every kind of debate. I mean, it really is kind of just like, what do you want me to answer?
I want you to answer what your intuition tells you to answer.
My intuition or my reason?
Your intuition or your reason. Just an answer, Kristen. Anything will do.
Well, good, because the great thing is that I'm not running for president. I don't think I'd be capable. Secondly, my intuition is more of an intimate thing that I don't share with everyone. Thank you for asking.
Got it. Okay, so you're a no. No for not being able to answer a simple question. Duh. Some people just can't answer a fucking question.
I mean, yeah, she did answer. She didn't not answer. She just didn't elaborate.
Yeah, that was an answer.
It was a non-answer.
It was
Again, darn it. The female president left. I wanted to do a competency test.
So Jane, let me ask you about what you wrote. Regulate large companies so they're able to pay living wages and be profitable, of course, because nobody should have to run a business unless they're profitable. Not hard. Yeah, not hard. And subsidize small businesses through taxation so they can pay a living wage and not go bankrupt. Wow, Jane, that makes perfect economic sense. That's a real mathematical equation. Unfortunately, it doesn't hold up in the real world. Oh, look, Ben is here. Hi, Ben. Listen, Ben, look at rule number 9. We can't talk about old rooms and old drama. I don't want to bring up the Bunny Ranch experience and outside of Vegas.
Let's do it, John. Okay, John. Take it down a notch or two. Let's give some other people an opportunity to interject. You know, if so, and you ask me what I would do if I were ever to become president, I'll answer your question for you. Hey, KB, again.
Hey, yo, I would have had to get my oil change. Got stuck behind a whole fleet of trucks and sucked.
Oh, I'm sorry. Agent Malone, I have not seen you in a hot minute.
If you go into chillism, if that's where you spend most of your time, it's because the IQ level is low for me there.
I do not go into chillism. I mean, I occasionally, if there's nothing else going on, I'll go in there and fall asleep, but I don't spend a lot of my time in chillism. I'm afraid of that stage.
Actually, it's hard to avoid now, but rooms with Edmonds, now known as John Kitover, he seems to have cast a spell on about half the people who are, let's say, 110 IQ and below. It's really, people are shilling for him, promoting him, that really should know better. I don't understand it. The guy is actually evil in many ways. I mean that very sincerely.
I'm going to have to respond, Serendipity. You can't come on stage and call me evil, Agent. That could be a projection, Agent.
Cry for America.
I think the philosophy for a lot of people has been that since Clubhouse came out with their non-feature, which prevents stopping anybody from recording or streaming rooms or rooms that, and by virtue of adjusting their terms of service, you know, since we can share to all the different various platforms now, I think that people have just taken the approach that it's become a fruitless effort, and I implore you.
People just flip the script and are like, oh, not only will we stop condemning this evil person, but we're going to now promote him and celebrate him and
Okay, you're projecting, agent.
I mean,
How
Jesus
dare you?
says what
How
we do
dare
for
you,
the
agent?
things you did for
You're no
me.
gentleman coming up here saying I'm evil 2 times in a row, agent. I'll have to defend myself if you're going to say such slanderous, libel, defamation.
John, hold on, John. You'll
Did
get
not-
a chance to respond. Let Agent land and you can respond, John.
We shouldn't, Jesus didn't mean to make the least of us as far as moral character, to run, to run our rooms or be the focus of everything we do. I don't think that's what Jesus intended, respectfully.
Well, respectfully,
I
we're
don't think
living.
Jesus knew what running a room would mean. I don't think Jesus had any idea what a clubhouse was going to be
Of
like.
course he would know what he would. Listen, Mike, you couldn't be further from the truth. I hate to break the news to you, but I got a picture of the Last Supper in my kitchen. You know what that Last Supper looks like? It looks like Clown House.
My goodness.
You would probably kick him right now off the stage.
I do. This is not my house though, and the house owner has made the decision to allow John to participate in the room. So I'm just simply trying to respect the house owner's
Listen,
wishes.
I'm gonna do agent a favor.
I actually have a private house that, like, when I have conversations that I don't want to have to worry about being streamed or recorded or otherwise information used against me, that's where I retreat.
I mean, to be fair, John's not breaking any rules.
No.
If you don't like him, we can't kick him off people we don't like. That's bullshit.
Yeah, agent, and you've come in here and slandered, defamed, and labeled me twice now by calling me evil. Sir, I would suggest that you go look in the mirror and reflect, because when you project like that, I'm gonna sit here and defend myself until the day's over. So take your bullshit, agent, and shove it up your ass.
There are actually other good friends of the owner of this house that actually really don't like the presence of Kitover here. But again, I'm just coming in while he is absent, and I'm just trying to respect
But
the way
thanks for
he
welcoming
like it.
me
Yes.
to the stage. I appreciate your serendipity.
It's good to see you. I have missed you. I haven't seen you in a long time, and it is good to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will remind you, his name is Agent Malone. He calls himself a double agent. His name is Agent Malone.
We like Agent, not too much on Agent.
I just want to point out that you don't build echo chamber of serendipity. Look at this. There's 3 mods, and we all have a different answer for the question.
Right? This is true.
See, agent is doing what I suggested earlier is the problem, which is censorship. Preventing people like me causes a bigger problem for you. And so I am a microcosm of the macrocosm problem, which is through the NDAA, the NSA, the Utah facility, all this money we're spending as taxpayers to surveil ourselves is a waste of money. Apps like this hold people accountable in the court of social justice. And on platforms like Google and Meta, the only justice you're going to get.
Do they really? Do apps like this really hold people accountable? I think not, Mr. Kitover.
It's public. You're speaking publicly, and whether I'm in it recording or not, if I go in with an anonymous, you're still being held in the court of social justice. So I would suggest that those who, no, please, you're censoring me now with your green. Okay.
Contests and cliquish behavior. That's what apps like this do.
Okay, well, you got the power. You got the green bean.
You can hold big rooms and you can draw large crowds. And while they're sitting in that room, they're all going to be, tickling your balls and agreeing with you. And then they're going to go into the next person's room and they're going to be, ooh la la all over them as well. There's no.
Well, you flatter a lot of people, and you stir the pot.
You have pervasive women. You have pervasive women that get up on stage and kiki it up, and they use their soft, little, sweet, soft-spoken voices, and they include enough reasonableness with their, hearsay, quote-unquote, receipts and slander. They take their little passive-aggressive digs, but they wrap it up in a really pretty little package, tips included, And the masses are just like, oh, the poor little victim. You know, I mean, there is no social justice on Clubhouse. It's all about who's got the latest drama running in their rooms, who can be the most provocative.
I'm getting social justice. See, that's my point, is you have to pursue it personally.
I'm not done yet. Nobody holds anybody accountable. Everybody just comes along to watch the train wreck. So, yeah, I'm firmly going to disagree with you.
Well, that's why people go to NASCAR. It's the same principle. People want to see a crash out.
Yeah, Kristen, just like that. Now, anything that Kristen says right now is gonna be gospel, y'all.
Oh wait, shoot, let me get a lot, because right now, you can
That's right, get those titties up there, okay? Front and center, please.
Okay, cool.
Oh my God, Kristen.
See, I think it's easy to roast people, and especially roast me, but I would submit that I provide a valuable service in some of the drama I bring, but I'm not the only one who stirs the pot. I'm the only one who's recording other people stir the pot, and myself occasionally. But as I told Steve Appel earlier, after you have the conversation long enough, you realize that the person you're speaking to is a hypocrite, and that also you yourself are a hypocrite. So I would just say, until you get to that point, plus you can't be a critic about art and say that's not art, because everything is art. And I would say, prove me wrong.
Yeah, you can definitely be a little shit stirrer from time to time. We all can be. I saw those titties, Kristen. Don't even try it. Oh my gosh.
Unjust.
See, does anybody not see how Trump essentially stirs the pot too, and he's very effective at doing it? Because you could say, well, you could say the mainstream media is the message, or the simulation, or the medium is the message. But the truth is, Trump is very sophisticated, and he also tricks people, intentionally. Like yesterday, he kicked somebody out of the Oval Office. He said, "Who was that in the back that said that?" He said, "Get out of the office." Like, see, that type of content is what I'm talking about. It's essentially, it's not a meditation class, and so Clown House is not an educational app. It is an entertainment app. It is performative. Everybody here essentially is playing a game, a role, an ID, and the way you brand it and craft it is your artwork. So that's, in my opinion, the truth.
No, I agree with that. I've said it a million times over that Trump is a master at manipulating the media. He's a master at centering himself in divisive topics and getting the media to push certain narratives. He's a master at marketing and PR, especially marketing and branding his own PR, right? And we have to remember that he produced reality TV for how many years with his Apprentice and et cetera, et cetera. And so I also feel like some of the reactions to John's point, some of his wild statements and antics, I think he's producing, he's giving us content. This is more reality TV, unscripted, whether we realize it or not. I don't believe he means half of the pearl clutching things that he states. He just knows that the liberals, the progressives, and the media are going to get riled up. He even knows his base is going to argue with people online about what he really meant to say was. Yeah, it's all performative. I agree.
Yeah, the master manipulator.
Is that the job of the president? Is that like helping the country in any way, that basically the president is a fucking troll? What good is that? I don't know.
Right. Is it helping the country? I don't know if maybe it's providing a little comic relief, and maybe it's a distraction. It doesn't matter this is just my opinion, of course. Isn't politics, as part of politics, distracting the people? Every politician, or excuse me, president has done it in some way, right? hiding one hand so you don't even know what the other hand's doing. So is it
Correct.
the country, Hakima? Yeah.
And don't forget too.
Who's that, Mike? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, don't forget too that he's been doing it for decades. He's been using the media for his own purposes for decades, and he acts like he hates the media, but he actually loves the media for what it does for him. It's all a ruse. And when he was younger, he used to call media, different media types, newspapers and televisions and stuff, and pretend like he would change his voice to pretend like he was his own publicist, and he would set stories in motion about himself on his own terms, playing the media. And only years later did the people come forward and say, "Oh my God, it was totally Trump. He was calling and pretending like he was somebody else to talk about himself." So it's a ridiculous ploy that that apparently he's been doing a long time.
That's why it's fascinating when people complain about why do you guys talk about Trump? Everything is Trump, Trump, Trump. That's what Trump wants. He wants the headline. So like that's why I get confused when people complain about it. It's TDS, TDS. No, it's not. The man wants to be fucking president. He wants to be talked about.
Of course he
does. Different. That's
Yeah, of course he does. And the thing of it is, he's a master at the craft, and I agree with Matt. It's a skill that every politician uses. He's just a lot more overt about that skill. But the perfect case in point, Epstein. He took one tactic with the media and the pressure towards his base, and when that didn't work, he took another tactic, and when that didn't work, he took another one. And are any of us having rooms about Epstein talking about the fact that there's been adjusts and corrects course as applicable until he hits the thing that works and gets people talking about the things that he wants them to be talking about?
He also has no guide rails, and he's willing to go anywhere. He's willing to tell a lie over and over again until it's perceived as truth. He's willing to demonize and attack other people that he's friends with, on a whim. He's willing to say things off the top of his head at a moment's notice without any kind of censorship, internal censorship. So, all of those traits, his lack of morality in general actually helps him get away with so much more. There's a lot of things I'm sure that other presidents have thought in the Oval Office about man, I'd like that person's ass out of the room. And it goes to their head, but they censor it. They keep themselves under wrap. And Trump doesn't do that. He just says what's on the top of his mind openly, and without guidelines, without his own moral guidelines, dude, sky's the limit for what he can do to get what he wants,
And the people that are stupid for letting him get away with it. Everything you describe is a horrible person. But somehow he's the president and is loved by a good portion of America. It's fucked up.
It's true, Akima, but you know what? I started noticing years ago that I was the only one that gave a fuck about character in a president. I started hearing, oh, it doesn't matter, they're all a bunch of assholes. If you think that, then you're never going to look for somebody that is a decent human being. There are still decent human beings, and there are actually a few decent human beings in politics. Most of them haven't been in for 30 years. But the idea that we're just throwing that in the air and saying it doesn't fucking matter anymore, character's out the window, we don't give a fuck, we'll put a scumbag in there as long as he gives us what we want. That's our own problem. That's why we're making, we only have ourselves to blame. We give what we deserve. And right now we deserve somebody who's literally a stereotypical, disgusting American who eats McDonald's every single day and badmouths everybody, around him. What we deserve.
I don't deserve that motherfucker, Mike. I do not deserve Donald Trump.
Here's the thing.
I get what you said now.
Here's the thing, Mike. I'm one of those people that thinks character should matter. I'm one of those people that it took a long time for me to get on the Trump platform because of the fact that I'd already made personal decisions about his character and who he was as a person. And I don't particularly care for his character, but by the same token, when I don't particularly, during the primaries, before Trump got the ticket, I earnestly looked. I wanted to find somebody. I wanted to jump on the DeSantis bandwagon. I earnestly looked for a politician that I thought would accomplish what I wanted and that I felt like it, to some degree, was a man of character. They just weren't there to be had. they just were not, I just could not get on board with anybody else. And so when he won the primary, I still have to make a choice. And my choice is between two people with no character. I still have to make a choice. If I want to vote and if I want to feel like the things that are important to me are going to be represented. So
Yeah.
in that case, I have to throw my support behind somebody, you know?
I mean, arguably, a lot of the Republicans who became never Trumpers in the beginning were the people who had some more of the character. They were deeply bothered by that and him. I mean, I think of most recent memory, John McCain is probably somebody that had a lot of character, and he lost the presidency. So I think that the primaries kind of eliminates the need for character because it promotes people that are on the extreme ends of things, and people who are on the extreme ends of things are not the ones necessarily with the most character. So we end up with 70% of America wanting someone who's moderate, but the extremist wins every time on either side because of the primaries, and because too many of us that that do care about character are so frustrated by the whole process, we just step out of the entire process itself. We don't even vote.
And that's a great point, Mike, that the primary eliminates the need for character. Like, basically, whoever goes the lowest is likely to win. So, like, who gives a fuck about character? And the primary definitely sets that field up like that. Let's get our position. That's crazy, though.
Yeah, the primary also eliminates the opportunity for a third party to ever get any traction. So if you look between the primary and the college, what do you call it? With the states, the electoral college. If you look between the primaries and the electoral college, those are just methods of rigging the system to take away a lot of the control that we would have as citizens naturally. The control that we're told we have, right? Like it's up to you, just vote. You can make changes. Well, those two things put huge dampers on that power that we're given. And the electoral college was put that on there in place for that very reason, to take away some of that power. But I don't think the primaries were necessarily put in for that reason, but I feel like that's what they resulted in. Necessarily put in. Talking, or my mic's just dead.
No, you're good. I think it just got quiet.
Yeah, Senator, I was a never Trumper for, I've never voted for him, but I wouldn't necessarily call myself a never Trumper now. It took me 8 years to come around, and really what I had to witness was the demise of the previous Republican Party. I agree that neo-con conservatism, the idea of spreading democracy around the world via, all means necessary, it didn't work. It wasn't, in retrospect, that wasn't a good idea, and it's something I did believe in the 90s. But I would like a Republican Party with the rest of its values, minus that, a lesson learned. And that doesn't exist. We had to go all out and just all of our values out the window, from fiscal responsibility to, everything else, and just disrupt the entire system in order to show that, how bad the Democrats are. And in doing that, we got a guy that is a disruptor who made the entire process about himself. Thankfully he'll be head now. I think he was in some ways necessary for our country to put into question a lot of the status quo that we were getting too comfortable with. I love his focus on fighting, men and women's sports, things like that. That's the kind of shit that was getting way too out of control, and I'm glad that there's somebody there for that. Immigration, I'm glad there's somebody that talks a lot more about it and at least says he wants to do something about it, points a finger at it. There's a lot of things he's done that, that I think were needed. I would have liked them done by a different human being, but, it's what we got, and he's doing something that I don't necessarily completely disagree with all aspects of.
Right.
I feel like, disruptor in chief is what he is. He's disrupting the status quo for executive actions. He's disrupting the system presidential or electoral, executive power versus judicial power. He's disrupting the balance of the Superior Court. I mean, he's disrupting a shit ton of stuff, and it's causing us to decide who we do want to be going forward. And I think it was about fucking time because it was going downhill.
I agree, and that's primarily why I still throw my support behind him. I don't think that everything he does is right. He is not like, I don't idolize him, but I feel like I was given a choice, and I made the best choice between the two candidates that I had. And so at this point, he is our president, and I also feel like it, lump it, or lump it, or lump it. If he's the president, we have to kind of, we just have to support our leadership. I mean, he's in that role right now, so we have to get behind him and support it.
I mean, realistically, I'm not a liberal, and that I don't want to blow up the entire country and start from scratch like a lot of them wish they could. So, because I don't want that, I have to ultimately wish for the best of the country, and I have to support whoever's in charge and hope that they're going to be successful, not make us weaker than we already are. And I don't know if he's that guy or not, but when he's in the position, I have to shut my mouth. It's kind of like when I was in the Marine Corps, people used to say, during the Iraqi war, they would say, I support the troops, but I don't support the war. And I would say, well, the troops are under fire right now in war. And you saying you don't support the war, and even worse yet, speaking out against the war, like obnoxiously so in public, is only weakening their ability to hopefully win the war. And whether or not you believe in the war, I don't think you want them to lose the war. And if you do, then that's unpatriotic. And so I would tell people, like, they say, I support the troops, I support the war. And I'd say, well, how do you do that? You're using your mouth to talk shit about their job they're doing right now. You're not sending them care packages. You're not sending them money. Like, what the fuck do you mean you support the troops? Is that just like you just think you do because you say it, and saying it makes it real when you have absolutely no action behind it? The least you can do is shut your fucking mouth when they're under fire and say, well, yeah, whether or not I agree with the war itself, I hope that they win.
Right.
And that's what they needed. That's what they wanted. And they don't fucking need people talking shit about their jobs. I mean, firefighters, I support firefighters, but I don't support fighting fires. What the fuck? I mean, when they're in the building fighting the fire, shut your fucking mouth till they get back out of the danger zone,
Right. Well said.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think as a mayor, you got an obligation to speak up against a war you don't agree with, and you can support the soldiers in a sense where
It's not cool. Put your phone number up for that 50th person.
Soon, and you hope they get home safely. That's the way you support them, but you don't have to support a war. That's today. He was going on and on about ICE files.
So what method do you use? To support them without supporting the war? So I agree that they shouldn't necessarily be the same thing, but you're not supporting the troops if you're out talking shit about what they're doing when they're being killed. That's not supporting the troops. Saying I want the troops to come home safely is just like flapping your gums. It doesn't have any relevance.
Like you want to say, so what's the
As one of the troops, I can tell you that didn't feel like any kind of support. But they're over there doing it. They're breaking down doors. If you want to influence that.
Okay, let's scroll.
Some of the troops appreciated people at home asking for the war to end.
If you want to influence their commander-in-chief, who's giving the directive for them to be under fire in ways that actually are tangible, i.e. running for, a position of, power and government, whatever it takes to influence the decision makers, you could argue that's supportive in an indirect manner. But just saying, bring them home and keep them and actually come home safe and end this shit now is not supportive of them when they're over there at the time. It's just not. I mean, they don't feel like it. So if they don't feel like it,
This song is called
who are you to say that it is?
A World on Fire. Please don't scroll. The man, car insurance agent. Death threats to murder, slaughter, and kill people in detail for hours.
I understand that, but when you swear
It is against the
to
law. The
follow,
FBI and the
to
local police
defend the Constitution against any foreign domestic and follow the orders of your commander in chief,
I'm just trying
I
to.
mean, for instance, when I was a Marine, I didn't say shit about my commander in chief that made me weak in any way, shape, or form because I disagreed with the decisions he was making because it wasn't my job. My job was to support him and do what he tells me to do. So if you're not the kind of person that's capable of putting yourself in that position to be the guy in that role, then I totally can't give you I mean,
sort of a very natural thing, right? Even
I
right
don't
now,
think how
as we
I
are
don't see
speaking
how
within
somebody can
ourselves,
think that
there's
they
this
can
whole
speak for the people that have
war
actually
waging
put
right
their
now
bodies
between
in harm's way in an effort to win something that wasn't their choice to go into in the first place. I don't see how those same people that aren't willing to do that could claim that they speak for the people that are doing it. I didn't hear when service members come back from war. Sometimes they'll speak their voices about what they think about it. But when they're over there, they don't do that. They don't all just sit around and talk about how bullshit the war is when they're busy watching their brothers die. They fucking do what they can to kick ass. And they take their job seriously. And I just think it's a different mentality. The people that put their lives on the line for something greater than themselves and the people that have never physically done that but use their mouth parts to act like it's the same thing. There's a difference between those two things.
Mike, I agree with you 100%. Thank you for your service. I didn't realize you were that.
Oh, I appreciate it, King. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually, it's a little story about me, but my goal was when I was a kid to serve. And my dad, of course, being an immigrant was like, oh, don't serve, don't do it, you'll die, and all that stuff. But I had a lot of friends that, were in the military, and they were just telling me, and I felt so patriotic. I tried to serve. And friends of mine showed me, you're going to laugh at this, they showed me, because I didn't know what boot camp was going to be like, so I was asking them, what is it like, how does it work? And so I had friends of mine who were in the Navy SEALs who were showing me, like, this is how it is, and I was like, oh shit, I'm going to get my ass kicked, all right. But look at this, a friend of mine was in Army Rangers, he showed me that, and I was like, oh fuck, pardon my life, oh shit, so then I ended up a friend of mine was like, you're kind of nerdy, why don't you go for Air Force? So I went, signed up, did everything, and then I had asthma, severe asthma at that time, so I came outside, took a puff of my asthma inhaler, and the guy saw from the window, came running out, he goes, what's that? I said, it's my inhaler, and he ripped up the paperwork, he goes, you can't go. And all my friends were like, if you just held out, you could have gotten down there, they would have taken care of you for life. I said, nah, I don't want to do that, man. Like, I wanted to actually serve and do something. So now I do government contracting, so I help a lot of veterans. I only hire veterans. I've gotten accused of discrimination, but I only hire veterans to work for.
Oh, I appreciate that. That's amazing. That's amazing. Remember too that when I joined in '91 as a junior in high school, there was no internet or YouTube. So how do you even know what boot camp's like, right? To your point, you can ask other people's experiences and they can tell you stories, but there was no fucking video to watch to fully understand what you're getting yourself into. And when in the Marine Corps, you arrive at MCRD San Diego, in my case, on a bus in the middle of the fucking night on purpose, pitch black. And that fucking drill instructor comes up, and you can imagine sitting in a bus in the dark, and there's always like a light up front on the bus. It's inside to it too. Like the whole bus isn't lit. It's only up the front by the driver. And that fucking drill instructor walks up those stairs in that bus when you arrive at MCRD, and all you see is a shadow of his fucking head. You just start screaming to get your fucking ass off that bus now as fast as possible. And you're all scrambling over each other, and then there's these footprints that you stand on for your first taste of like what it means to stand at attention. And from then on, man, they keep you awake for 2.5 days with no sleep, and they fucking shave it roughly so. And what I mean by that is they shave it quick and hard, and then they leave
pieces of fucking hair sticking up sometimes, so you look like an idiot because they don't give a shit. So it's just this smack of awareness, and then you just, and by the end of 2 days, you're completely exhausted, and it feels like a blur. Like everything, like you literally, I mean, you just feel like you're in a tornado. And then they finally let you sleep for a few hours, you know, you fall asleep forgetting where you're at, and you wake up like, oh fuck, what I got myself into. It's a scary fucking time, I'll tell you that. Some of the commanders I've spoken to says some of that stuff is not allowed in the last, like, I think like 5 or 8 years or so. You know, the military said like you can't do these kinds of things, but there's been a lot of debate back and forth that those are the things that toughen up some of the soldiers. So it's fascinating.
Yeah, the Marine Corps is the only service that refuses to train men and women together, and to this day they fight it. They have to fight it constantly, but they've been able to hold it, and it's a huge deal in the Marine Corps because women and men are not fully physically capable of the same things, and they need the strength of both in different ways. The Corps would not be the Marine Corps if they had to train side by side. I mean, I can tell you I've never been on a 20-mile hike with an 80-pound pack where any single female Marine made it to the end. But I didn't expect them to, because there's other stuff that they could do, like bent arm hangs and stuff that we couldn't do. So, like, it just doesn't make any sense training together. You're never going to get the most out of the guys. And the Marine Corps needs, they're the extreme end of it. They need people who are very, very, very physically capable, as opposed to the other services that you get by not necessarily pressing people to their ultimate limits, you know?
So Mike, I was at Buford. You probably know it. Buford Marine Corps base. So I was over there, and I remember I walked in. You'll probably take a kick out of this. I was at the administrative building, and I was looking at the wall, and I was talking to a couple of people, and I was like, "Hey, this wall is wrong." I said, "What do you mean?" It says president. It says vice president, right? Then it talks about Secretary of Defense, and then it mentions like the Secretary of the Navy. I said, it says the Secretary of the Marine Corps. I said, where's the Secretary of the Navy? Like, and then they all look at me, shake their head, and then walk away. And I said, you guys are under the Navy, aren't you? They're like, dude, you want to keep your contract here? I'm like, why? Like, don't say that. But it is not the Navy. I'm like, the contracts are written through the Navy. He goes, that may be so, but don't talk about it here. Treat us like we're a separate branch. I said, but you're not. They go, dude, you want to keep your contract? I'm like, okay, you got a separate branch. They're like, we got all three in ours. We got an Air Force, we got our own ships, and we got our own, troops. So we are a separate branch. And I said, okay, yep, you're a separate branch. So every time I go to that bay, I look at the wall, I never say a word. I just go, okay, it's missing Secretary of the Navy, but that's all right. And I think that's by design. They hate the Navy. I mean, not that they hate the Navy, they just don't want to be under the Navy.
No, they don't want to be under the Navy, but they actually have a very good relationship with the Navy because when we go to war, we do ride on ships, you know. Remember that in Grenada or whatever it was in the 90s, we had a thing that Clinton did where he had the U.S. Army handle it, but he took them in on ships. And I heard horrible stories about the relationship between soldiers and sailors. Sailors hated soldiers on their ships. They didn't even want them on there, because that was really the role of the Marine Corps. So when it comes to actually serving together, you know, the Navy provides the corpsmen for the Marine Corps, the Navy provides the Seabees for the Marine Corps, who do all the construction and building of, bridges and structures and things like that. So they actually work very nicely side by side, but Marines don't want to be identified as a Department of the Navy, mainly because the Navy's just kind of cheesy. Even their white hats are embarrassing sometimes.
I don't get why they made Space Force a separate command. Because Space Force was technically under the Air Force. They broke it out. Why can't they break out the Marine Corps and say it's got to be politics?
I don't know. The Marine Corps existed before the Navy. The Marine Corps was the first service ever in 1775. So, the Navy actually came from the Marines. So, if anything, it should be the other way around, maybe. I think it's probably the sizes of the services. The Marine Corps is very small. The Marine Corps is insanely efficient with their budget. We get all the hand-me-down bullshit, leftover stuff from the other services. The Air Force is by far the least bang for your buck. They're the most expensive to operate on a case-by-case basis, on the individuals, the airmen. The Marine Corps is the opposite. You get a shit ton of value out of the Marine Corps. So it's in the Navy.
Do you think you could kick a Navy SEAL's ass, Mike?
No. So I was a combat photojournalist in the Marine Corps, which meant I was Joker and Full Metal Jacket basically, but outside of combat, I was a news reporter. And I could do my own stories, subject matter, so I could just choose to go align with a unit, do what I wanted to do. I was very I didn't have much direction in my role. And I did a story one time in San Diego about the Navy SEAL training. I went over to Coronado and I didn't train with them. I trained with them after Hell Week. I trained with the actual, real SEALs after they graduated, but I saw the Hell Week people doing what they were doing. And no, I think Navy SEALs are harder than the Marines, but they're also a special force. And if you take the Marine Corps and you look at what they are 2/3 of special forces, but you got a whole group, you got hundreds of thousands of people doing that. So they're not quite as elite as the Navy SEALs. But share a lot of the same things. Like, you can't be in the Marine Corps if you can't swim really well. Most of the people that got kicked out of boot camp were because they couldn't swim hard enough. In some cases, I was water survival qualified in the Marine Corps by choice because I wanted to be a lifeguard as a part-time job on base, and I had to get water survival qualified, which means that I had to swim for 24 hours in my camis with the backpack and a rifle and my boots. Without, in the deep end of the pool for 24 hours. And at that point, you're doing what's about the same as what the Navy SEALs go through. But they do two things that scare me a lot. One of them is they have one of those deep dive tanks where they have to hold their breath and go super fucking deep. And that scares the shit out of me because I saw guys passing out, being brought up by divers and resuscitated. And that scared the shit out of me. I wouldn't want to do that. And then the other thing they do is they do dolphin swimming, where they tie their feet and arms behind their back, and then they have to sink to the bottom of the pool and make their way to top for a breath, and sink down again, make their way to top for a breath again, and sit there, do that for like an hour straight, and that looked really.
God bless you, Mike. While doing that kind of stuff.
Well, the Marine Corps didn't put me to that extreme, right? So for that kind of stuff. I mean, they did put me straight for water survival qualified training. But even then, I didn't have to do necessarily what SEALs do. I mean, SEALs go out in the ocean and freeze their asses off on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, part of the team, I have a couple of divers.
You were in the Matrix a little bit, unless it was just me.
Can you hear me now?
Barely.
During this interruption, can I just make a reminder to the room that house rules are English only. So those who are typing in another language, if you don't mind, please refer to English.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I have a contract with Naval Construction Group, and they have these UCT, which is the underwater construction team, and man, these guys are like divers. They go all the way under. They actually build and repair fixtures and structures under. And I was watching them go because they let me watch it, and they put on this Darth Vader hat so they can breathe, and then they go under, and they have this special machine that brings the tools down. So I was like, oh my God. I was like, this is incredible. I would never do it, but this is incredible.
Yeah, there's a movie out that just came out. I watched it recently. It's a true story about an underwater welder who goes down 300 feet and welds bottom oil wells and stuff. And it's a true story about a guy that he died down there and was brought back to life, and nobody knows how he lived, basically. But I can't remember who was in that.
Is it a documentary or a movie?
Oh, I know Woody. No, it's a movie, but I know Woody Harrelson was in it because he was the lead.
Oh.
He was like the boss of the diver. No,
Not the Matrix.
Yeah, Mike, you were going in and out of the Matrix. I was trying to hear the name of the star so I could look up them.
It's not called The Abyss, but Woody Harrelson's in it, and it's in the last three.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Okay. It came out this year. It says follows a group of deep sea divers racing against time to rescue a stranded teammate after a catastrophic accident. All right. Well, anyway, guys, welcome to In the Muff. If you just joined the room, sometimes we have these moments where everybody goes silent because folks are working in the background. But I'm sorry. No, it's all good. Hey, we're only human, right? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Sorry, yeah, I was working. And then I was just like, oh wait, got quiet. And then I jumped off.
Yeah, I was looking at the stage. I was reading about working on this piece about this pastor who was being critical of BET and the BET Awards and how harmful to the black community. And then I looked on the stage and I'm like, oh wait, no one's talking. Well, welcome Princess to the stage. I don't know if you've had a chance to speak, but the mic is yours. I think we're just going popcorn style, huh?
Yeah, hey girl, how are you?
I'm good. I'm trying to figure out how to make it so that I'm also working in the background. To make it so when I am clicking on my emails and it shows the preview to the right and Outlook, I don't want it to consider that a red email, and I don't know how to change it back. Currently trying to do that.
Gotcha.
Just right click it and view on.
I know you can right click it and like make it back to Marcus unread.
Yeah, my previews don't make them look red.
I know I have a loaner computer because I had to wipe my old computer because
Put it down.
fun.
Thank you, babe. Keep it there. I'm just straightening this curly mess. Oh.
I have to say that the iPhone, the newest iPhone that has built-in AI, there's a lot of talk about how it's kind of dumb and it's not a big deal. But the one thing I like about it is it gives you email summaries without having to click on it. And the summaries just say like, so-and-so is asking for this to be done by Wednesday. It just takes the whole email and just briefs it, sticks it up front. I really like that, actually.
I do too. I don't like it so much with my text messages. Because I feel like
it's funny, it's cheesy sometimes. Sometimes it'll summarize the text or something in a really funny way.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't even think of a good example, but every now and then I'll have a laugh out loud moment because of how it describes what's being said in the email.
Same. I'm just like, okay, that's not really what's going there. But good try. A for effort. But I do like the email recaps. I find it to be a lot more concise there. Probably because it has more information to go on. Okay, I think the curly hair is gone again, y'all.
I hate no curly hair.
Oh, girl. My hair is a fucking atrocity. It's so freaking cool. You always want what you don't have. I spend a lot of time making it look straight.
Oh my god, my daughter's half Asian and it's always straight and she dies for curly hair.
Oh yeah,
you always... Opposite. She's constantly trying to curl it.
You always want what you have. Yeah, it was born straight up until I was like 13 or so. And then, I don't know what happened. Like, it just went crazy. And mine's really, really thick, so it's very unruly when it's curly. It's just gonna stick out everywhere.
I swear mine has changed postpartum.
A lot of people say that. Mine never did. I wish the curl would have
But I
gone away.
think so I have like one full sibling, and he has like super curly hair, and it's interesting because like I've seen all these TikToks and stuff. They're like, if your hair like air dries like this, you probably have curls. You're just not styling it right. So I think that like I have like one of the like entry level like wavy curly hairs types, but I've just been styling it straight forever.
That's my daughter. Hers isn't super curly like mine, but it's definitely got some natural wave.
I just want to address Joel in the comments, and he said, Princess, yes, freedom to leave, because I asked, because he was making a comment and reverting the percentages from the poll, and I said, we have freedom, or is it just a facade? Because he was saying that 22% of people are idiots. I'm assuming the people that voted blue in our poll. I view it as a freedom of speech, and my husband and my family members have all served to protect that freedom of speech. So I definitely that's where my my poll vote came from.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that Protect the Stars and Stripes is leading. I feel like most veterans would not choose that. They would choose the blue. But I don't know.
I mean, I agree. I chose the Protect the Stars and Stripes simply because, to John's point earlier, if people can be fined and or jailed for burning the LGBT flag, why aren't we protecting the American flag too? I think that's my whole position with that.
Is that on a federal level? I don't know. I don't know about the like burning of the LGBT flag, which I would consider myself an ally.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I mean, if it is, you're agreed. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
It doesn't make me still think that you can't burn the American flag, but it makes me definitely think that the gay flag should not be protected more than the American flag.
You should be able to burn anything that you want. If it's on your property, you're doing it safely. I don't care what it is.
I agree.
If it's somebody else's flag, then you gotta put the problem.
Right, because you're destroying someone's property. Right, like if it's your property. I think too, like I get really amused by this conversation about burning the flag, because in our U.S. flag code, it doesn't technically allow for the flag to be on like used as like clothing items. So like all of these people, which I have a ton of patriotic clothing, and so does my husband, and so does my baby, which technically per U.S. flag code is not technically allowed.
Correct.
So if we want to get like in the nitty gritty of protecting our flag, people that are being very patriotic are technically not falling within the U.S. flag code. Correct.
It really kind of freaks me out. It always has to watch them manhandle a flag like at the Olympics or after like the track meet with the American. They hand them a full flag, and they wrap themselves in it. It's always given me the heebie-jeebies because it's not just clothing with like stars and stripes on it. It's the real flag, and they wrap it around their body. And I know it's not supposed to touch the ground. And it's like, I mean, I used to be part of details in the Marine Corps where I had to deploy the flag up a pole in the morning and bring it down at sunset. And the way we handled it was so incredibly respectful to just see some guy grab it and wrap it around his body and walk down the track with it just kind of really freaks me out. It's just a little thing.
That's really interesting. I've never like thought about it from that perspective, but I think that is
Nothing.
good point to make. I've never, because I never thought twice about it. I just thought they were being patriotic.
That's a huge debate with the Puerto Rican community too. The wrapping the flag around.
Oh yeah.
I mean, when it's a real flag, you know what I mean? Like if you had it on their clothing or something, it doesn't bother me, but just the real flag. flag doing that to it makes I like it.
Yeah, I want to wait to purchase flights. I know these men have left.
Well,
Signatures. I may fly down to flag.
they're not here anymore, Matt. Dang it.
Your birds always sound so lovely in the background, Serendipity. Like, it just sounds like wherever you live just sounds so peaceful. I don't know if it is. Could be chaos. But the birds definitely make it sound peaceful.
It is peaceful.
We have a lot of trees in Georgia. Like known
Yes.
as the city in the forest, right? We have more trees per square mile than any other city in the United States, major city. And people don't know that, but like my backyard has a green space behind it, and I have one of those birdhouses with a camera on it, so you can like watch what the birds do on your phone. And dude, they chirp loud all day long. You see me during COVID. During COVID, I would sit on my porch pretty much all day on Clubhouse, and the background would be chirping all the time, and I'd have multiple people ask me to like remain unmiked just so they could listen to it. We have really loud birds in Georgia.
We really do. I have my voice isolation on so that she could even hear, because when it's not on, people comment endlessly about, oh my gosh, the birds in the background, and sometimes like it's a bit too much. And where I used to live, we had chickens, and the first year or so, there were chicken roosts, and a couple roosts that crowed all freaking day long. And one of them, I swear, he was like sick or something. He was one of those that right in the middle of his cock-a-doodle-doo, he'd like choke himself. And he'd start moving. Just like, oh God, the rooster just died. Awful. I'm just like, listen, it's the sacred room right now. And get up like it's like, this is terrible.
Hey, the love of God has got me deep.
I watched this, I can see it really close. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Don't mess up.
I told him to go ahead while he was talking.
Serendipity, have you downloaded Merlin Bird ID for your iPhone?
I haven't.
It's from a university that it's a university project, so it's free download for public. It's called Merlin Bird ID. And you just hit record and you hold your phone in the air and while the birds are talking, and it shows you which bird is which, and it even like highlights them when they make a noise. So you can see it like bouncing between the different types of birds, and then it collects birds.
Oh, I love that.
It's really cool. Like while you're sitting there, you should download it and just play it, and it saves them. So I have like I have an owl in my yard. The ones that go. Those guys. I can't remember what they're called, but they. And they do he does it constantly, but he does it. So I did it, and I can't remember what kind of owl he is, but it caught it on there, and then it records it, so you can listen to it later.
I'm downloading it right now. We have tons of cardinals. Like I see all of ours. We've got oodles and caboodles of cardinals, and they're so aggressive.
So when I used to watch River Castle, I started noticing birds remind me of jets, different kinds of jets. So like and woodpeckers are the most aggressive, right? They're the biggest assholes. They'll kick anybody out. I think I'm breaking up. I don't know.
No, you're not. You're not.
Okay. So I watch birds and like I'm comparing the jets. So like F-35 is definitely like the woodpeckers because they can take anything out. And then like cardinals remind me of the EA-6B Valleys, which are those radar jamming airplanes that used to have like fuel things sticking out the front.
aggressive as well. But
Yes, they are.
a Blue Jay can keep a cardinal out, but a woodpecker will kick everybody out.
I did not know that the woodpeckers were aggressive to other birds.
The big ones, yeah, the big ones.
Yeah.
The tiny woodpeckers, no, but the big woodpeckers are brutal. If you want to know, do you have like a bird feeder?
No, not right now.
Okay, so if you had a bird feeder, if you put mullet, the stuff that's like it's square and it's like got fat, it's a bunch of seeds and fat. If you hang that next to a bird feeder, the woodpeckers love that shit because they'll stand on it and peck their beaks right through it. And every time they arrive there, everybody splits and they're super aggressive. They start pounding through that stuff. Like there's a big woodpecker in Georgia that. It's red and it has black and white stripes on it. I can't remember the name of it, but that thing is fucking he's an asshole.
And we have whippoorwills too. We have quite a few whippoorwills.
I don't know what those are.
Yeah, you always know when you start hearing the whippoorwills that summer's right around the corner. They're like one of the first birds that you start hearing. And their call is, I mean, that's where they get their name from. It sounds like they're saying whippoorwill.
I wonder what they are. I wonder if is that the actual bird name though? Because I've never captured one on my Merlin.
You haven't?
That's why I'm wondering if it has a different technical name. They're just
Let me look. Hold on. Whippoorwill. Let me see if they. Oh wait, that's the App Store. Let me go back to Safari.
Well, while she's getting in, I just want to say I have a fabulous bird feeder, but listening to this conversation, I think I might upgrade. I've been thinking about for the past year getting one with the camera built in. And that mullet stuff you were talking about, I get that a lot for the birds. I just put it on the ground, but only in the winter. I only give it to them in the winter. I don't give it to them in the summer. But I just put it on the ground and they come and swoop it right up. It's gone within a matter of minutes.
If you hang it though, you'll get woodpeckers because it's vertical. Like they won't eat it off the ground, but they'll hang on it if it's vertical.
Okay, right on. I will keep that in mind. Very good.
Yeah.
It's not saying, okay, Antrostomus vociferus, I guess is the whippoorwill. But whippoorwill comes up pretty regularly on Safari.
Find it on that Merlin app.
All right.
Because you can look through the bird list for your region. You download a region pack from there for wherever you live. And it has a list of everything that exists.
Continue.
My favorite birds in Georgia, my favorite ones on my feeder are Carolina wrens. They're super cute. The way that they move is so cute. They're little fat brown like footballs. I guess they're feather balls.
I have an affinity to them.
But they hop.
Just because my granddaughter's name is Renly. And we call her Red. Okay, whippoorwill. Let's see.
Mike, I was just creeping on your photography. I really like your style. It feels like, okay, as a, typical military spouse, I did photography as a hobby for a little bit, but I like your editing style. It feels to me like a very crisp, moody. Like it's very moody, but your images are so crisp.
Yeah.
It better be. He's a
The
photographer,
reason
damn it.
the reason they are is because my specialty is lighting, so I know a shit ton about lighting. I've been doing it for like 30 years.
Yeah.
And most everything that I do is overridden ambient, which means I'm actually working with at least one big flash to replace my key light. So that what people don't understand is if you override ambient, meaning that you take the natural light in the world and you set your camera on settings that make the natural light like not enough for the camera, when you then interject something like a flash, which is insanely bright compared to like any kind of steady panel light or something, that increase in contrast ends up putting the picture in a situation without editing, because most of what I do requires almost no editing. It ends up putting it into a situation where your eyeballs see a maximum amount of contrast at any given moment because the light is coming from all directions. But when you override natural light and you reintroduce your own light that's brighter than natural light, you're limiting the amount of directions that the light is coming from. And what that does is it by default increases contrast and sharpness. So I always say you can have a completely shitty camera and a shitty lens, and you can have a insanely sharp tack focus image by having powerful lights rather than your camera and your lenses.
Interesting. So that would explain why I could never achieve that look, because I have like an extra flash that I got, but yeah, because I would mostly just play around with like a natural lighting.
Right.
But yeah, that would explain why my pictures never looked like crisp like that. I'm like looking at your pictures and I'm like, dang, these are so.
Well, and if you go down to the product photography, down at the bottom of that Instagram, any kind of products that's there, those things are insanely sharp, and that is because I'm using an incredible amount of light. I'm using 35,000 watt seconds, which is, it's like the sun almost. Like if you don't blink every time you fire your flash, your eyeballs will get burnt like you're at the beach all day. And I'm using f/22 ISO 100, which means the camera is seeing absolutely nothing without the light itself.
Yeah.
And now when you do that with product because you want to get depth of field. You want to make sure that it's in focus from the front to the back. But when your lights are very powerful, like 640 watt seconds, which are like Einstein's, really bright lights, when you have multiples of those and you get up to into the 30,000 watt second range, you're creating an environment for that picture that doesn't exist in the real world, and then it looks really premium, which is why I do stuff for Home Depot and major retailers, because they require that. Not like online retailers don't give a shit, they don't know the difference, but major retailers, that's why they go to big studios for that stuff, because the studios are using powerful lights.
And glass helps with the sharpness and natural light settings, and you can also use a speed light in conjunction with natural light as well.
Right, but if you use a speed light to augment natural light, you're not going to pull off what I'm doing in those pictures.
No, yeah.
It's a very, it's more, that's more like a fill scenario, like using light to augment natural light.
Right.
This is using light to replace natural light, which is a whole nother level.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, professional photographers 20 years ago, everybody knew how to do it, or you weren't even in the industry. But it got watered down, the lackluster talent. I called it democratization of mediocrity. Basically, the expectations were lowered because it was oversaturated with average talent, and clients lost track of like what to expect. And then prices went down and overall value decreased, which is why I'm an electrician during the week now instead of a full-time photographer like I was for 30 years.
Hello and welcome. Our topic today is understanding mythology, and my guest is perhaps the world's foremost mythologist, Joseph Campbell, the author of The Hero with 1,000 Faces,
Mediocre talent in a lot of them went the way of teaching more mediocre talent to make their money in photography.
Oh, they learned the basics and now they're a teacher.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, like here, down, pay, whatever, $19.99 to get my pro tip manual.
From our own experiences, that
Right, exactly.
story or experience comes from our experiences as human beings in a physical body.
Yes,
I think
happy
that would
Tuesday.
be quite contrary to the earlier idea that
I had fun with
mythology
it.
is
I only did
pretty
it
much
for
a product
like
of
a couple
fantasy
years.
or imagination.
I did it for like a hobby 1 year, and then
Fantasy and
the second
imagination
year I was like,
is
okay,
the
I'll try to
product of
like
the
do
body.
this like as like a
The,
business, and
the
then I was like,
entities
no, I don't have time for this shit. I work full time. Like
inform the fantasies.
this is a lot.
I still do television movies occasionally, but I only do them for a day or two at a pop. I don't do like long stints anymore. And I just take off work, like I'll just take vacation off work and go do that if I have a day or whatever. But I do weddings. I do like 25 a year. I charge $3,500 a wedding, so
And I feel
for
like
25.
I feel like that's pretty industry standard at this point.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's harder than ever though.
Yeah, and because there's like a couple here that does photography that I used to go to church with them, and they like are like $5,000 for like their lowest package, and you have to have a full-time wedding planner to even work with them. Like they won't work with you unless you have a planner. Like
Yeah, so
some of these like crazy.
what's interesting about that is if you look at my raw files, they look almost identical to the finished work because I shoot everything in real time and like the way it is. So I have very little post-production. So what people don't realize is I charge $3,500 for a wedding, but I only have 10 hours total in it. So I'm making $350 a month.
Okay, yeah, because I always like get so in the weeds like after. I was like, this is
Right.
so much time.
Right, so remember that post-production for a photographer is losing money because you're not a digital artist, you're a photographer. And digital artists are worth $60 to $80 an hour. Photographers are worth $300 an hour all day long. But that's photographers who know what they're doing and they do it in camera. In some cases, commercial-wise, they tether it to capture one so they get it on the fly so that they don't have after post-production work after the fact. In the case of weddings, you have to use a flash full time to do that with writing ambient most of the time, which is what I do. But either way, if you earn $3,000 for a wedding and then you go home and you work on it and it's 10 hours long, that's $300 an hour. You go home and you have 20 hours of post-production, you just lost money the entire time you were doing it. And you lost the available time that you would have, the 20 hours of free time. So you're wasting your free time, you're losing money the entire time. And so the goal is I can charge $3,500, which is more than enough for me because I have very limited amounts of post required. So it's a $60,000, $70,000 part-time job for 25 days of work, essentially. Which is, sometimes I edit my wedding when I get home from the wedding. I literally edit it. So if you can imagine if you were doing that, you don't need to charge $6,000 a wedding, which means that it's almost easier to find, middle income average people. There's a lot more people that can afford $3,500 than $6,000.
I think some of them they price themselves out because they want to shoot a certain type of wedding, which is fine. Like you can pick whatever clientele you want.
Right, but what's kept me from doing that is my inability to maintain long-term relationships with planners and people like that. I just don't play the social game well enough to constantly be schmoozing, going to conferences with people and showing up and saying hi to them and sending out emails all the time to remind them that I exist. I don't do that because I don't follow up all the time and build actual personal relationships with these planners. Over a year, of course, a year or two or three, even if they love my work and they recommend me, over time you start losing, those recommendations because they just kind of forget about it. Everybody has short-term memory. So the only way you can charge $10,000 a wedding, it's not that their work is any more premium to my work. It's that their promotional workflow requires them to build and maintain steady relationships with high-end planners who have high-end clients. And that is just something I've never enjoyed doing. So I've never reached outside of that price point. I've done quantity over quality, quality and quantity. Like they say, good, fast, cheap, pick two. No, I'm all three. I mean, I literally am, and that's what people don't understand. But that's just because I have 50,000 hours into it. I mean, I was a combat photojournalist in the Marine Corps, and and then I worked as a news photojournalist, and then I owned a photo studio that did work for Home Depot and Lowe's and Walmart and all those people, and then I got television movies. So I've just always prioritized light and I'm a technical shooter. I didn't do it for the art. I've never ever. I think that's the difference between me and 99% of photographers. I didn't start doing it because I
Right,
wanted
because
to.
I did it, I started it because of the art, like I
Exactly.
the art of taking photos and
Exactly.
and having the eye for different shots.
Exactly.
For me, I struggled on the technical side of figuring out camera settings, figuring out lighting, figuring out post-production, all of that, like that was
Right.
just like, ugh. I was like, no, I'm the artist, not.
Right. And that's a weak, and believe it or not, that's a weakness, because the reality is you're producing a product that needs to remain highly consistent, that needs to be, represented on your website with to get when they pay the money. When I go to a wedding, for instance, I'm ADHD, so it helps a lot because in my brain I can stand in a room and I got like 50 things I can do, and I call them widgets. So like I know that if I move a chair under a window and I put black shoes on there, I'm gonna get the window, the toe of the shoe is gonna get a cap light from the window above. If I frame it a certain way with my 50 millimeter, I call it like the shoe under the window shot that's almost out of the 50. And so I have thousands of them now. So I walk in a room and it's almost like I have like an overlay on my eyes where everything jumps out at me for opportunities, and I go, okay, I'm gonna do these 3 today or these 4 today, and it's all repeating what I've done. I mean, every time I shoot a wedding, I try to do one thing I've never done before. If I've been to the venue 100 times, I'll find a new shot at that venue that I've never done before each time. But that's more for the venue because, I'll always do the key shot. So imagine you're at a wedding venue and there's like a barn there, and everybody's gonna do the bride and groom in front of the barn. Great, I'll do that because that's the one that everybody does. But I'll go do one from a completely different angle, maybe go to the woods behind it, shoot with the trees, framing it a certain way that nobody's ever done. That one's for the venue. And I always do that. I always do the basic one that's a no-brainer that everybody does, and then I do one that nobody's ever done before. In a place like K House, I'm going on Saturday, I shot that venue like 60 times. And every time I deliver a wedding from there, there's something brand new they've never seen before. So it's like that's what I do. So I maintain good relationships with venues. That's where I get most of my work. I just don't chase planners. And planners are what you need for
And
hiring.
I just want to say one. Yeah, for sure. And see, I got into it for a completely different reason. I mean, I always liked photography anyway, just growing up and as a young mom, but for me, like journaling, one of my fondest memories was going to my grandma's house and pulling out old photo albums and looking at all the ridiculous photos. And I wanted to journal different perspectives of my kids and their life, as they grew and do things. Like it wasn't so much about here, smile and say cheese. It was, I want to remember them doing this right here, like in their natural element, That's why I got into it.
Yeah, there's production artists and there's creative artists, and they're not the same. So even when I was like in Home Depot headquarters, I was an executive for them for 18 years of my life, and I was a creative manager in their advertising department. And I was always better at like building the templates that were used for the ads. I would build out templates. I would take an idea that somebody had, or maybe I came up with originally, and I would build it 20 different ways and repeat elements over and over again, just fine-tuning them for more and more efficiency to make it more effective but easier to build in the long run. Like that was my strength. It's never to start with a blank piece of paper. I was an incredible editor of other people's work, more so than a creator from scratch of my own work. Whereas that's where weddings, with all my experience, that's where like the monotony becomes a strength for me. Whereas the monotony for other people becomes, they start second guessing their creativity because they start doing the same things over and over
And
again.
that's like how I started to get that way when I had like my year of like, okay, I'm gonna try to see if like, okay, let me go through the the process of being it in like a business and getting the clients and then shooting the same things over and over. I was like, oh my god, I don't want to do this.
Right, but but once you start repeating successes, things that have been successful for clients in the past are going to be successful for clients in the future. So once you start finding yourself repeating things, as long as you're sifting through and maintaining your efficiency by weeding out the things that are less successful versus the things that are more successful, they become routine. And so I knew that like every time I was doing a portrait outside, I was going to use a 70 millimeter or above for a full-length portrait because I wanted to decrease my depth of field, but I would use a 50 millimeter below for a half-length portrait because I wanted depth of field. and I made it a rule that I never broke from. So and then I started memorizing settings, so I could shoot a whole wedding in 3 settings. Like if it was outdoors, I would do aperture priority 2.8 off camera flash 8 feet back, 8 feet to the right on half power for a cloudy day, full power for a sunny day. And then when I go inside, I need to be more conservative on my shutter speed because I might have reduced shutter speeds and I'll get blur. So then I would do shutter priority 1/125th of a second, 1600 ISO, and my cameras would be on quarter power, my flashes. So I had like 3 settings, and I shot for like 10 years. I shot weddings on 3 settings the entire time. And then I started getting more creative, and my work back then looked less dramatic because I was basically averaging out light on a regular basis by using shutter and aperture priority. But as I got more advanced, I started shooting manual full time and then really controlling it. But I just built habits and memorized settings for 10 years that are defaults, they're fallbacks. So like if you don't know that aperture priority 2.8 at 400 ISO for a cloudy day is a default setting, then a wedding's scary because sometimes you're in a pinch and you're in a hurry and you're moving from one position to another and the light drastically changes. You should be able to drop it in without thinking about it. Like you need to convert your understanding to muscle memory so your hand does the setting without your brain thinking about it. Then after you have some time, once you've like gotten what you need in that split second, you can then take the time to pause and start thinking about where you're at and start readjusting. But you have to have fallback settings that your hands can do without your brain being involved, or the job will never get easy. And once you get to the point where I am, where it's almost second nature, I don't think about a fucking thing. I'm thinking about the next project I'm gonna do at home, building something the entire time shooting a wedding. And that's where I'm at now after all these years. I've done over 1,000 weddings. So at this point, it's autopilot. So if you look at like I'm charging $3,500 a wedding, I'm putting 10 hours into it, and it's not much work anymore. Like what kind of fucking part-time job can give you that, you know?
For sure. Yeah, and it's funny because like I think about there was this venue that I was able to book for 2 different boudoir clients, and I loved my first one so much, and I booked a second one, and I didn't like it as much. And it like to me it was like, oh no, I got to go into this venue for the first time and be creative, and then the second time it just felt like, ugh, I'm trying to like recreate all of this and like do all the same things, and I absolutely hated that.
Oh, we're such different people.
You're like, oh yeah, I know exactly what to do, and now I'm like, well, this is boring already on the second try.
Exactly. Like I know my first 3 or 4 times at a venue, I'm never gonna be happy with the work. I'm only gonna happy 5. I start getting happy after 3 or 4 or 5 visits. That's when I really figure out what I haven't thought about before. Like that's when I really have the time to really deep dive into being creative. I can't be creative the first time. There's too many options. There's too many things to look at when you're first there. But after you've been there 3 times, you can eliminate, basically your efficiency increases. I'm obsessed with efficiency. That's why ADHD people usually are obsessed with efficiency, because basically what ADHD mind does is it pays attention to a tremendous amount of details, and it compares and contrasts details in order to weed out things that are typically going to be repeated. So you start identifying opportunities for efficiency where 1 + 1 = 3 instead of 2 in a lot of options, metaphorically. That's what the ADHD mind does. It basically, it's a higher it's like a computer running at a higher megahertz. So it's analyzing and calculating much more data than a typical mind does. It's paying overly too much attention to everything at once. But that's a strength, because as long as you can tame it, you're basically running at a higher operating speed. You can run circles around most regular people. Albeit regular people don't want to be trying to do it. That's why photography, weddings are so good for ADHD minds, right? Like there's so much going on. Like you're DPing like a movie. You're controlling lighting, but you're also managing a crowd. You're also creating a product that needs a consistent workflow of predetermined things, right? I need a full-length and half-length portrait, vertical and horizontal of the bride. I need the same for the groom. I need a table setting shot and a table wide shot and a room shot. So there's a list of things I need to get. But I'm also managing the crowd and the people, and I'm trying to build this artificial friendship with the family and the bride herself, and
so the calls.
It's just a lot of things going on, and that's where like I thrive. One time I took Adderall before I went, thinking that it would help me somehow. I don't know why, and it was the fucking worst decision I ever made. It's like my brain like slowed down, and I could only think of one thing at a time, and the wedding was excruciating. So like I realized that I have to push something. I have to harness the ADHD when it suits me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's funny.
How
You
much
said
further?
you're in the Marine Corps?
Credit markets, the remaining.
Yeah, I was, yeah.
How long did you serve and where did you go?
I served 8 years.
Stay at home.
I was from Seattle, so I went to San Diego for boot camp.
Okay.
Okay,
And
that's
millions that
Miramar.
don't even have a home.
Is it
Stay in the
Miramar
street.
or is it Camp?
Miramar is what's there now. I was stationed at El Toro. I was part of the base realignment closure group that shut down El Toro in Santa Ana and moved to Miramar. Yeah, so I was part of BRAC for El Toro. Yeah. I was in El Toro. I was in Darwin, Australia. I was in Iwakuni, Japan. I was in Indianapolis, Indiana, and Southern California.
And you did
The good work, don't back down. There are people who support you and appreciate
photography in the
you.
Marines?
Stay salty, brother.
Yeah, I was a combat photojournalist, so my job was actually Jokers from Full Metal Jacket. But I served the same job. But I served in 92 to 2000, which was I came in 12 months after the Gulf War, and I got out 12 months before 9/11. So I basically was trained in print journalism, public relations, broadcast journalism, radio and television for overseas. And then I ended up being a journalist for the base newspapers and magazines and stuff for 4 years. In the second 4 years, I was a public relations specialist for the headquarters and headquarters squadron, where I did basically a media liaison. I was at El Toro. I actually worked with Hollywood a lot, and I was a liaison for Tuscan and El Toro. They would coordinate whenever Hollywood was filming movies and stuff. I would kind of like be the person to coordinate the Marine Corps' interaction with the movie itself.
Very cool.
Which is kind of how I got into movie and television film later, and then I started shooting for that kind of stuff later in my career, because I had a pretty good understanding of the industry, and I just kind of like stepped into it and got a job right away on a TV show. And so that kind of moved me that direction after a while. But in between that, I worked for Home Depot corporate, and I was visual merchant design interiors of the stores, and I was art directing things. So I got like the client end of it experience, and then I went back and got laid off from Home Depot ultimately after 18 years, and I started serving the photographers. So I opened a studio and did their photography for them instead of like the agencies were using before. And then I did weddings all the time. Even when I was an executive at Home Depot, I was shooting weddings on weekends. So I have like 3 lives. I have like this whole military career. I have a whole Home Depot executive like business career at their headquarters. And then I have a whole photography career, and now I'm an electrician because I went to job school 2 years ago to learn how to be a low voltage electrician because I needed something Monday through Friday. So I've had like 4 careers in 50 years basically.
Cool.
All the way to Turkey.
Yeah, you're kind of cool, Mike, but
So I work for the Navy, but because of the way that it's set up, the Marines are under the Navy. So I support
We're above the Navy. We're above the Navy. They just use us for things.
They're just their taxi, that's all. My husband's in the Navy. My dad was in the Navy. I work for the Navy. My mom works for the Navy. Yeah, but I support marine projects currently.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Do you work in Miramar?
No, so we used to live in San Diego. I worked out on Point Loma. And then my husband was stationed in Coronado on one of the carriers when we lived out there, but we live on the East Coast now.
Okay. I was just talking earlier about how, as a journalist at El Toro, I did a story one time on the SEAL training.
Yeah.
And I went down to Coronado and spent a week with them, like documenting what they were doing. And that was pretty fun.
Yeah, I liked living in San Diego, like being very like fleet facing. Like where I am now, we don't have a lot of. We have like obviously like military bases here, but it's not very like fleet facing. But we are planning to move to Norfolk, so we'll be getting a lot of that.
San Diego is amazing, isn't it?
Oh God, I miss it so much. Like so much. I was just like I know what it was. It was a damn car commercial yesterday, and they're all like on those like highways right along the beach. Like,
Yeah, Laguna
oh
Beach.
man, I'm just like, damn, I miss living out there. It's just, I don't know, it's just so different. It's wonderful.
Did you spend any time in Orange County when you were there, or just San Diego? Did you go
A little bit.
like Laguna Beach and Newport Beach? And
Yep.
yeah, I miss those are the places I have in my head.
Yeah, like San Clemente, like all, yeah. I really liked the beach towns and stuff. Like even like Encinitas and Carlsbad and that area was really nice. Yeah. What a time. I'm so glad that I got to live there because my dad grew up in the Hollywood area, and my grandpa is actually buried out at the I forget what the
cemetery where all the stars go, whatever that
yeah,
was.
Rosecrans Cemetery. Yeah, so my grandpa is buried out there in San Diego. So it was really cool to like go and live in Southern California because it felt like my dad just has like really deep roots in that area. So it was really, because my mom is from where we live now. So like her family has really deep roots here, and then my dad has really deep roots in Southern California. So it was really cool to go and live there for a few years.
One of my vivid memories, the first experience with the Navy and the Marine Corps was in boot camp. They sent me to Balboa, which is a hospital I think in San Diego. And for my wisdom teeth to be pulled off, excuse me, got boot camp, they got from me. And they sent me down to Balboa, and a Navy corpsman come in and do the job. And
I'm so sorry for the interruption. Did you say you were to get your wisdom teeth taken out?
Yeah, all 4 of them in boot camp.
That's so super cool that they identified it. We're like, nope.
Oh, that happened to my husband too. He had his taken out.
Really?
They do that. If you don't have it done when you go to boot camp and when you need it, they'll do it. And because they don't want you out in the field to have obstructions and stuff.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
But when they do it, they have no fucking sympathy for you because it's a Navy guy and you're in boot camp, Marine Corps boot camp, so he thinks you're like a piece of shit kind of. Well, he treats you like a piece of shit like the drill inspectors do because he doesn't really he just wants to make an experience for you as well. So they did local anesthesia with my general, and he's I'm like bitching, I'm like, he ejected that guy, I'm like, oh, that hurts, and he's like, so good, and he's cracking my teeth out of my skull, like, I
Well, if it makes sense, my husband went to boot camp in like 12 years ago, and when they were pulling his teeth, it was kind of a similar situation, and apparently one of the teeth got like hooked on to his jawbone, and they were just like going to town on it. And he was just like, here's an 800 milligram ibuprofen, bye.
Oh yeah, I got 24 hours of relief, and then it turned out that the day after I had my teeth pulled, we had combat training where we had to physically punch each other with boxing gloves and shit.
No.
And it was just bad timing, so I had to go. I was already still bleeding from the teeth being pulled, and next thing you know, I'm getting punched for the next. And when you do combat training in the Marine Corps, it's less. I mean, it's a little bit about hand-to-hand combat. But it's different because they're assuming that you're going to be back then. They were assuming you're going to be fighting somebody who's wearing a helmet and a flak jacket, so it's mostly focused on like attacking the face and then getting somebody on the ground so you can stomp on their face. So the one thing they do is there's a lot of people who go to boot camp they've never been in a fight before and they're trying to toughen you up. So they take you down to the beach and they have holes down in the beach that are deep enough to stand in, and the drill instructors stand around the hole on the outside. And then they stick the 2 of you in there with boxing gloves and like face protection, which does absolutely nothing basically. And then you're probably like a 4x4 or a 6x, not 6x6, 5x5 square. And then you proceed for 30 or 60 seconds to basically punch each other in the face as hard as you can. And all you can do is block your own face. But when you're blocking your face with boxing gloves and someone's punching the boxing gloves, you're basically punching yourself in the face the whole time.
Wow.
So it's basically about getting your ass kicked, and they size you up by height. So they would line us up all by height, and I'm 6'3", and the guy that I had to fight, I was the second tallest guy in the platoon. And the tallest guy was like 6'6", and he was like a quarterback in football in high school. And every time I win, they put me up against the same fucking guy, and he would kick my ass so bad that I'd come out of there and I'd be like, my entire sweatshirt was just filled with blood. My nose was bleeding. I mean, I felt like my nose was broken, but it wasn't. And I had blood coming out my nose and from my face, and my lips were all bloody. And I'd get out the drill chest and just be laughing at how fucked up I was. And they had like a bucket of bleach water, and they'd be like, "Go clean your face up, Moon. You got your ass kicked, buddy." You know.
Oh my god. I mean, do you agree that it made you tougher, or just marks?
Yeah. Well, boot camp makes you tougher in general. It makes you kind of feel invincible.
Okay.
You feel kind of invincible. It definitely toughens you up. I mean, it breaks you down, and it builds you to zero, and then it builds you up into somebody that is confident in your ability to do kind of anything you need to do. But it also instills, like, adapting and overcoming is a big part of it. So it instills the idea that you're going to fail, but you need to keep trying over again as much as possible so that you can ultimately dominate, but you got to learn from your mistakes. You don't do the same thing twice. That's something that people don't know nowadays. Like, younger generation are so afraid of failure, they don't even start, you know?
Oh, wow.
And I feel like that's a major crutch of younger people today, is that, like, they'll watch the internet, they think that watching someone else do something shows them how to do it, but then they ultimately either are afraid to try it because they don't want to fail, or they do it and they fail the first time and then they lose faith in themselves. Even though watching something online is not the same thing as, like, building muscle memory to do something without thinking about it. You know, they're two totally different things. And so I feel like the internet has given people a false sense of capabilities. And so people with, out of control egos will try things and fail, and that's one outcome that's not good. And then people who don't have a lot of self-confidence won't even try because they're afraid of failing. And neither one of those things will ultimately lead to success, you know. So I think that's the Marine Corps, the best thing it teaches.
May I ask you guys a question? And I'm not looking for any particular answer, just your take. Do you know how, like, there's certain countries that require people to go into the military? Do you think that would benefit the states? You were princess, or whoever wants.
It would benefit the United States for everybody to be required to serve the government for like a 2-year period in some capacity.
I would agree. I would definitely agree with that, because I
Right.
worked in the military on the civilian side, so I get from balance, and it is definitely very eye-opening. You see a lot of things that most people don't. And you just trust the news or whoever to tell you about it. I definitely think serving in some capacity would be really beneficial for a lot of people.
Right, and the reason I say that is because what I believe about America is that we are ultimately going to fail because we lost patriotism and we lost everything. And because America is the most diverse country in the world, we don't have a culture to fall back on, a common culture to fall back on. So like Japan, well, they're a tribe essentially on an island, so they're always going to have one another. We don't have one another. And so what used to bind us was patriotism and our faith in our government. And also basically Christianity. The failure of both of those in the common thread of American society, we don't have anything else to hold us together. So when you add on the influence of like greed and selfishness that's basically dominant in the culture because of one-upism as a result of the social media influence, things like that, you're basically attacking the core values of what kept us united for the longest time. And I always use the Pledge of Allegiance as an example. Like, we used to have to say Pledge of Allegiance, which stands one nation under God. So one nation under God, indivisible. We no longer believe that we're one nation under God or indivisible. So we don't even say it. And even if you didn't believe it, you had to say it, which at least was a bare minimal amount of effort for the country to kind of build a, albeit maybe false sense of patriotism in some ways. But we don't do that either. So essentially, we're losing it all. We're losing everything. And if we're a nation of individuals who are divisible, we're going to fail. And so I think that forced government service for young people would not only require them to do something that requires being responsible in an early point in their life, where they'd have to show up to work on time. And when you're sick in the Marine Corps, you got to go to work. You get up, you go to work. Then they might send you home, but you don't get to fucking just call somebody and say, I'm not coming in today. So assuming that they could get all those kind of things, I don't think they have to join the military. But I mean, I think the military should shrink instead of grow, to be honest with you, in America. But at least expenditures of it. But like I said earlier, I'm just really concerned about the decline of patriotism and core religious values. I mean, if you want to say that religious values instead of Christianity, that's fine. But if you don't believe in God, you're going to find a replacement to believe in. And right now, it appears it's money, and that's stupid because the government is taking more and more money from the middle class people of America by the minute. So if money's your God and you're having less and less opportunity to have enough of it, you're going to become disenfranchised.
We're failing for the reason you described, like saying, allegiance, like even if you don't believe in it, just say the words. That goes back to the same thing. Like, how do you support the truth if you're just saying words? You're really not. So like the fact that they never believed in the pledge, act like they're pretending like they believe in like one track is invisible, and it never was that. It is the problem. Like say like when we gonna go back to patriotism now, we never had that. Country, I always laugh. I always had two different countries. I want to pretend that it was one. It goes back to the make America great again. Like when was it great for everyone? Never. So like it's the same thing that this country is full of liars, and it was built on a lie, and that's why it's gonna fail because they would never tell the truth.
Well, I'm not black, but I'll say that during World War II, when the country did unite post-war for the Industrial Revolution, we were a pretty united, incredibly patriotic country in general. And if a black person wants to say that's not true because the experience is different, I'm not going to say that you're wrong. I'm not going to say that your experience is wrong.
After World War II, the black soldier was treated worse than the prisoners of war. The black soldiers came home and wasn't able to get the DI bill like the white soldiers were. Like to say that we were united after World War II is crazy because them same black soldiers that fought valiantly was treated like shit when they got home.
Whether or not they were treated like shit, they were proud to be Americans when they returned home as well.
No, I disagree.
You disagree with the fact that black service members? You disagree with the fact that black service members returning from World War II weren't proud to be American based on their service? I disagree with you entirely.
Do you think that patriotism for soldiers, black or white, might have shifted dramatically, Mike, after Vietnam? Do you think those soldiers came back all happy?
Yeah, I think there was a shift after Vietnam, and I think that 20 years in Afghanistan didn't help either.
What do you attribute the shift to with Vietnam?
The threat of the draft, and the people that were afraid to serve in the first place. So,
or perhaps that it was also a lie. Like I'm sure you're familiar with Daniel Eisenberg and the Pentagon Papers.
They didn't know it was a lie when they were protesting. They thought it was, but they didn't.
No. I'm talking about soldiers coming after after the
Well, even when they came back, that's like an armchair quarterback way to look at it, I think, which I don't totally agree with that concept. It's kind of like saying that George Bush lied.
What do you attribute it to, then? If it's not the
What I attribute Vietnam to?
I agree. I think soldiers were far more patriotic after World War II because that was an extremely important and cause to end Hitler. But Vietnam, very, very, very different. We had no business there, right? Would you agree with that?
Again, I mean, I didn't live for it. I mean, I was a baby when it was going on.
I understand. We have history books, right?
We do have history books, but we can't talk about the soldiers then in terms of.
You were just talking about soldiers. You were just telling me how patriotic black soldiers were in World War II. So, go ahead, Sarah.
This is Melissa, the other Melissa. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged.
Yay! I don't know how you answer that.
actually simulating for her, but more power to him.
You're saying you're a baby in Vietnam, but you were telling Hakeem that black soldiers were coming back after World War II patriotic. So
And you know what's funny to me? Literally while we was talking, I'm driving the Uber. I had an older gentleman in the backseat, an older black man. I had no idea who he was. He was getting out the car. I had to listen to what I said. He said, I'm a service member. Man, he had to be like 65, 70. Of course, he won World War II, probably Vietnam. But he said, everything you said is exactly right. How would you have time to tell these people that? He's like, no, I don't got time, but you stand up for what you just said, because everything you just said is 100% true. Literally, a Marine just got out of my backseat, so
Well, when that Marine was serving actively, when he was in the service, I guarantee that he didn't look at his fellow Marines like that.
And taking action against.
Well, on the ground, Lodge, if somebody comes to, God forbid, rape your mom or something, how would you resist in your case? Would you just watch and just speak and say, don't do this, and not?
No, I mean, you don't have to preach to the choir. I understand why all this is happening. I understand the logical and the rationale behind Hamas. That does not necessarily mean that I have to agree with any form of violence.
No, I understand. I didn't ask about Hamas much.
And just a second, this is the question you should perhaps ask the most notable person, one of the most notable people of all, which is Jesus Christ. What did Jesus during the shut the fuck up? What did Jesus say during the Roman Empire, which was I would even argue one of the worst type of empires? He said, "Forgive them, for they know not what they do," as they crucified him. Those are the value systems. Shut the fuck up.
No, but Lodge, I wasn't talking about Jesus Christ. I was talking about you. Let's say you've been through atrocities. I was asking you. Let's say God forbid something happens to your mom in front of you. How would you resist? What would you do? Would you pick up something, shovel, or whatever it could be for you?
I understand where you're going. I understand that violence breeds the use of violence in response, and up to the use of violence to remove the obstacles of living a fulfilled life, living with equality. That's not the point that I'm trying to make here. I understand what you're saying. I understand the rationale behind it. You don't have to sit preaching to me about the rationale.
What would you do? I'm asking you. What would you do? That's what I'm asking. What would you do in that situation?
Hypothetical questions, but of course, if somebody's going to come in and hit me, I'm going to hit them back. I'm going to respond. I'm going to defend my own.
So you will pick up a baseball bat or something, right?
Probably,
Let him finish up. I want to hear this, brother. Respectfully.
for a lot less.
I know, but I want to hear this really quick.
For a lot less, I've gone into physical fights. That's not the issue. That's not the issue.
That is violence, by the way. That is violent resistance.
But that does not mean, because I'm human, but that does not mean that I'm going to sit promoting these type of ideologies of using violence in response. And that's not something that anyone can change. And for you, I would just sit there and laughing when I'm looking at good examples in history through the Roman Empire, which was worse than what we are currently experiencing. Jesus then came and said, "Forgive them, for they know not what they do." And those are the value systems that I follow. You could be your own thing, you can have your own opinion, but to impose that on me, or to talk to me like I don't understand the rationale behind what's going on in my own homeland, you guys just sound nuts. You sound nuts.
You said that I'll defend by hitting back, and then you said, "Oh, Hamas." Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you piece of shit? What the fuck are you even saying?
You know what? You can go fuck off. You just sound like a very miserable piece of shit, just like the other people on this app. No, just go and continue to be so negative and just so like repulsive.
Who are you
No, I need to bend over for nothing, but you don't speak for all Palestinians, and I represent a huge segment of Palestinians.
So, Max, hang on,
I just wanted to come say hi. I wasn't really trying to help.
Yeah, thank you for coming. No, I just wondering.
If I come later, but Abu, you don't represent all Palestinians. Shut the fuck up. No, I do. I represent a huge segment of the Palestinian society being silenced by people like you who use your voices in a way to intimidate and to silence other Palestinians. It doesn't matter. There is diversity within our society, and undermine the diversity within our society.
Hang on,
President has a question, please.
I have a question. Hopefully you have that question for dumbass Abu because I was.
No, I'm asking.
Continue my life here.
I'm asking. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Los Angeles is not that nice.
It's way better than a lot of other places, Los Angeles. So anyway, guys, I just wanted to come and say hi and here. I would chop your head off. You wouldn't do a thing. Are you doing shit? I would. Shut the fuck up, you dumbass.
So he comes in here preaching against violence. What a fucking scumbag. Preaching against violence and ends with a note, I'll chop your head off. Fucking piss off.
He's like,
I'll hit them back. He's clearly on his monthly. Yeah. So
Yes,
Well, I wanted to ask a question. What, like, you know, a lot of people say, oh, you know, what is it? Violence begets violence and stuff like that. But I get that. But at some point, when you have did everything that you could do, sometimes to resist, like how I mean, just the way a lot of oppressed people have resisted. It's the last straw. It's the last straw. When you have done everything else possible, and your day-to-day life is still misery, you're still oppressed, you're still being killed. This is the last straw. So it's not like he makes it seem like all of a sudden it's like in a vacuum. Oh, these are just savages and stuff like that. No, and I hope he wasn't like saying anything about Martin Luther King because a lot of people do that. And then towards the end of just the end of Martin Luther King, and you guys can Google this. He even said, "I feared that I brought my people into a burning house." After he did, his people were given civil rights. So.
With regards to what you're saying, these kinds of people want to give up everything, want to give up their weapons. Essentially, what the PA has become. They've given up all their weapons and now they're sitting on their laurels. Or he gave up his ass. He gave up his ass. We know he gave up everything. He gave the inside of his ass as well. But that's another story. With regards to, no, but these people, essentially, I do not understand where one side is armed to the teeth and they're expecting the people who are being oppressed to give up the weapons.
AK came to the mic with all that pompousness just to go, I rest my case.
Elizabeth doesn't come up. She's got so much to say in the chat. Just come on. Be nice to hear. Jacob's gonna donate money. He's gonna donate a couple bucks to cover income. Oh man. He's like, well, why is the local icon a male?
He said, is this a serious endeavor?
I got killed about this. I'm not laughing because they just came after me.
Oh no, Buttercup tried to character assassinate Grace this morning over this. But didn't care what the message was. I played that video, didn't give a fuck.
No.
That kids are getting beat up, getting held hostage, getting fucking kidnapped in their own universities. Didn't care about any of that.
You had to get Grace this morning.
Yeah.
It was called Let's Get the Canter.
Yeah, Grace endorsing semen is what she pointed out. I'm like, no, it's income.
You can tell, if you take Freudian analysis, you can tell exactly what these people have entrenched in their subconscious. Unbelievable, man.
John, what do you think of the post on the top there in the Jumbotron, covered income by Lyle Culpepper? Well, it makes me think of a poem I'd like to read to the room.
Is this a poem?
Yes, I'll have to give that the thumbs up. Thank you for the consultation, counselor.
Go ahead, John.
An intellectual is all the time showing off. Lovers dissolve and become bewildered. Intellectuals try not to drown, while the whole purpose of love is drowning. Intellectuals invent ways to rest and then lie down in those beds. Lovers feel ashamed of comforting ideas. You've seen a glob of oil on water? That's how a lover sits with intellectuals, there but alone in a circle of himself. Some intellectual tries to give sound advice to a lover. All he hears back is, I love you. I love you. Love is musk. Don't deny it when you smell the scent. Love is a tree. Lovers, the shade of the long branches. To the intellectual mind, a child must learn to grow up and be adult. In the station of love, you see old men getting younger and younger. Shams chose to live in the roots for you, so now he soars in the air as you're sublimely articulating love.
Looks like Bibi missed the best parts.
I think so. You'd have to be a good conversation.
I mean, I just get the feeling that Amir doesn't really live with all that much love in his heart or in his surroundings. Must be very difficult to be such a cranky old bugger.
Yeah, love is powerful.
Especially when it comes from unexpected places, towards unexpected places.
Does he encourage his worshipers to come here at all? I'm not on, today's the longest day I've been on.
Okay, fine. I just felt like then he'll feel less likely to block me if, okay. No, this is the thing with you, Danny. You're just a bitch, okay? Because in the other room...
Danny, you're a bitch? I didn't know that.
He texted me, someone blocked me from the room, and then you're asking why people block you then.
Yeah, you can't block, like, you gotta.
Things. And it's like, okay, that system doesn't.
For a while.
You know what's... That's what killed me, man. It says at the bottom, liable.
The group is relatively homogeneous. And blacks as a group is, because of the experience, it's relatively homogeneous.
I stopped reading.
Because the more we're exposed to one another, the more we see the humanity in one another, and the more we accept each other as people who are like ourselves. But get in a situation 4% one population and 96% the other population, yeah, it's fucking fraught with all kinds of racism and bullshit. Except that in the old years there was a lot of black people, but there was still more white people then. So racism is a lack of exposure. On Clubhouse, you see people from, who the fuck knows these people are sitting when they're talking, man? A lot of them probably live in neighborhoods where there is no black people in high school or whatever, and then they're in here
racist issues, and frankly, they are not experts because they have no experience with it at all. And by the way, for me to be a white guy in Atlanta and have no opinion on black people because I'm not black is bullshit. I know more about black people than most white people do. I mean, as a wedding photographer, I shot 1,000 weddings. 200 of those at least have been black families. I was the only white guy among hundreds of black people for 10 hours all fucking day, seeing their most like intimate moments. Like, yeah, that's my experience.
What do you mean by having an opinion on black people, Mike?
Oh, a lot of black people will tell you that white people don't have an opinion about their issues at all because we're not black. And it's bullshit. I live in Atlanta. We're an interracial city.
That's what I mean. Can you give me an example of one of those set opinions?
Well, I don't, okay. So, as someone who shot weddings with black families, I noticed that black people are almost always late compared to white people. Okay? That's my experience with weddings. I've also noticed that black people at the receptions have way more fun and are way, that too. Well, that's real. But so I realize that stereotype's real, okay? But I've also realized that white people suck at having fun, and black people are way better at having fun. So culturally, they're more, they're tighter knit amongst one another. White people are more selfish between one another. I've noticed that difference. Like these things when I talk about them, for someone to say, oh, you're white, so your opinion doesn't matter, or it's not right, or you shouldn't be saying this because you're white, wouldn't make any fucking sense because I have eyeballs, I'm smart enough to see trends, and I've noticed that these things are fucking true. Now, if I hadn't been around these situations at all in my life, like when I was 18 years old, I grew up in Issaquah, Washington. There was one black person and 2,500 people in my high school. So no, I didn't know this stuff then. But I do now, and I have a right to say it because I know more than other white people who grew up in places with no experience. So I don't know, I think the people that have experience and personal testimony of their realities have a right to be part of a conversation about black and white issues, back and forth. But if you don't have that experience, and you aren't smart enough to know anything but what you're told, then maybe your opinion isn't as valid in the conversation, and you should step out for your own fucking reasons, not because someone tells you to. Like, not every opinion is fucking equal. Not every opinion matters. Like, we've completely lost the ability to respect somebody with a fucking PhD in a subject that put 12 years of study into something that we found on the internet on our own. We've lost the ability to represent their opinion as more important than our own. That's just fucking retarded. We're all getting dumber because we're doing this to each other. It's stupid. It's like arguing with an astronaut about flat Earth, or arguing with a pilot about flat Earth. You're fucking stupid, okay? Arguing with a doctor about vaccines? Well, you're not as stupid as the former, but it's not a very bright thing to do, considering they put thousands of hours into their craft, and you, I don't know, hang light bulbs for a living, and you have access to the internet. Like, what the fuck? No, it's not. No, let me make that straight, Akima. Go look at the definition of appeal to authority. Appeal to authority only applies when the person actually isn't relevant as a subject matter expert. Believing a subject matter expert is not appeal to authority. You can look at the definition. I'll read it to you if you want to, but go look at it yourself. Read it through the lens of whether or not you're dealing with a subject matter expert. I'm not upset. I'm walking around. No, I'm not. You can gaslight through that I'm upset, but I'm not. Passion is not anger at all. I'm talking about something that is important to me. So you can categorize it as race is important to me because I'm a race.
There's been plenty of passionate and raised voices because of something that people feel very strongly about. And I think it's encouraged here. It doesn't break a rule if you're not interrupting. It doesn't break a rule if you're being respectful, things things like that, and that's what these things are for, is to have conversations.
And honestly, you don't know this because I'm not a person. I'm pacing right now. When I start thinking and getting when I start feeling passionate about something, I stand up and start moving while I'm talking. It's an ADHD thing, I guess. And as I walk, my energy increases and my heart rate raises and then my voice gets louder. It's not anger. Not for me. So there might be other people that are hot when they're like this, but that's not me. It just me. I'm in the groove. I'm feeling heard. I'm talking about things that mean something to me. Like when that happens, my voice raises, it speeds up, and I end up pacing. Not anger. With anger, I'd be like punching a wall and leaving the freaking room or something.
Political spectrum in the United States, which is what we're talking about.
Thank you.
The vast majority of Jews are liberal, and they make up the Democratic Party. If you look at the leadership in Congress and in state legislatures, 90 to 95% of the Jewish representatives are Democrats, and 90 to 95% of the blacks are Democrats.
Not just politically. I think what he's saying is like lifestyle, culturally, like how's the family structure? He says more liberal.
See, what I'm saying is that you preach liberalism to everyone else, right?
What percentage of Jews
you don't practice conservative values in your own personal life? And that's
what percentage of Jews? There are 7 million Jews in the United States.
Those values, and that's why you guys are so powerful, even though.
No, this is what you don't seem to understand. This is what you don't understand. There are 7 million Jews in the United States right now. Okay, most of them live in the New York City area. Out of those 7 million Jews, only 10% are Orthodox. Only 10%. Now, those 10% of the Orthodox are very religious, are very conservative, tend to vote Republican, do support Trump. That's absolutely true. 10%. 10%. Only 50% of Jews actually belong to a synagogue. Okay? And only like 30% ever go to a synagogue in the first place. So no, you don't seem to understand what you think Jewish is a religion. No, it's not. It's an ethno. It's a different ball of wax. Are we a race? No, we're multiracial, but we are a specific ethnic group and nationality. We're not just religion. I'm an atheist Jew who doesn't belong to a temple, but who does go to the temple periodically and celebrates the holidays. So where do you get that? We're our own animal. You can't compare it. And to say that there's conservative, no, the conservative Jewish lifestyle, particularly in the United States, 10% Orthodox. Even in Israel, you would think that there would be more Orthodox in Israel. No, there's maybe 10 to 12% of Israelis are Orthodox. That's it. That's it. So this idea is bullshit. The majority of Jews in the United States are progressive, are moderate to the left, progressive, almost all are Democrats. And again, it tracks very similar to the Black American population as well. It's the same thing.
Very similar to Black American population.
It's family structure. I don't know why you like have a big deal about that. And that's not relevant to the conversation of politics. No, it's not. It's not.
There's a difference between political conservatism and social conservatism, right? What you practice, how attached you are to your religious doctrine, how attached you are to living within those parameters.
Right.
I would say, again, there's two different spectrums of conservatism as it relates to Jewish people. There's the Zionist conservatism, which is
I got a large family. Jewish today. 4 grandparents came from Eastern Europe in the late 1800s. They We're going back to the point that you keep on talking about. The whole population. It's 10%. So yes, they exist, but they exist as a very small group that's different than the rest.
You want to ask me who I am? Zionist spectrum, correct?
Oh, absolutely. I consider myself, I am a pro-Palestinian Zionist. That's what I am.
Awesome.
Okay? Because people don't understand the word Zionism. I grew up with the word Zionism. The only thing that Zionism means is that you support the idea that the Jewish people should have a homeland, and not describing what that homeland is, should have some homeland in the area in the Middle East around Jerusalem. That's all it means. That's all it means. That's all it means.
How old is the idea that Israel should be in that? Isn't that a conservative value that you're?
That's not a. It's the idea of national identity is what it is, okay? All right. People in Armenia, there are like many more Armenians that live outside of actual Armenia, okay? But if Armenia didn't exist and you have like 15 million Armenians that live outside, don't you think they deserve to have a land that represents them where they are a majority population? I think the same thing's for the Kurds. The Kurds there are millions, tens of millions of Kurds that have their own language, that have their own identity, that have their own history. They should have their own country where they're the majority in northern Iraq and in southern Turkey. They absolutely should have their own. And the Palestinians, no matter what their history is, no matter you can argue about it, they are a specific identity that have an attachment to the land where they are a majority. They are a majority in Gaza in the West Bank. They should be given the right, just like the Jews were given the right to the Israeli borders within the 1967 borders. The Palestinians, who've always lived there, should have their own land, and that's their land that they run themselves. Period. End of story.
What about Black Americans, Ben? Do you think that Black Americans should have their own nation state as well?
Well, first of all, technically, that's what Liberia was about. Liberia was about Black Americans going back and starting their own state. So technically, you have that. But as a Black American, do you identify with that? First of all, I think the Black, it's too large a group. It's not like it's attached to a land. I live in Burkina Faso, okay? And the fact of the matter is, even Burkina Faso is completely artificial. Who do you think made up the borders of Africa?
Are you saying that that's like Black American reparations is Liberia? Is that what you're saying?
If you want to sit there and say that should Black Americans have a country?
That's what you're saying. Just say what you're saying.
No. I'm not saying it should be that way. I'm saying is that not why Liberia was created?
I think it was more of a settler colonial. I think it was a failed attempt to have a settler colonial project on the continent as opposed to a real homeland for Black Americans. In reality, a real homeland for Black Americans would be...
How can you have a homeland for Black Americans when, there's some Black Americans... But first of all, I have to tell you, having lived in Africa for 5 years, the strongest connection to the people here are with their traditional tribes. So I live in Burkina Faso, which is 60% of the Mossi nation, the Mossi people. And there's also the Diala people. There's 51 separate identities, but 60% of them are organized around the Mossi people. The head of the Mossi people, the Naba, have much more power than the president of Burkina Faso. People identify with their identity. They have their own language. It's the Moray language. And most of the people in Burkina Faso speak Moray to each other. On a daily basis, they also speak because that's sort of how other, if you speak a different language, they can at least connect with the common language. But the culture is been there for centuries.
What does that have to do with Black Americans?
Well, what I'm saying is these cultural identities are the real identity. I'm just saying that
we can't hear you for some reason. Like you're here, man, but we don't hear you. It's like you talking.
Okay. Yeah, somewhat there. I don't know. It's sort of like I think that there's been a certain amount of curiosity of Black Americans visiting Africa, and I get notes from people who are asking, "What's it like living in Burkina Faso?" Or "Do you think that it's a good idea?" What I would do there, things like that.
Somewhere real busy. I think we need to, reset the room and center this guy too when he's talking too much. Really talk about the topic.
Yeah.
It's sad. Maybe they want to actually talk about the topic.
Okay. Well, Lonzo was leading the room. Who's leading?
I'm saying people, people in the audience, they want to actually talk about the topic.
I think Corporate Bobby wanted to get it. I think he wanted to say something.
What if films make DC actually safer?
What was that? But I'll shut up if somebody has something to say.
I thought Corporate Barbie had something to say.
I did. I was trying to get more info about the topic, like what have y'all been discussing before I got here, before I respond.
I think there's a question from Notorious Al and Amici that came in a little bit later.
Huh?
I said I think there's a question for Lonzo, Al, and Notorious. They were in the very beginning. I wasn't here in the very.
Oh, okay. Lonzo, could y'all give me like what everybody was saying before I respond?
I think the topic had just started when I got in here, me and Ben started talking. So, but what's your thoughts on the topic? How do you feel about it? I mean, I think it just started.
I feel like what Trump is doing in DC is that. Let me just ask y'all this: do y'all feel like he's making DC safer, based on what y'all know?
I don't get it because we keep on going back to the point that in DC and these other cities that he's talking about, there's been a 30% reduction in violent crime, period. And the only way that he has an excuse to put military into the cities is if there's like an extreme emergency. What happened January 6th? January 6th was an extreme emergency. And he didn't call in the military then. But here, he pulls it in and there's no excuse for it. There's no excuse for it.
I was asking so I can kind of gauge what everybody else was saying, because what people think may be happening isn't actually happening. There's a lot of lying going on with this administration. You can't trust shit they say or trust any numbers that they bring to the public. You have to actually talk to those who work in that, like in certain fields or work in politics, to really get the full scope of what's going on. There was most recently, he's been fighting with our mayor, because I am from DC, a DC native, and he's been fighting with the mayor and the police chief because they want to give out accurate information about the crime in DC, and he's trying to not put out accurate information so it can make himself look good. What's happening is our constitutional rights are just not being are just not being put forth at all, or not being considered. You have a lot of unlawful searches that are going on. They're even confiscating registered guns and taking them away. They're going into the subways and they're just harassing Black people specifically, tackling them down to do searches, asking for IDs and stuff. There are several checkpoints all over the city, even close to the Maryland border. So they're even trying to trickle down on the low to Maryland, even though they don't have any jurisdiction for Maryland. The only reason he's able to do this is because DC doesn't have full power. DC works a little bit different than everywhere else because we don't have representation in Congress and we are not a state. So therefore, because we still fall under the federal umbrella, Trump is able to do whatever he wants to do, but he's also breaking the law when he's doing some of these things. People's cars are being broken into without any warrants or anything like that. And now we're about to come, and this is when the National Guard was unarmed, right? So now they have called and said that we're going to go ahead and arm the National Guard, and we're going to put them in the street. Well, you now DC is already have a lot of federal law enforcement, but now you're starting to see the federal law enforcement in your neighborhood, which is quite scary because you would normally only see them if there's a police raid or downtown. Now you're seeing them in your neighborhood. They're asking you for ID. They're just picking up people for petty, non-violent offenses. They have now taken away, cash bail. So they're locking people up. And even though it's against the law for them to detain them for a certain amount of time, you're going to have to wait until whenever they release you. You got the DEA, you got ICE, you got, ATF, you got FBI, all in your neighborhood. So these aren't just police, you got the federal police. And now they're going to be carrying assault rifles. Janine Pirro, who's this whole administration doesn't know what they're doing. Most of them are political appointees, which means that they don't have any experience, any background that would even qualify them for the jobs. They're just loyalists, and they're doing whatever Trump says, if it's unlawful or not, because law is slow. You gotta fight in the court. How long it's gonna take to fight this stuff in the court? I can't give a time frame on that. But they're doing this because they can get away with it because the law is slow. I don't know how long they're gonna allow this to happen, but if y'all think that DC needed the National Guard here for regular shit, and they only have been locking people up for traffic violations, and it hasn't really been any major offenses that they're locking people up for. I think people need to really pay attention to what's happening in DC because he has put out a dog whistle, for other states that he plans on targeting. He's targeting DC specifically because not only that, he has just your delivery drivers. We have a lot of immigrant delivery drivers. They're getting tackled on the little mopeds and getting unlawfully detained as well. We have a high-profile civil rights case going on right now with Kitover Garcia that was picked up in Hyattsville and taken to Guantanamo Bay unlawfully, and he's still being detained right now. And they're planning on shipping him to Uganda, even though he had the right to be in the United States, right? So they're not giving a fuck about our Constitution, the law, or anything like that. They're doing whatever they want to do, and they're specifically targeting Black people and people of color, like the Mexicans or the Hispanics. So people need to pay attention to what's going on in DC because it will trickle over to other areas, and I find it very strategic that he's targeting a lot of these states that have predominantly Black people in them to say that they're very violent. Over to other areas. And January 6th, when y'all tried to stage a coup, they didn't send the National Guard, but they felt the need to overthrow our police chief, who does an amazing job, by the way, and has down 30%, to do whatever they want to do. So y'all should probably pay attention to what's happening in DC because they said Chicago is next. They're going to target California and other areas.
Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I came in the room when Corbett was talking, so I'm not sure what the rounded opinion is, but I don't know where the agenda is for the room and the title, so I'll just sort of go off of some of her points. So there's a thing that people say, you're not from DC, so you don't know how violent DC is, right? Or someone goes, have you lived in DC? Do you live in DC? Okay, you don't, so you don't know that there was no crime except for what I heard her say, regular shit, right? Like, sort of, she's alluding to the crimes that happen in DC on a regular basis are petty in nature. And I've seen with my own eyes when I lived in DC. I've gone out. I've seen kids clean out rows of cars with the police right there. With the DC, and I'm talking about the Metro Police, right there, and they're telling me, shrugging their hands, there's nothing they can do about it. I've seen police being unable to stop violence, being unable to break up fights that have turned into, well, just hear me out, fights that have turned into gang violence, that have turned into shootings, that have led to death. I've seen it. I've seen it on U Street. I've seen it on 14th. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen what people say now are these unwarranted searches. I mean, come on, we're talking about decades of what they just changed names. There were pop-out boys, there were jump-out, there were all sorts of names for police who've had unsolicited access into neighborhoods in Southeast DC and were able to target young men that they feel were part of a gang unit and were able to search their cars. Whether you say it's legal or illegal, it's been going on for decades. It did take the National Guard to start doing this. So my thing is this, right? I don't want to get too passionate about this and go on and on forever. There's a thing that I believe is going on, and I got this off of a lot of videos I've seen about pickpocketing in Europe, which is becoming a big thing now. It's the word desensitization. It's when people are so used to seeing common pattern of crime that their exposure to it makes them feel like it's normal. So when they see something else that's different, they'll prioritize that while sort of reducing the impact of what they've seen. There's a lot of crime in DC, and you can't call it regular shit. If you've owned property, if you're a decent resident of Washington, D.C., you do not want what's been going on in D.C. over the last 5 years to keep happening. And anybody who is trying to minimize the impact that crime has had in D.C. is just someone that's desensitized. That's all I'm going to say. I'm for safety. I hate crime anywhere and everywhere, and I'm not going to use politics to minimize what has been going on in D.C. I'll never do that, and I never voted for Trump. That's all I got to say.
Can I ask? May I respond? Hold on. I just want to Barbie. I just want to ask you a question real quick. You was like you was here, you own property. What gangs is on you?
Exactly.
Man, those are all. Hold on. What's the gangs on you?
Okay, so it's tough to answer that question with all the people here because we need to be honest with ourselves. If you go to U Street, you've seen at 2 a.m. how uncontrollable U Street is.
You said gangs. All the gangs. If there's a gang, just name the gang.
Exactly.
Okay, I got you. Listen, trust me, we're all DMV. Sir, if you don't know the name of... I know the name. I want to say the name. I know the name. I want to say the name. Just let me say the name. Fox 5 gang. Fox 5 gang.
What?
What about the
What
Fox
the
5
fuck
gang?
is that? Oh, you know how to make something up?
See, hey guys, if you're not from the DMV, this is what they do. You know,
You
like,
made some shit up. That don't.
all you
no gangs in DC. They have crews. They're not called gangs. So
They're not gangs. That's why when you say gang violence on U Street is uncontrollable because it's 35 gangs on one block.
It's right by Howard. What the fuck?
Listen,
Hold on, I'll just land with this.
Street is college students.
Literally,
I feel so disappointed.
hold on, TN. That's what I'm saying. Just sound foolish. U Street is where bars and clubs are. So of course it will be quote unquote uncontrollable at 2 a.m. because all the bars just closed and everybody's drunk leaving the bar. But it was strange that you said gang violence on U Street when we all know in DC there's no gangs. We don't have Bloods or Crips or gangs. We have crews based off where you live. So quote unquote gang violence would happen where niggas live, like on the south side, between like 18th and 21st or something. It's not, U Street. So that's where people hang out. So right now they have an increased police presence where black people go to have fun, college kids on U Street and on 14th. And what's that doing? It's destroying DC's economy because everybody's afraid to go outside. Everybody who organizes events in DC has been canceling all the events because everybody's afraid to go outside. So all of the businesses, the real repercussions of this, businesses are hurt. Last week was restaurants. All of the restaurants said they had no reservations, which is so strange for restaurant week. All of the businesses are hurting the most. So if you're a property owner in DC, you should be upset at the fact that the businesses are struggling all over the city because everybody, black people, white people, Latinos, everyone is afraid to go outside and nobody's been.
When I found out that they were unlawfully detaining people.
Respectfully, I did ask him to speak.
Okay. Y'all know I feel like this is verbal.
Can I get in the queue too?
Same here. This is good.
Because he was rebutting off my point, but I like to talk after your.
Oh, thanks. I just wanted to share. I live in Washington, D.C. I've been around town a few times this week on my bicycle. I've had a chance to observe what's happening, and it is true that the increased police presence is affecting the lived realities of people. You will find an increased military presence in the metro stations. I biked by Union Station a few days ago. There were 2 armored cars out there. There were a few military people out there. Folks have been detained and in some cases arrested for fare evasion. I think corporate already talked about the delivery guys on mopeds who were simply trying to make ends meet by delivering ordered meals and other goods to DC residents. And a lot of them have been arrested. Those who haven't been arrested are no longer on the streets. Now, to be fair, in some cases, these are people who don't have proper vehicle registration, and perhaps some of them don't have their papers, so they're scared to expose themselves to the to ICE officers. But you know what? They weren't bothering anybody. They were just delivering food. And everybody knows that in a city, the fact that you have a law on the books doesn't necessarily mean that you have to enforce the law, because police departments have priorities. And somebody who's biking on a moped, delivering food from day to day and not harming anybody is not going to be at the top of your priority list for law enforcement. Now, the guy who spoke before me wants people to think that Donald Trump has the legal authority to interfere with the way DC conducts its affairs or whatever he wants to, but that's not the case. We have a law called the Home Rule Act, and there's a section of that law that does allow the president, under narrow circumstances, to ask the Metropolitan Police Department to provide police services under very narrow circumstances. There has to be an emergency. It has to be a pretty big deal, and the president can't require the MPD services for too long. Depending on how you read the law, you may conclude that the president has only 30 days to do this, and after the 30-day period ends, he'll have to ask Congress to give him permission to continue doing so. That is currently being handled in the courts. responsible for presiding over the case is a lady named Ana Reyes. She's new on the bench. She hasn't been there that too long. She was appointed by Joe Biden, I believe. She is a Uruguayan American, and for those of you who are interested, she's also openly lesbian. She has not shown the Trump administration much deference. She seems to believe that Donald Trump has overstepped his bounds just because of the way he's doing it. In fact, last week, he tried to take all of the authority from the police chief and give the authority to the police department to Terry Cole, who's currently the interim chief of the Drug Enforcement Agency. Fortunately for Washington, D.C., Judge Reyes let them know last week that that was not okay, given what she knows about the case, and that they had to change things so at least the police chief, who is great, remains in control of the Metropolitan Police Department. There are a few other things that they're sorting out right now, and my hope is that by the end of the month, we'll have a decision from the judge letting us know whether Trump oversteps the legal bounds of his authority or not. My guess is that he did, and I'm hoping that the judge rules in favor of Washington, D.C., so that at least there can be an order on the books letting Trump know that he has to fall back. So to the guy who spoke before I did, the other thing I'll say is the justification that Trump is given for what he's doing doesn't wash out. He says that D.C. has a serious crime problem that warrants federal intrusion. That doesn't make any sense because the undisputed evidence shows us that crime has been on the decline for several years, and so we have less crime today than we had last year, than we had the year before. So crime is reduced, and if you're going to say that you are entitled to rely on an exception in the Home Rule Act to interfere with DC Home Rule, you have to have a legitimate explanation for it, and so far, Donald Trump has not offered one. Is it possible that he might? It's possible, but none of the reasons he's given so far pass legal muster, and I can assure you that lawyers who study this do not agree with you. I'm not saying that there isn't crime in Washington, D.C. There is, but the story that Donald Trump is telling about the criminal activity in Washington, D.C. is a false one. We have less crime today. We don't have more.
I want Dr. Corporate to look at my PTR and then I need an apology. I need an apology.
Can I get an Calvin?
No, I'm not apologizing nothing because I have to fact check it.
You were wrong.
Everything.
No, we're not wrong. This is
Everything that this administration puts out, you cannot fucking trust it.
Doesn't mean you were wrong.
It's smoke and mirrors. No.
Hold on, Cooper Barbie, real quick. This is the thing. You said, I asked you what gang was on U Street. You said the Fox 5 gang. The Fox 5 gang, everybody knows if you're from DC.
Now you're not lying that you knew.
I'm not lying.
You said the gang doesn't have a place. It didn't have a place on 30 Can
I finish what I'm saying? Thanks. I literally said, like Cooper Barbie said, if you're from this area, you know, niggas beef based off where you're from. If you're from the age, we say real live Fox 5. These are niggas from 37th who started saying Fox 5 gang. This because they lied. This is not a gang, a real. If you go to 37 right now, are you a part of Fox 5 gang? What the fuck is that? That's what the media calls them, and white people. It's what they say in rap songs. That's just the niggas from 37. And again, they say they're from 37 Southeast. So how did you get that? That's the gang on U Street. That's not the same. It's not on the same part.
Okay, so there are,
No, we can see content.
there are podcasts. Okay, so there are podcasts that I just looked up on YouTube from former DC gang members and current DC gang members. There's a former DC gang leader. I just dropped the link in the chat, and I'm looking up YouTube right now, and this is from the actual gang members saying that there are gangs in DC. So I just want to respond to the lady that said there's no gangs in DC. There are actually gang members saying that they're in gangs. I think that their word
Thank you, brother.
has a little bit more validity than yours.
Yeah, but that's not accurate. It's not accurate. Helen, I'm from don't make me get a big mic. Y'all not from this area, so y'all wouldn't necessarily understand. But it's a difference between a crew and a gang. A crew isn't like an organization. These gangs are like organizations. So there could be a semantics thing going on with the verbiage of a gang, but in actuality, it's not a gang. They're not a gang. You will not go to a they're right. They're right. It's not organized crime. It's not. Hold on. This is what we're trying to explain to y'all. It's not organized crime in the way that they could never put a RICO charge against these niggas. Yeah.
Yes,
All
they
the
can and they have. Pull up the articles for that.
Hold on, I'm trying to explain it to you. Literally, this street, it's not a lie thing. It's not a lie about.
Okay, more articles.
Like, literally. Okay, you got it. We both can't talk at the same time. Thank you.
I just don't want you to lie people.
Okay, so you got it.
Just
Hey, hold on. Let Doctor speak. Just relax for a second. Go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you. What I'm trying to explain is this. This is not gang violence, how y'all think about fucking LA or some shit. There's not gangs where the gangs run operations, just organized crime, like such and such has a leader, and we looking for the leader. All this is niggas from different streets in DC don't fuck with niggas from the other street. All of the streets, most of the streets, have numbers as names, which is why in your PTR it says people from 37. People from 37th don't like people from 38. That's why you'll hear a lot of DC rap. They'll say 38, 14th, whatever the fuck they're from. 25th.
You do realize that's how the game starts.
I'm almost done.
Yo, relax, brother.
This is not how they organize crime, drug dealing, anything like that. Literally, it's just beef that they have in the music. So when they rap, if you from 37th, if you disrespect somebody from 38, that's beef. Then they shoot niggas from 38, you from 37.
Nah,
this is not organized crime in that way.
Listen,
When y'all talking about, there's no
just let her
leaders,
finish and then you can go.
there's no leaders, quote unquote. There's no hierarchy. It's just a bunch of niggas who went to school together on the block.
That's how gangs start, right? Somebody.
Brother. No, it's not.
Listen, I heard you out. That is how gangs started. It was somebody from Grape Street in California who formed Grape Street Crip. It was somebody from Hoover Street in LA formed the Hoover Criminal Gang. That was protecting their territory and they was beefing with other streets. That's literally how gangs started. Crip Street is an actual street. Hoover Gang was beefing with the police. Hold on. Y'all gotta relax.
Quick question.
Hoover Street, Hoover Gang is an actual street. That's what Paru Street is a gang, but it's an actual street. They started off protecting their neighborhood, protecting their street and their block, and it formed to gangs because they was fighting other streets. And they formed to, that's what gangs started from.
I understand. Just a quick question. Assuming that's true, are you saying that how gangs started is exactly what the formations are in DC right now when it comes to crime? That these are actual gangs? Or are you just trying to give us the genealogy of gangs?
That's exactly what I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
So you're just saying that these are how gangs start and that they are gangs?
No, I just told you that's exactly what I'm telling you. That these are gangs. They're gang banging over their street. That's why they're killing other people from other streets. They don't like it because they're from another street, from another block. That's gang. They're gangs.
Can I respond because I'm in a minority of thought here, and you've got 4 people. Please give me 1 minute to respond to some of this stuff.
Yeah, sure.
So when I talk about, like, let's be honest, right? Like, we have a room full of people who are not from the DMV, right? So, like, when someone asks me a question like, I'm guessing they're identifying that I know the DMV, I've lived in the DMV, I'm from the DMV, so they'll say, oh, are you trying to say there are gangs on U Street? Now, they know that about DC to believe that I'm saying nonsense. Because how the fuck can U Street have gangs, right? U Street is a strip of entertainment. It has bars, it has nightlife. We know that, but see, she said something very dishonest to throw people off. So let me talk about the
So
gangs.
she requires you to be accurate? That's dishonest?
Okay,
Yes.
So it's ridiculous, right? It's like you're asking me if they gangbang. Who are the gangbangers on I don't know, name Six Flags. It doesn't exist, right? But why bring that up, right? So the point I'm saying is this. You're talking about gangs and you're trying to classify types of gangs. You're saying gang A, gang B, gang C. Which gang has more notoriety? Which gang has more global recognition? We know the Bloods and Crips do. The Bloods and Crips have more notoriety. They have global recognition because of their color-coded disparities and all that. So we know about the Bloods and Crips. But I'm telling you that on a small scale within DC, I've been in studios in Southeast DC in my past days, and I've heard and seen young men rep the Fox 5 gang. I know them. I have a kid named Lil Sweat right now doing 10 years. This is a kid that I put under my wing. He's an active gang member. I'm the one telling you guys this, so don't lie. People who are not from DC.
We're not lying.
Gangs have
Fox 5? That's Fox 5? Okay.
This is misleading though. And this is the problem when y'all get on this app. And I understand that you are, you used to be a resident, but it's totally different. Like people that are from the area is trying to give you context. And for you, we have to be careful with our language because that fucking matters. And it also matters to our fucking safety. Like this isn't just some talking fucking point. We're actually living in this shit right now. So like, let's be clear about the language. There's a clear difference between gangs and fucking crews. And I put in the fucking chat just in case anybody needs more context. A gang is an organized fucking, is an organization. And they can do a bunch of different shit that could lead to a fucking RICO. A crew is not that.
You know, for years, socioculturally, DC residents, especially people in the DMV, have tried their best to make people outside of DMV not see them as a city that has gangs. They hate that word. They hate that term.
The police doesn't even recognize that.
Let's clarify something. I'm from the DMV. I was born in the city, raised mostly in Northern Virginia, PG County. I work in DC. DC folks who are from DC, for example, like Dr. Library Card, understand, at least for me, when I was growing up, the DMV, while we understand it as a cohesive unit, it's really a term that emerges, at least in my mind, with gentrification.
That's correct.
Just because you're from the DMV doesn't mean you know anything about DC. Folks from McLean, Virginia, who don't even go to DC like that unless they want to have a little phone, don't know shit about what the politics are in DC like that, and the social relationships in DC. Folks who live in PG County, some of them don't know what the fuck is. If you live in Bowie, you don't know shit about probably what's going on in DC because you probably ain't out there like that because DC too damn far for you. So we have to stop making it seem as just because you grew up in the area. If you're from fucking Chantilly or Fairfax, you may not even know that much about DC. So just because you're from the area doesn't mean you know about what the fuck is going on in DC. I've grown up in DC in and out for a good part of my life. There are still things about DC I don't know about. But what I do know, just not to move away too much from the conversation, is that most residents, and the polls have been taken on this, hate the fucking increased police presence. We're seeing all kinds of ages. I mean, I was fucking out on Benning Road this past week, hanging out with some people. Like seeing fucking DEA agents just rolling up on people for no fucking reason. Baseless shit. No fucking probable cause, nothing. Just rolling up on them, showing their faces. Kicking motherfuckers out of the metro station. I was at, what's that joint? Stadium joint by RFK or whatever. I was out by that metro station. Motherfucking police officers just rolling up on people. DEA agents, others just rolling up on people for no fucking reason. like there's no justification for this, especially with after what Hurricane said when you're seeing a decrease in crime. To make it seem, you're talking about being misleading, to make it seem as if residents actually want this shit, it's fucking bullshit. And it's to ignore the kind of work that residents have tried to do, especially DC natives, to combat crime. If this administration was serious about combating crime in the city, it would try to work with people who are on the ground who've been doing this shit for years rather than trying to assert some fucking federal force as the motherfuckers want them there.
Well, one thing we do know is nobody's gonna really try to do anything stupid with that amount of force on the streets. However, I do agree that what they're doing is wrong and it doesn't make sense because, like you just said, the crime has been decreasing. And for Trump to make a statement saying, "Hey, I want to go to Chicago next," when Chicago is at an all-time low since 2014, it literally does not make sense. But however, what we do know is ain't nobody gonna be doing nothing stupid while they out there. So hey, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, we don't know that because
continue. Go ahead. Continue to go ahead and wipe up all the niggas that need to be wiped up. So
I have a question for the stage. Do you guys know what home rule is and why Congress can overthrow it?
I know what home rule is. I know that Congress passed.
No, not the people from DC. I want the people on DC on mute. Let everybody else answer. I'm proving a point. Yeah. Let me be more specific. The people not from DC, mute up. I mean, the people that are from DC or DC, well, from DC, mute up. Everybody else on the stage, could y'all tell me what that is and why it could be overthrown?
what you saying again?
Do you happen to know what the Home Rule Act is and why Congress can overthrow it? This is important.
No, I don't. I actually don't know.
No one, anyone?
yeah, I'm not from DC, but are you referring to DC being a district and not a state, and that's why the federal government has
No,
Yeah.
she's not referencing that.
A little bit.
It's a home rule. There is a law called the Home Rule Act. It was passed in 1973, and that law determines how much power DC has to govern itself. That's what she's asking about, Notorious. It's okay if you don't know what it is, but there is a law that does exist, and it gave the District of Columbia expansive powers to govern itself. The federal government does not retain superior power over DC.
So, Hurricane, in your opinion, you believe that Donald Trump, what he's doing is illegal, period. It's hands down.
Yes, I do. And to be honest, in order to engage in this conversation in a meaningful way, you have to understand what home rule means. If you don't, you don't have the bandwidth to have this conversation in a meaningful way. I'm not being shady, I'm being honest.
Yeah,
if you don't know what home rule is, then there's no point to talking.
I speak on this.
Do you know what home rule is?
No, I mean the whole subject of what's going on.
And what DC?
Mucho. Let us make this point first before we get to your point. I know you wanted to contribute to the conversation, but the reason why I asked that, and like Hurricane said, is to give more context as to actually what is going on in DC. Just like Hurricane said, the Home Rule Act gave DC the ability to, because DC is not a state, we are the nation's capital, we are a city. Which means we don't have any representation in Congress when it's time to put in those electoral votes, right? So to understand what home rule is, like Hurricane said, it gave DC the ability to govern themselves, the ability to elect its own mayor and city council. Before that, Congress directly appointed its local leaders. It allows DC government to pass local laws, manage budgets, and administer city services. However, DC does not have full sovereignty. Congress retains the power to review and overturn local laws, and all locally passed budgets must be sent to Congress for approval. So, because the only way that they can overthrow DC's ability to govern ourselves is to overthrow the Home Rule Act. And in order to do that, it has to be a state of emergency situation. DC crime was actually down 30% when Donald Trump decided to claim it as an emergency to militarize the DC area and bring the National Guard. So let me get into what happens when they overthrow it. When Congress overrides home rule, Congress can step in at any time by passing legislation that cancels or overrides a DC law and prevents it from taking effect. This often happens around budget issues such as restrictions on how DC can use its own tax dollars, abortion funding, marijuana regulation, or needle exchange programs. It can also occur when Congress attaches riders to federal appropriation bills that block or alter DC laws.
Yeah, I know a little bit about the Home Rule Act, but I'm a little bit uneducated on it. I know a little bit.
Well, I just read what it was.
Oh yeah, I have some other information.
So to Hurricane's point, I'll just quickly say Hurricane's absolutely right, and as Hurricane knows, I'm rarely in a position to challenge his legal expertise on most matters, if not all. And this is something that Hurricane alluded to in his first submission, which is, whether Trump in his executive order has sufficiently or legitimately declared an emergency in D.C. Of course, section, I think it's 740 of the Home Rule Act.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, which allows for this kind of, taking over, this usurping or supplanting of DC police or using of DC police for federal purposes. This hasn't, of course, been litigated in courts. Trump comes out with the executive order. The concern is that, not necessarily at the district court level, but I think this gets to the DC Circuit and potentially the Supreme Court. Do the courts want to be in a place of second guessing when a president declares an emergency? Of course, that takes vast presidential and executive discretion, but we put ourselves, I think the courts rather put themselves in a very tough situation when ultimately you would either be required to lay out the test for what would be necessary to declare an emergency in DC, which I don't think courts would deem appropriate when it comes to the president asserting his authority, or at the very least you say, this doesn't rise to the level of legitimacy for purposes of this section of the act. But I still feel that the courts would be very reluctant to question presidential authority in what a president could deem an emergency in this circumstance or others.
So why do you guys, I see that you guys are against this, so why do you guys think that Trump is doing this? What is his ultimate goal?
What he's trying to do is incite
white supremacists.
He's trying to incite race war.
That are majority black, and he's fucking with immigrants and niggas. That's why he's doing it. He's doing it just to say he can. I mean, this was all in Project 2025 as well, so it's not really I don't want to say it's not a surprise, but we knew this was coming. Like Kamala Harris talked about this during the campaign trail. It was in Project 2025, if you read it. Like, this is all part of the thing to, expand what the federal government can do to states that disagree with Trump loudly or don't, what is the language they use? Don't align with the views of the federal government, aka what Trump's administration said they should do. So putting Pam Bondi in control of the DC Metro PD is right in line with what they said they were going to do in Project 2025. If they feel entities are not doing in whatever municipalities are not doing things in alignment with the federal government. They're just gonna put somebody from Trump, one of Trump's appointees, in charge of the shit and do what they want.
Yeah, he's
So
someone.
I'd like to hold on. Let me.
No, Superman.
So on February 6th, two Republican congresspersons, Senator Mike Lee and Representative Andy Ogles, introduced a bill in the Senate and the House called the Bowser Act, named after Mayor Muriel Bowser. Bowser stands for Bringing Oversight to Washington and Safety to Every Resident. That's what the acronym Bowser stands for.
Very clever with these names, by the way. I say the same.
Yes. So if the bill is passed, what the bill would do is repeal the Home Rule Act that we've been talking about 1 year after the bill is passed. The Republicans want to federalize Washington, D.C. completely. They want to take Home Rule away, and they want to make sure that they are in charge of Washington, D.C. for at least the next few years. The bill itself does not have enough support in either chamber of Congress to allow it to be put on the floor for a vote. But it is, what this tells us is that there are federal legislators who do want to wrest home rule from Washington, D.C. Donald Trump is using his power as the chief executive to further this agenda. So what we are likely to see is a three-pronged approach to kill D.C. home rule. One prong is this proposed bill in Congress. The second prong is Donald Trump's executive order trying to take over the Metropolitan Police Department. And then the third prong would be getting a case to be heard by a judge who is sympathetic to Trump's agenda and the GOP's agenda. And like Black Freedom Struggle said, if this case gets in front of the wrong judge, there's a strong likelihood that the judge is going to rubber stamp Donald Trump's conclusion that Washington, D.C. has too much crime, that Washington, D.C.'s police chief and the Metropolitan Police Department have not been able to adequately address the crime, and that the chief executive of the United States is therefore should be allowed to use his power as chief commander-in-chief to check the problem. This narrative that the crime rate in Washington, D.C. is uncontrollable is one that Trump and his cronies have been carrying for a long time. We've got Senator Mike Lee and Representative Andy Ogles telling Congress that that is the case. If you go to Mike Lee's website, you'll see that he says D.C. has failed to govern itself. He says that there's a long history of official corruption, including recent federal bribery charges against Councilman Trayon White. He says that there are repeated armed carjackings and violence by teenage gangs. He says that there are assaults and robberies on congressional staffers and members of Congress. He says that Mayor Bowser's crime policies are soft on crime, which he believes encourages criminals to victimize innocent Americans. He is accusing Washington, D.C. officials of allowing non-citizens to vote in elections that they should not be allowed to vote in. And he also says that there are backwards regulations leading to a high cost of living. I don't know what those backwards regulations are. So we just have to be very careful. We should not be deceived by the narrative that Donald Trump and his cronies are repeating out there. No one is saying that crime does not occur in Washington, D.C. Crime does. Crime occurs everywhere. What we're saying is that a long time ago, Congress, after deliberating for a while, passed the Home Rule Act, giving Washington, D.C. certain powers to govern itself and allowing the president to ask the mayor of Washington, D.C. to provide MPD services to the federal government, but only under a narrow set of circumstances. The law itself says, to an extent, what those narrow circumstances no reason to say that we need federal military in Washington, D.C. We don't have increased crime. We don't have that. We have less. What Donald Trump did, and then I'll stop after this, is capitalize on a particular event. A few days ago, a former Doge employee was the victim of an attempted carjacking. Donald Trump allegedly got a picture of this guy and posted it on Truth Social and said, hey guys, this picture represents the reason I stopped to step in Washington, D.C. Because this guy, who was the victim of an attempted carjacking, suffered, he's my friend, and what's happening to him is happening far too often, and that is why I need to get the federal government involved. The problem is, that's not true. I mean, it is true that the guy was the victim of an attempted carjacking, but it's not true that carjacking rates are up. They're down. Just like everything else is down. Fewer homicides, fewer high carjackings or attempted hijackings, fewer other types of violent crimes. There's no justification for it. The only way that Donald Trump can justify what he is doing is by lying.
Absolutely. And if it wasn't that Doge employee or former employee, none of this probably would be happening, right? I mean, Notorious, to answer your question, why is he doing this? Well, he's just, the cursory, answered that. He's essentially recycling Nixon's, war on crime, which was code for war on black people. Look at the cities he's going after. Not only are they Democratic, but they're black women. LA, right? Until Newsom pushback. It's absolute optics. It's a band-aid. And for those that think this is a great idea, I'd love to hear your answer as to what happens and it's going to happen when the National Guard leaves. Like, if this is the magic wand to solve all crime in these cities, well, what's going to happen, gasp, when they leave? Or suddenly you think law enforcement feels empowered because they've been overstepped? Negative. It's a band-aid, it's optics, it's pure show of force.
No, that's great. It's really tough because, those who believe that this is a good idea, when we think about crime in our country, it's typically left to the states and even more specifically to local governments. I mean, it's why when you have a traffic violation or you even have whatever kind of charge, most of it is going to your local courts, controlled, of course, by the state, all that. Okay. This is why we have federalism in our country. Okay. Leave stuff like crime up to the states. So when we read Section 740 of the Home Rule Act, Trump, or the federal government, the president rather, can only come in, as Hurricane was talking about, and as others have mentioned, I believe as well, for federal purposes, provide services for federal purposes. Now we have to ask ourselves the question, when it comes to local crime, when has that ever been the purpose of the federal government? Outside of particular emergencies. For example, let's say, there's rioting or something to that effect. When you're talking about crime that has gone down, there's been no riots, there's been no kind of conflagration in the city, when has there been a history, and I imagine that a justice like Ketanji Brown Jackson or Justice Sotomayor would ask this question to the Solicitor General, if this goes before the Supreme Court. When has it ever been in the history of our nation, outside of riots or rebellions or whatever, that your typical run-of-the-mill crimes that the
government seems to have been control because crime's been going down. When has that ever been a federal purpose? To the extent that the president needs to come in and say the local police need to provide services for the federal government to address it. It'd be hard pressed to find instances in history that would warrant that. So I think that Hurricane is certainly right when it comes to what the outcome should be. What the outcome, in my estimation, will likely be is, again, the courts don't want to be in this position, and this is kind of like the ugly feature of our constitutional structure. The courts don't want to be in the position to second guess what a president deems to be an emergency. And so we'll probably get a few strong dissents, but I imagine that the courts will say, you know what, Trump was in his authority to come in and take over the Metropolitan Police Department for federal purposes.
I think if there's not a competent solution, then we shouldn't argue with someone trying to present a solution, right? I don't think we've given enough time to play out to see the results. We haven't given it enough time to let this play out.
Have you read the Home Rule Act?
No, I said we haven't. We were talking about failed solutions. All the solutions that failed, like.
Wait, what solutions have been proposed that have failed?
No, I'm saying law enforcement, whatever they're doing, the crime rate is still what the crime rate is. So
it's a 30-year low.
What's the solution?
It's a 30-year low.
You know what I'm saying? Instead of talking about they shouldn't be there, let's talk about solutions.
You're avoiding my question. 30-year low. You haven't read the Home Rule Act. You don't know what DC Home Rule stands for. You don't know why Home Rule is the law of the land. You don't understand.
No, I don't just want to talk about problems.
Stay out the way. Stay out the streets.
The problem is.
Stay out the way.
Are we talking about the problem or the?
So you don't want to talk about the
solution.
You're doing the thing that the Manosphere Bros like to do, where they don't know anything, but they come on stage, speak with a deep voice, and say, "Oh well, we're just going to talk about."
Don't be overly condescending with intelligent comment.
I'm being condescending. I'm being condescending. You're the only one in the conversation who's actually intelligent. Because I've taken time to learn about.
I'm talking about your delivery. I said we have intelligent without you having a condescending delivery. Good. Come on, we're not going. Yeah. So I'm just saying.
No, the condescension is required because you started with condescension.
Well, Hurricane, you're making assumptions. We don't know each other. You making assumptions.
Scott, I'm going to be throwing ignorance.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm not throwing ignorance.
So Scott,
you don't know what DC Home Rule stands for. The reason people are complaining is that there is a law that forbids Donald Trump to do what he has done. That's the problem. People aren't talking and complaining about Donald Trump simply because they don't like him. They're complaining about Donald Trump because there is a law that they understand to forbid what Donald Trump is doing. That's the problem.
Okay.
Listen,
Hurricane, so I'm asking about solutions outside the solution. I'll give you the solution. Okay.
Listen,
you're talking about the problem.
Solution is the law itself.
Hold on.
That's where the solutions come from.
Listen,
so I want to read the law before you start talking about solutions because you don't know
but you're speaking what's already known. Okay, we know he's breaking the law, Hurricane. Don't speak what's already known.
So this is the thing. This is the thing. I want to answer this question. I want to answer this question real quick.
Let me say this right.
Alright. I tried to see how long we were going to go before we allowed each other to speak, because it's clear that I probably need like a cue or something.
We're doing okay, Lonzo. It lasts so long. Longer than usual when we got the Jamaican thing.
Yeah, I was just going to answer the question right quick.
Okay, thank you,
Lonzo. Yeah, it'll be quick, really. So the solution is, to Hurricane's point, you enforce the law. When it comes to Trump, if we believe that we are a country of laws, we enforce the law. If there's a constitutional or statutory violation, you enforce the law. Leaving that aside, when it comes to the solution regarding crime in DC, the solution is what's been going on. Crime is down approximately 26%. All right, 30-year low. Seems like things were working. You let that play out. That's what you do. You don't all of a sudden intervene and say, hey, crime's going down, let's jump in there some more. That's been the issue. You work with local folks as, from my understanding, speaking with some local organizers, working with the police, along with just being on the streets, doing the necessary work to address crime. At the end of the day, things have been working. They've been working in the city. So that's the solution. Allow the shit to play out because it's been effective.
Yeah, I partly agree with that. I would say the solution is, hold on, one second, Scott. I partly agree with what he just said. The solution is, number one, y'all need to stay out of the way, because if you think you're going to go down there and protest, that's going to end up in the result of Black Lives Dead, right? So that is exactly what you should not do. But what they do need to do is stay out of the way, do their job, do what they've been doing, not participating in crime, number one. Number two, what they have to do is go through their politicians. Like, I don't know if y'all been watching, that politician in Chicago, he spoke out against Trump, saying this is something that we do not need, right? Raising awareness in the media, in the front for it, letting them know that we are handling our city, we're taking control of our city. We don't need Trump to do that. So y'all have to really push for your elected officials to start speaking out and raising awareness. Hold on, let me finish speaking. Hold on, Hurricane. Let me finish, brother. Hurricane, let me finish, brother. And they need to go through their elected officials to speak out against what Trump is doing in order to raise awareness to get this thing ended. That's going to be difficult and hard for them to do, being that it's DC.
No, that's very quick because I haven't spoken in a minute. This is what we're trying to get y'all to understand. Mind you, as I'm at the wharf, and there's 3 troops with guns right here. This is crazy. The wharf is crazy. Anyway. The DC doesn't have elected officials we don't have the protection of a state constitution or a state government infrastructure to protect us from the federal government. We have one elected official in Congress, and they can't vote for anything. So when y'all say, speak to your officials to speak out, there's one person on the federal level that represents DC. Mind you, she has no power to vote. All she can do is advise on policy and speak on our behalf. Right? When you're talking about...
Yeah, that's a black woman. Y'all mayor.
No. This nigga's slow.
Y'all got a black mayor.
They don't know. How is the best mute up? What's going on?
She's not talking about the mayor. She's talking about
Lane. What's her name? Yeah, Holmes.
That's what she's talking. Do you know who she is?
No.
That's the problem. Y'all don't know shit about DC, but you want to
This is what I was trying to explain.
It's painful.
They don't have any power, right? Because ultimately, Congress controls all the funding that comes to DC. So when Trump was doing those executive orders early in his presidency, all of that stuff directly affects DC, right? All of the laws about funding can't go to federal funding, can't go to XYZ if they violate DEI. That applies to anything in DC. Any grants, any DC organizations, DC Humanities, DC, what's the other one? Not the art, DC, it's Humanities and it's another one. All the shit that they do here, it all depends on Congress. They run all this shit here. We don't have a state, we don't have a constitution. So anything that even though I don't consider it heavy, our mayor says, if Trump and then finds it problematic, the Congress can pass some shit to fuck something up. They can slide something in a big bill that affects DC directly and fuck all us up. And there's nothing we can do about it. They have to walk on a line. This is so strange. Why is it 20 National Guard people at the wharf right now? Like, who is that?
Because the Negroes love the war.
There ain't no niggas out here for me. This is a bad word.
The niggas show up on Sunday.
Bobby, stop trolling.
so crazy. I'm watching so many videos like on social media that obviously right-leaning folks are really enjoying this. Like they're taking it downtown with gold chains on and not worrying about it. And excuse the background. It's so weird. But they're enjoying it. And then you see like the reverse, right? Like so many people feel like they're profiled, like the Hispanic people, they feel like they're in the seat like a motherfucker. Um,
PTR Lonzo. This is right now. I pulled over because they thought my son, who was in my PTR right there, had on the damn seatbelt. How about that? Yeah, they're doing these checkpoints, and what they do with the checkpoints is pretty much like they'll have all the cars on any given street stop at the checkpoint. And what people have been saying, they hear the cops say, if it's a white person, they can go through, unless it's like obviously something illegal. If it's a black or a Latino person, they move. It's like left, right. They move you off to the left side.
oh,
So
that's crazy.
they check your car, they check whatever, they search your car pretty much, and then check your license registration. But they've been just pretty much any Latino person that's on a moped, if they don't speak English, they snatch them off them bikes and lock them up. They also want to say it depends on what type of car you drive too. So I have a Dodge with I have legal tint. It's literally the last one. But it also I have a Durango.
Oh, okay.
So I don't even have like a freaking like nothing big, but because of the fact that they pull over specific cars too. So I have seen like white people get pulled over if they have like specific cars, but they ain't pulling no damn Subarus over.
I know some of the people
They almost
so they made that a primary offense.
they almost arrested an off-duty police officer down at the wharf. Somebody said that he was waving a gun in a restaurant and almost got arrested. So you can clearly see that who they're targeting and why.
My only issue is that I'm in the city, and when you have people that don't know that DC literally on my license plate it says taxation without representation, and you don't know that we are federally ran, so anything could really affect us. I just want people to just stay quiet and just not talk about it because you don't know how the city is. The mayor, we all got problems with the mayor, but crime was going down 30%. And when you have shit like this that's going on, it's going to make crime go down for a little bit. But I bet once they leave, I bet it pick back up because that's not how you fix it.
Some real quick notice that crime is going down, but
hold on. So this is Stephen Miller. He was speaking about DC the other day. I don't see this.
Hardened criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists in DC. There is a murder on the streets of this town every other day. Body after body after body after body. That was Washington, D.C. Residents were afraid to go to restaurants. They were afraid to go into entire neighborhoods. They were getting carjacked right and left, robbed and beaten. That was Washington, D.C.
It goes more in detail on that. That shit was so funny. It just kept on getting louder.
DC's literally
Meanwhile, white people walking their dogs down
DC's literally the brunch capital of the country.
thank you. Who's gonna go to restaurants?
Before the federal government came in, DC was popping like DC always be popping. Come on now. People were still going out to brunch, having a good ass time in DC. I think
the streets are safer, so people should feel more comfortable.
I came in the Union Station every morning. This bullshit that JD Vance was talking about, how motherfuckers were afraid, families were afraid. You see lines stretched out the motherfucking Starbucks in Union Station. Nobody was afraid. People were going to, what the fuck is that shit? Blue bottle coffee and shit like that, getting their coffee. Nobody was tripping in Union Station. These fucking lies about what people are allegedly fearing and feeling in DC, it's bullshit. People have been going to restaurants doing their thing before this motherfucking government came. We've seen a drop in the local economy, as Dr. Library Card mentioned earlier, precisely because of the military presence. For economy, especially during Restaurant Week, which is normally going off and shit's fun as fuck, is remarkable. But we knew this would be the outcome exactly because of this fucking unnecessary, unconstitutional military presence in the city.
I was literally just in DC about a month ago, and I had a great time. So I do agree with you there.
So I think like from what your perspective is, and I'm out here as well. I'm in Virginia. We come down to DC. I mean, I work in Crystal City. Come to DC all the time. In just the last, maybe I say the last 5 months, and it's definitely been happening a lot longer. I think it's picked up within the last 2 years. But just in the last 5 months, yeah, there has been an increase in carjackings. Like you come out at night, y'all go into a lounge or a club, and you come out, and there's about 30 cars in a row who all got broken into. And within the last 5 months, there's been 5 people who I know who've had a sibling or a family member who happened to come out while the carjacking was happening, and they got shot. Like 5 different people. One of them passed away. And there has been a huge increase in the way that carjackings have been happening, and it's actually started to spread outside of just DC. It's actually moved into the Northern Virginia area over near Arlington and Alexandria into the apartment settings. So has there been a change, I would say, in the crime and the way that crime has happened inside DC? I would say there's been a change. It depends on when we say that crime has decreased. We really have to look at the data and where they're pulling that from. Because obviously a lot of people that were in DC a long time ago got pushed out to Charles County and whatnot. So DC has become a lot more diverse, and you see a lot more white people in DC. So yes, crime has definitely changed, but the severity of crime and what's been happening now, I'd be crazy to say that there aren't a lot of people that are in DC or in the surrounding area that's like, yeah, this probably does need to happen, because we know that the police, and they can't. It's not that they don't want to do anything. They can't do anything based off the regulations that are pressed upon them in DC, and that's the same thing for Maryland. We all know that you can speed through Maryland, and ain't nobody really gonna pull you over, because the cops don't really do much for that. So I mean, I'm not with the method, but I understand the intent behind what he's doing. And I'm not a Trump supporter. I ain't saying that, but I understand that. I agree with you.
I just looked at the statistics just so we can all be on the same page. It says robberies and car break-ins were down by more than 40%, but thefts were flat. A 6% increase in burglary and a 14% increase in assault with a dangerous.
I feel like we just anti-Trump. I feel like if this was a Democrat doing this, it wouldn't be an issue.
But it would be.
Didn't hear a lot of
It would be an issue because crime is going down. See, it would be different if this was 2013, 2015, and he wasn't going to Chicago. It would be different. But the crime is going down.
It's not lawful. It's not lawful. And
So wild how people can do rights.
right. I feel like people are treating this like we treat mass shootings. We're unwilling to accept that the country has made decisions about arms and prioritizing the Second Amendment to the degree that nobody is safe. But instead of focusing on that root cause, we want our kids to have mass shooter drills and people are going on about their daily lives. They don't give a shit about the fact that their kids are afraid, or that more and more children's schools or daycares are being shot up, and no one's willing to even discuss gun reform, right? And so this is the same thing. Now, we don't want to talk about gun reform. We don't want to talk about guns. But yeah, go ahead and do the dictator thing. We're good with it. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, why don't you do like dude in El Salvador, the president of El Salvador, and just lock everybody up in a mass prison so that I can quote unquote feel safe. It's wild.
really see a problem with it, to be honest with you.
Of course you don't. I know you don't.
I mean, y'all act like this.
Let's go through it. Let's go through it. Do you subscribe to the Constitution? Do you believe that the Constitution, you may disagree with it in some parts, do you think that the Constitution is the law of the land? That's for you, Rashad. Just want to be clear.
You gonna answer the question, you'll get off stage, brother. You guys gonna participate in the conversation, but that trolling shit is dead.
Hey, I agree. Yes, I agree with it. 100%.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. And Rashad, jump in at any time too. I suspect that this conversation might have been too deep for you, so I got booted. Do you believe in federalism?
Yes.
Okay. And just to make sure we're on the same page, how do you understand federalism?
Understand it. I'm in the military, so I get it. Federal laws, state laws, whole nine.
Okay, and specifically federal laws, state laws, and states are essentially left to their own affairs, correct?
Yep.
All right. Now, if states are left to their own affairs, that would include crime, right?
Yes.
Understanding that DC, of course, is an exception because the laws are set up, right? Understanding that DC is in a different situation. As a matter of principle, because we believe that crime should be left to the states or local entities to govern, do you believe, or rather, what do you feel are the exceptions for the federal government to step into state affairs and local affairs?
Y'all claim y'all not a state. That's number one. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, I say y'all are not a state. I just said principle. I just said as a principle, understanding that DC is in a different situation.
Exactly. So if y'all not a state, then and it's under federal rule.
So I said
yeah, but if it's under federal rule, that means he can do what he wants.
Yeah, so when he said that, we're tracking that. He's talking about the principle. He said that.
Not exactly.
Well, I mean, he's tracking that DC is in a different situation. So he's talking in general, even if we were talking about California. So I'll keep going with what he's going with, Blackfeet.
The president can't just do anything. He needs to have a justification to rule a state of emergency. And it hasn't been anything as of right now to prove the justification for the National Guard, and that's the problem. DC doesn't have authority of their own because we are still under federal rule because we're not a state. And this isn't a party issue at all. This is literally about our constitutional rights and the rule of law.
Well, he gave a reason though. Y'all just don't like it. But he gave a reason as to why he did what he did. So
what the fuck are you? Are you not listening?
Yeah, you just said y'all saying he needed a reason to do what he did.
Yeah, and I just told you that there was no justification for the reason that he did that. So either at this point you're just being willfully obtuse, or you just not.
The man gave a reason and justified.
And it was not justified as of yet because the law is slow. They're literally in the middle of court about this.
I think we walk down what Black Freedom is saying. I really want to walk down that.
Exactly, and so that's why I was going to go to you and Cowboy. After you, is it Jitty? How do you pronounce that?
Jitty.
Okay, right. Cowboy can jump in after you. What would the exceptions be to encroaching on the principles of federalism when it comes to states and local governments being able to handle their own affairs, especially when it comes to crime?
When the state is unable to handle it.
Okay, and what would be indications that the state is unable to handle?
Normally, that would be the governor asking for assistance.
Governor asking for assistance. Are there any other exceptions that come to mind?
Not that I am aware of, but normally it would have to go through the governor. It would be a request from the governor.
Okay, so let's just stick with that exception. Outside of that exception, you believe that the federal government should not enter into the affairs of state and local entities as it pertains to crime, right?
Should not, but there are some gray areas.
Okay, could you describe some of those gray areas?
So when you think about in terms of even the National Guard, the National Guard is managed by obviously the president in certain situations can overstep, which there's been arguments in that direction. But yeah.
See, okay, the last question really, because I know this is taking up a little bit of time. If this wasn't happening in Washington, D.C., and let's say this was happening in, I don't know, Arlington, Virginia, okay, Arlington County, do you think, and Arlington had similar statistics, and Arlington having a state government, state constitution, all those different things, again, we're just sticking with the principle of the thing, do you think that what's happening in Arlington would rise to the level of that gray area where the president could just jump in and take over the local affairs of the county board and so on?
Right, and this is where you kind of get into the gray area of that legality, right? So if we were saying Arlington, or let's use a real case scenario, right? Somewhere where we kind of think why wouldn't the government have stepped in, right? So let's instead of going to DC where the crime rate is the crime rate, but not to the extent of what we know Chicago is. So why wouldn't he have not used the same level of measure of tactics towards Chicago and chosen DC first? Now, do we recognize that there's some issues in Chicago, or any place where it's made the list of being the murder capital of the United States, right? Would that be the suggested way to go? I think that's when we're talking about two different styles of leadership, right? And the style of leadership, if you haven't been groomed in government and you're just a person that's like, listen, I see a problem, here's a solution. I get it that the local government has been, trying to manage the solution, like we say Chicago, the government, the local police, they've been managing the situation for a number of years now, and we're still seeing the issue at the rate that it is. A person that hasn't been groomed in politics is like, listen, I got an answer. Here's how we're going to smash that, right? And I think that's the approach that Trump is taking. Whether we agree with it or not,
by the way.
When we look at, so obviously we know that data is one thing, the severity of a situation is another, right? So I know I'm a big data person, but we understand that we can't always rely on data to describe exactly what's going on, right? We all recognize that when we're talking
that there are more mass shootings in the United States than anywhere in the world. And so while we're talking about Chicago and crime and where people are getting shot, let's recall that the same week Trump pulled this shit, the CDC was shot up. I believe there were casualties. A Target in Austin was shot up. I believe there were casualties. We know that people get shot up at church, synagogues, preschools, college campuses, high schools. Why are we doing this specialness when it comes to Black people? Don't you get it? They're not going to do what really needs to be done to protect all of us or to reduce gun violence in the nation. They have not chosen you. They have chosen the gun lobby. They have chosen guns. And we just have to deal with it. This is a consequence of our freedom. This is what they say when they blow their toddlers away. This is what they said when they blew their own babies, precious white babies, as Cornel West would say. Blew them precious white babies away, and they sold you. This is a consequence of guns, of freedom. We'll have to put guns in the hands of the teachers. We'll have to put military in front of the schools or what have you. This is what we chose as a nation. So what are we doing? What are we talking about?
So I don't disagree with you. I recognize that there are situations across the United States, right? I think all I'm offering is that, if you're coming in as the leader of this entire country, and again, let me step back and say, I am not a Trump supporter, but I always offer a level of understanding. If you're coming in as a leader of an organization, which the United States is an organization, you are responsible for what happens or what also fails to happen.
Not really.
And so
there's jurisdiction.
there's laws again. Like, goddamn, why? You think Trump is the first? Y'all act like this is the first president we've ever had, and the most creative president we've ever had. He's not creative. He's not effective. Everything he does almost fucking destroys. I mean, he's fucking tanking the economy. Like, what is it about this man that makes his brash and rash bullshit that always backfires, and you know you ain't never seen it ever in your goddamn life, haven't read it in no history books, but you're just like, we know what the Constitution and the Bill of Rights says. We know that he's calling out blue states and black mayors in particular, even though there are higher crime rates in red states. We know all of that. That's data, right? But we can't come to a conclusion other than maybe he has our best interests at heart.
And Biden did. Biden had our best interests at heart.
Can I ask you what? Well, I have two questions. How does the military help with homelessness? Because y'all keep talking about.
I don't think it's
literally talking in the middle.
I don't think it's the best.
And she asking me a question.
This is so crazy. How does the military help with homelessness? Because y'all kept talking about tent cities. So tell me how bringing the National Guard is a solution to homelessness in DC. And then I'll ask my second.
Well, I can agree with you on that. I don't think that's going to help anything. But in reality, what's actually going to homelessness? Because you got a huge population of homeless people just, right, but you got maybe affordable housing, right, but you also have a huge demographic of homeless people who just refuse to work and rather choose substance abuse. So maybe offer them some programs or something.
So I don't think, in that sense, the military necessarily helps out the homelessness problem. But I think his strategy is more so more personnel in hands to be able to remove them. Now, I'm not in support of that, obviously, but I'm thinking more so his strategy. He just needed personnel to be able to move them to wherever he's moving them, which is obviously not good. But
So you never answered the original question. And my thing is, this is so frustrating, right? Because I just become woefully obtuse about certain situations. And for you to be in close proximity, I think you would at least pay a little more close attention to what's actually happening. People that are gun owners, how do y'all feel about him just unlawfully doing car searches and taking these registered guns?
well, they're not taking my guns.
That was a huge. They will take whatever the fuck they want.
They're not taking my guns.
They will take whatever the fuck they want.
I'm in the South.
That's the reality.
They're not taking that.
Whatever the fuck they want. This is the reality of the situation. Is what we're trying to tell you, and it's starting here in DC. You may say, "Oh, they're not going to do this." Yes, the fuck they will.
You said they're taking the guns by what means?
Right. They don't have no means. They're just taking them up.
I'm in the South. They're not taking our guns.
They will.
No, they're not.
They will. They will. They don't give a fuck about the right. What's happening right now? Does it matter if they take away other people's rights, like constitutional rights in the country? Like, how do you think that psychologically, if they would take away, especially for black men, if they would take away anybody else's rights in this country, what the fuck makes you think that they're going to respect your rights? They're already coming for your voting rights.
But at the end of the day, though, I'm a part of the government. I think. One second, because I want to say this. Because at the end of the day, I am a government worker, right? I am in the National Guard, and I'm in law.
You're in the military, yes.
Yeah, they're not taking my guns.
But guess what? They almost arrested.
What are you fighting for?
or glass tops.
Who said
what I'm just saying.
about voting?
Wait, hold on, let me finish my point. Wait, just because we disagreed on me, you gotta cut me off. Wait, just because we disagreed on me,
Entirely nobody discussed anything about voting.
No, because the thing is, right, we're kind of running this same narrative,
No,
like,
you're just
we're gonna
spewing
take
about nothing.
wait, let me finish, when you disagree with everybody, you just don't shut the fuck up. So my thing is, like, I'm just saying, is that, look, just because this whole thing about who they're gonna take our guns and their fear mongering, I agree that what he's doing is a bit aggressive. But you're not gonna get what you want out of this situation by simply fear mongering on what ifs. Because it's not really happening. So right there.
It's actually shit that happened.
Oh my God. Yo.
There is
Go ahead and get your shit off.
nobody's fear mongering. No one is fear mongering. These are events that actually happen. That are happening.
Who guns are they taking?
Right now.
Who guns are they taking?
Hold on, I can give an example.
Who guns are they taking?
I can give an example.
Who guns are they taking?
I can give an example, and I'm in the South. I'm in North Carolina. Okay, well, stand your motherfucking ass outside in DC and buy one of them motherfucking horses.
We're not talking about DC. We're not talking about DC. We're talking about the rest of the country. They're not taking that gun.
About DC. What are you talking about?
We got one person saying that
It will go everywhere else.
they're not taking our guns. They're not.
Okay, can I give an example, Cowboy? They are. Do you mind without the screen?
One example. Let her talk. Go ahead.
Okay, my son goes to court next week. 4 of his friends were in Raleigh, North Carolina. They took all of their guns. It's open carry here. We don't have permits here. All of their guns were in their cars. 2 of his friends got their case dismissed, but they haven't gotten their guns back yet. My son goes next month. Hold on just a minute. Let me finish. My husband's law enforcement, Cowboy, so he even tells me how many guns. I don't. Okay. So then you should know Raleigh actually has had an increase of them taking guns, especially of our young black males here in North Carolina. There are so many men in that courtroom where their guns have been taken. So you can't sit here and say they're not doing it already.
Right.
And it takes forever for these boys to get their guns back if they get them back. No, there's no reason. That's why their cases are just. Hold on just a minute, Cowboy. Can we be respectful just a little bit? Because I don't want to yell. I usually don't even get on fucking stages.
Bro, corporate wouldn't even let me finish talking because she disagreed.
I want to respond to.
Okay.
I want to let her get her stuff off.
You can respond to me. No, I'm not getting nothing off. I'm just giving you an example.
Well, I'm just saying, next time someone's speaking and you don't disagree with them, let us finish talking to
Who are you talking to, Rashad? I'm not even talking to you. That's not even me. Your exchange. I don't know what. Y'all are emotionally unintelligent at this point.
You got a young lady over here who won't shut the fuck up when people who are on the other side.
But what does that have to do with me? I'm talking right now.
Because the only reason she's shutting up is because you agree.
Hold on. Let her speak.
You got one more shutting up before I cuss your motherfucking ass the fuck out. Shut the fuck up. It's okay, it's Clubhouse. But anyway, so my son goes to court on the 5th of next month. 2 cases have already been dismissed. There was no reason other than they were walking downtown Raleigh. And the police walked, they weren't even in the car, their guns were in the car on the boat. And the police happened to walk by, and they looked in their cars, and they took their guns. Each of them were driving their own individual cars. So Cowboy, there was no reason. Even the lawyers are saying that. So I don't know why you're saying it's not happening, because it is happening here already.
Why are they going to court?
How long can I please respond to it? How long, bro? Can I please respond to it?
Yeah, please respond.
You know what? You know better than I know, because I'm not in that situation. What I was going to say is, even though, you don't need a permit in North Carolina to open carry, but you do have to have a permit to conceal carry. So while if they...
Under seat is not concealed, baby.
Yeah, if it was out in a seat and visible, then I would agree those officers are wrong. However, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, if they see it out in plain sight, plain view, then that's open carry, and them officers were wrong. So, I mean, I don't know who there, but hey.
They're actually breaking into people's parked cars and doing unlawful searches. So people aren't leaving their goods around.
All this outrage y'all got, they throwing shit to niggas. So keep the same energy. Like, this y'all can people this shit. Oh, no, relax. Nobody can finish on this state. Hey, listen, the country been mass incarcerated. Hey, the last nigga who was around, it ain't even been 10 years. They been doing shit, so now they want to take niggas guns. Now these niggas got selected already.
What is wrong with it? How do y'all niggas be on? I was like, I literally get off of the station.
But Alicia, they're not taking their guns. They're gonna get their guns. They're not gonna get their guns back though.
I understand what you're saying, but the process to get them back is going to be a very long process. They already told us it could be up to 6 to 9 months for my son to get his gun back. And it's crazy for him to even have to go through that because his gun was sitting out on the seat.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Rashad and the Black Trump supporters. Bro, what? Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to carry it. Shut the fuck. I'm sorry, doctor. I'm sorry.
I'm just thinking.
Hey, Alicia, they need to go. Hey, Alicia, they need to go get their concealed carry.
He's already got it. We just got his. He just did his class last weekend. So he's just got to do the permitting process now, which, North Carolina is under, Mecklenburg County has a lawsuit for how long they're taking to do
No, that's over. They did that.
No, it's still going on. No, for the concealed weapon, it's still going on, sweetie. There's a
lawsuit.
I'll send you the link, but they're still having a problem with it.
Cowboy. If somebody's speaking, that doesn't mean that you should be speaking over that person, bro. Come on.
Look, what I'm saying is this. I'm in Mecklenburg County.
But she's not done. She's not done, though. She's not done. Alicia.
All right, are you done?
No, I was just going to tell you, we were already told by our instructor that they have been taking an unusually long time to do concealed carries. Now, it used to be that they were just having a problem with just the permits, but since we don't need the permits anymore, now they're having an issue, especially, I hate to say this because I'm not one of those fearmongers, especially when they know it's one of us. So, we're just going to wait it out. He still took his class, and he's going to get his permit. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I hope y'all get that fixed, but I'm in Mecklenburg County. Wow, they court case may still be ongoing because court cases is not like no quick thing. It may still only be going. However, that was during when they had that, when they was prolonging people's permit, that was more so like 2021, 2022, right? Ever since they hit the sheriff, that's been over with. Now people are getting their cars back in a timely manner when they apply, because it's not what some people don't know. When you apply to get your CCW, it's not always the sheriff that's holding it up, because the sheriff has to go send it to some hospital or whatever, right? And then they have to approve it, and then it comes back to them. So it ain't always the sheriff who's holding it up, because it takes multiple things to actually get that approved. So that's what people don't understand. And it was the hospital who was doing it in Meck County. It was the hospital who was holding people's cars up, the sheriff.
Well, I'll just say this: from my husband's already law enforcement for years since he's been in New York. I know how this works. I'm law enforcement too. I work with law enforcement. Let me just say that. So I know how it works, and I know how long it's supposed to take. Just because North Carolina wants to hold things off, I think they had a viable lawsuit, and I still think they're doing the same thing. But I understand what you're saying.
They're not doing it no more. I'm in Meck County.
Okay. Christ on the cross. My God.
Alicia, one of the things I just want to add, and I think you understand to some degree, and I've heard a few other people, Rashad, Cowboy, definitely get, so, I'm military and I work part-time law enforcement. And, military, one thing, people don't look at us too much in a bad light until we go overseas. But when I started doing part-time law enforcement, especially in our communities, as soon as, our people, as soon as black people see the uniform, like, it goes really bad, the way that they small as, parking in a fire lane where there's clear signs that say do not park in the fire lane. Black people will do it. And so then when you say something, you don't like the issues just go crazy. And then it's I know the law, I know my rights. Like you have no idea how many people don't understand that when they're breaking the law and then throw a black card and all these other crazy things that don't make any sense, right? When we really talk about us being law-abiding citizens, just no different than shooting somebody or just, even when we talk about, we all break the law when we talk about when we speed or the way that we drive. And then we get upset when someone enforces it, right? I think that even some of the things going on in DC and what's the name mentioned, if you're doing something or if you have something illegal, then yeah, someone's gonna say something, but you shouldn't have anything to worry about if you're not breaking a law. You wanna go to DC?
That's not
going to DC.
That's not what's happening, though. That's not the reality of the situation. Even if you're not doing anything, they're just picking on you and they're picking people up. Even if you do have a registered gun, they're still taking those. What we're trying to get y'all to understand is that they're not giving a fuck about our rights at all, and they're doing whatever they want to do. And because the law is slow, it's taking time to overthrow this stuff until whenever they feel like it.
They don't even have reasonable suspicion. Like people aren't even suspected of crimes, and they're fucking being stopped and frisked and all kinds of stuff. Like these are blatant constitutional violations. If we're talking about following the law, the burden is especially higher on government officials and individuals that belong on their side, like law enforcement.
All right, so if you're smart, this is a time where this is not the best time to be walking around with a weapon or putting in your vehicle. It's probably not the best time.
So what does that mean for a gun owner?
Let me address this. Let me just quickly. So we excuse the folks who have the highest burden, who have the ability to kill lawfully, and we say instead, well, shit's crazy, so you shouldn't be doing something illegal. The burden should be placed on the individuals who represent the state because they are supposed to uphold the Constitution and the protections that are afforded in the Bill of Rights. That's the point. The burden is higher for them. The onus should not be placed exclusively or squarely on individuals who may break the law. The individuals who are supposed to uphold the law, and you know this as a soldier,
I get that.
as a person who's in the military, the burden is especially higher for you.
Martial law hasn't been declared. There are no fucking curfews. Like there's nothing. Nothing has been declared that says to niggas stay off the street. Right? We're still free. Right? This is not quote unquote a police state. Motherfuckers want to argue you down. It's not martial law. Motherfuckers want to argue you down. But yet still, you want us to act. You want us to act as if this is what we were living in, right? And I mean, for any of you law enforcement people, I know that when y'all pull people over or y'all stop somebody, the first thing y'all do is read a motherfucker his rights. And you can be sanctioned or disciplined for not. You can throw a case for not. So why isn't that you understand the requirement of rights in your job, but you don't understand like the 10th Amendment and the rights that states or cities or citizens have when it comes to being policed by motherfucking military force? Like, how do y'all miss that?
So what I'm saying, offer is what it should be isn't what it is, and that's the reason why we're in this situation, right? What things should be, a woman should be able to walk down the street or go running in whatever little bitty piece of clothes that she wants to, and not be whistled at or anything like that. But we know what reality is. So if you know what's going on in DC, you might want to use your street smarts and say, okay, this is probably not a good time to be going down there with a weapon or doing anything illegal.
You know why that's terrible? What you just said, what just flashed in my head? Fucking Emmett Till. He should have known. It's all I'm gonna say. He should have known better.
The way you
children should go to Chicago and clean it up. So
Chicago is a clean city. It's a wonderful city. This city
I want to see those black children be able to come out and go to the park and play safely. I want to see my elderly black people be able to walk out of their homes and walk on the sidewalk and get some exercise. So yeah.
Yeah, but shouldn't it be if we want the kids, if they want the kids to live free, shouldn't he be setting these people in like places like Appalachia, a lot of the suburbs where a lot of, white Americans live, right? When you look at the crimes as far as things like pedophilia, and the trafficking in this country, it's leaning a higher percent of one direction. So why isn't he, putting those assets in those communities, right?
I mean, most crime is in the major cities. That's
not the case. Y'all
That's the case, bro. See, what's so interesting? You know what's so interesting, man? Like, I guess like a lot of y'all like kind of like defeated, right? So you don't know what to do, you don't know what to say. But there are a bunch of crimes out there that's being committed. Every 40 seconds is a kid that's being trafficked. Every 40 seconds in America, right? So where are those kids? Why don't you put those assets to finding those kids?
Well, I agree with you, Lonzo, but I think you have to choose and pick which battle you're going to
Well, what about the kids? Isn't that the biggest battle, right? Those kids are being trafficked.
It's like you guys are undoing your argument, right? So on one hand, you're saying that Trump.
No. I'm saying
you're saying that Trump is a racist, right?
Hold on.
Now you're saying.
Hold on. I'm saying if this is true, and this is what he really truly wants, why doesn't he attack the big problem every 40 seconds? Because somebody just mentioned the kids, right? That was you, right? You said you want the kids to be able to walk around, right? And play freely. Well, the kids would be able to walk around and play freely if there were less pedophiles in the streets, right? And a lot of these people live in the suburbs. Why don't he go there?
Somebody said the kids are the problem.
What the kids are the problem? Yeah, I'm about to tripping. Y'all for coming. This has been a great space, man.
It's a good conversation.
What is? We use them as a punching bag, Chanel. We use them as a punching bag.
Well, there's more. First, Palestinians are not Palestinian Americans that are citizens are not full citizens of America because they're Palestinian, and he is a full citizen, even though he doesn't even live here. And he's going to be president in 2034 or 32.
What, Israel? Black Rabbi?
Yes.
Yes. But you are going to be that Black Rabbi?
You're telling the truth.
You're going to be president in 2034?
And what was happening in March? Some executive order that you were going to 32. By 34, you said you have 2 executive orders that you'll be placing. What was the first in March? Do you remember? I know you were really high yesterday, so I don't know if you remember.
Mental illness is a horrible thing to have.
And he gave me death threat. He wants to kill me. This was a few months ago. He got butthurt, triggered. He wants to kill me. Gave a whole bunch of threats to Ace, about me or whatever. We have screenshots, everything on it. He's like, we're gonna get the FBI involved, police involved. So when he come from that background, he lost all the respect I had. Like teeny bitty respect that I had left for him, is all gone down the toilet.
But that just seems like bipolar disorder to me. What you guys are describing. So, I don't know.
Yeah, that's why we use him as a punching bag.
I don't know, Black Rabbi, you always be in here, so you're kind of asking for it.
Well, he likes to sit around and eat his chips. He walks around Jerusalem or Tel Aviv 3 o'clock in the morning, constantly taking money out of the ATM and cash.
But Amir,
A lot of suspicious activity.
but Amir, he forgot to put out there that that was a black rabbi that said those threats. It was AI generated video. Exactly.
We got everything like rabbi, you know, and give him threats, and he was threatening everybody in the room, doxing. He wants to dox everybody. Do you remember that day, Black Rabbi? You know, you gotta calm down. And then he went to the brother Alonzo's room, and he's talking smack about me that I want to go kill him. I'm giving him threats or whatever. This son of a gun ran around and lied about me.
Amir, I think you misunderstood. He didn't say he wanted to dox anybody. He said he wanted to box everybody. Like get in the boxing.
You think he'll win?
You gotta stick and move in the boxing ring, and I don't think you can move that quick. But
I mean, as long as you got chips there, then sure, he'll be able to move.
yeah, he's throwing chip bags left and right, you know, center. He'll move back and forth. I mean, must be some pretty good chips.
Anyways, these are kosher chips that he was telling me about the other day.
Black are you married? Or have any kids?
She left her, she's up to now.
Yeah, he's married and he has like 10 kids.
No, he married a white woman and Ashkenazi woman, and they got divorced. And then he was supposed to marry this Nigerian girl, and I don't know what happened there. What happened there, Black Rabbi?
Not the Nigerian.
What happened to that Black Rabbi? What happened to that girl?
He said that he went to a white woman. He doesn't want a black woman.
But, he changed his mind? That's a big mind change. I mean, you know, you should know if you want a black woman or a white woman. That's something you should be pretty clear about, you know. Ashkenazi woman versus a Nigerian. Dude, those are two different cultures.
He wants a Punjabi woman now.
A black rabbi, he's breathing heavy now. He's getting upset.
Wait, what?
Oh, I don't know.
You want a Punjabi woman, right, Black Rabbi? You want the Indian soon to get your wife? Yeah, I mean, whatever that is. That's not accepted. What about Wednesday? What if God put Wednesday in your life? Would you marry her? Yeah. There's certain like laws about you can't have a relationship with animals.
No, you're lucky Wednesday didn't hear that.
She's not eating dog food.
Anyways, I think we should talk to Caleb. Black Rabbi kills and brain cells. Caleb, what's your take on what do you think is going to happen? Do you think the ceasefire is about to happen? Like crickets. Anyways, I think there's what's it called? There's a lot that's going on. People have been protesting. People have been. I actually shared a whole bunch of links in the chat. I'll go over it again. You know, the topics that I've shared. The first one was thousands demonstrate block roads at start of a nationwide day of protest for hostages. What else was it? Yeah, and then we have the I don't know who I was talking. I think I was talking to. I forgot who I was talking to. I did share that other article as well, where Smotrich said that hostage is not the most important thing. Spark, in relation to this war. And then the next thing I shared. So IDF, this hospital attack that they did, that killed a bunch of journalists and whatnot. They were putting the blame on cameras. Cameras were being used, and now they're saying I think it's like 5 of them or 4 of them were Hamas. They do this all the time in every attack, right? It's always Hamas. And Hamas. Even if they, if the food falls down on the plate or whatever, like let's say they break the plate, it's Hamas. Hamas did this. So right now,
cameras were being used. What's the claim? Because there are cameras.
Let me read it out to you what the cameras being used. I'll open up the article because I don't want to misquote it. Right here, just do it. All right. So the claim is. The IDF says a preliminary investigation into yesterday's attack on Nasser Hospital and Khan Yunis determined that Hamas had installed a surveillance camera at the site to track Israeli troop movements and to help direct attacks against soldiers. According to the army, Golani Brigade forces operating in the city in southern Gaza identified the camera on the hospital grounds and destroyed it after determining it posed an immediate threat. More than 20 were killed in the strike, including several journalists, and it drew international condemnation. The IDF says that of those killed in the incident, 6 were identified as Hamas operatives, including one who took part in the Hamas-led 7th October massacre in southern Israel. The army retweets that it targets the harm caused to
Wait. But you said it's because of the camera.
Yeah, it's not just the camera, bro. it's the.
That's what it said.
By the way, they came out and said that this camera that they were targeting.
Yeah, it's because of the camera. That's what it says in this article.
That's what it says.
But apparently this camera only covers the surrounding of the hospital, so that nothing to do with anything happening outside.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
That's what it says in Times of Israel. It's a Jewish source. How can I lie about the Jewish source? This is the Times of Israel.
I think he's talking about Biden. But the camera, it says, okay, well, yeah, we targeted because we wanted to hit the camera. So, and then, they say there were Hamas people there too. There were Hamas. So the objective was the camera. But by the way, there were Hamas there. So why didn't you target Hamas, not the camera? I mean, you should have led with, we targeted because there were 6 Hamas. And what's the camera have to do with anything?
What's the problem? They took down the building. What's the problem?
That you weren't in it.
What's the problem? He's not dying.
Okay.
That you weren't in it.
You need to evacuate them out of there. It's not humane for them to live there.
By killing them?
But you mean, you mean get Palestinians out of Gaza so you can come in and take it over?
I mean,
That's humane of you?
It has to do. Better than
Is that what your God is telling you to do?
Better than them staying there and dying.
What a terrible God you have.
It's funny to me. When you rationalize things like that, it's so funny. Like, you guys just leave so we can bomb the place and take it over. But we're doing you a favor because we're like helping you leave. Like, how does that make sense? And that's the funny thing about you Jews. You create problems.
That's the reality.
You create problems, and then you create the solution as well, and you're like, oh, I did a favor for you. Like, no. What do you mean? Like, you can't even see through it. Like, come on now. You can't be this stupid, please. Like, you can't be this dense. You know better. Like, I know someone in your head you know better.
You do agree he was. So Abu, you did agree he was like 30% stupid before. Now you're saying that this stupid. Abu, please hang on, Abu, please, I'm talking to Chanel. Chanel, you do agree that he was 25%, 40% stupid before, right? Before this conversation. Now you see what we were talking about? He's like fucking mentally not fit in the head.
That's what I mean. Like this guy, there's missing something wrong with him. Like you need to see not a psychiatrist. You need to see like a shaykh. Those exorcists. See an exorcist in every religion, Christian, Muslim, exorcist, whatever it is. Like you should see them because this is
Exorcism. Oh my god. They're gonna.
you black rabbi. Black rabbi, what's your real name? What? Sharif Hassan? Sharif? Okay, that's a pretty name, Black rabbi. Why don't you say that? Sharif, I know you're in there somewhere.
First one is Sharif.
Sharif, you're in there somewhere, please.
No, alright, so this is.
In there somewhere. Where is Sharif? Where is Sharif?
Please, I want to speak to Sharif. I know you have a heart, Black rabbi. I know you have a heart. At the end of the day, I know you have a heart, please.
There's a lot of room in there, so I don't know if you'll be able to find them.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
The key point is you cannot allow collateral damage to block the overall objective, right? Unfortunately, yeah.
The objective was
Group
camera.
genocider.
The fucking camera.
He said we cannot allow collateral damage to get in the way of our objectives. That's a genocider right there. No matter what, no matter how many people die, you must meet your objective. But you've had that opportunity. You killed unlimited amounts of people. You still haven't met your objectives. What's that tell you? You are a failure. You're a failed state with a failed military.
Pretending to be ex-Muslims. Watch out. But some of the so-called experts who go around the country teaching, and in some cases preaching, about terrorism and the dangers of Islam are not quite what they seem.
100%. 100%. That's it. But he's a Muslim.
In the 2000s and after 9/11, they had all these experts, teaching about what Islam is and that we're going to bring Sharia law. And we even had, people believe this, that we had entire cities around the country that were no-go zones for any non-Muslim in America. But yet they couldn't point to, this is on Fox News, and they couldn't point to a single city.
Here, I'll put it for you. Here, I'll put it in the chat. How can we sit here and say that everything
And they made a lot of money.
is a lie, and then believe when he says that he's a Muslim? It makes no sense. He's not.
Yeah, no. A lot of them were not Muslim, but it was a time where you could write a book, a cheap-ass book, and make millions of dollars by holding talks. Look up Pamela Geller. Her daughter, in the last couple of years, was, this is over 20 years ago. Her daughter grew up and she became a big influencer on Instagram. And then people found out who her mother is. And then, a lot of people dropped her. She had like a fashion brand. Her mother was going and giving talks about how Muslims are taking over America. How they're Pamela Geller. She was on. It's so funny. There was a website moonwatch.com or .org, and they had a whole thing on her. And for example, she took a picture of where was it? Nigeria or somewhere in Africa of an explosion. Okay, and there are Pakistani soldiers there. And she was saying how the Pakistanians came in and shot, I think she said missiles or something, and killed a lot of people. And it was actually the Pakistani military happened to be there refueling or something, and And then so they saw what happened and they came in to help. But I mean, Loon Watch has a whole thing on her, and others like her.
Yeah, but I don't go on.
Including Black Rabbi should be on Loon Watch. I think anybody could put somebody up there.
Anyways, but the point is, I don't say anything negative about Islam or Muslims. All I do is I'm talking specifically.
If you're saying collateral damage, which are Muslims, we can kill as many Muslims as we want, as long as we get what we want. As long as we make. You're saying collateral damage doesn't matter as long as our objectives are met. That's what you said. Not even 10 minutes ago. So this is hate for Muslims, not love.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because it has nothing to do with that necessary religion. It has to do with resistance, right? If these people stop resisting, there'll be no issues, right? They resist, so that's the problem.
Well, so what would happen if they stop resisting? What would happen?
They'll live happily ever
How?
after.
How? Like where? Like how? Give me any.
Well, they could slowly. They could build legitimate infrastructure. They could create a real economy. They could get rid
Where?
of violent in the areas in Ramallah and in Gaza and in I mean, it's throughout Israel. You know what I mean? The northern parts. They have an area to build a vibrant economy.
Area?
Yeah.
Like an area, like not a nation or anything, or no rights, no right. No rights, no protection.
Right now, they're just talking about. Right now, at the stage, we're talking about civility.
Civility?
That's the stage right now.
You just said to meet your objectives, you will collateral damage doesn't matter, or what did you say? It doesn't matter how much collateral damage you go through to meet your objectives. That's what you said. And you're talking about you are civil, and you're going to bring civility to Palestinians?
Wait, Black Rabbi, do you really think that you can?
Order. This is at McDonald's.
Do you think that you can like?
I think he's talking about the same type of order Germany tried to bring to them in 48.
No, I'm just curious. Like,
Yeah, what's up, Lonzo? What's up?
No, I'm just asking you, Black Rabbi, do you think Israelis can save the Palestinian people? Is that what you're saying?
He's the leader.
What I've been taught here is that the goal and objective is to remove the perception of them being Palestinian and to give
Remove their identity.
Okay, let's hear it out.
because the identity of Palestinians is built into this idea of violating the rest of existence. And so we have to modernize the region, right? So it can reach its potential spiritually and ethically and morally.
Okay. Can I just say something to that? What exactly the same white people said about Africa when they came there, and so also all the jewelry, all the diamonds and everything, all the resources, and gave them weapons so they could fight each other. Like every tribe could fight each other. So isn't that the exact same thing they said? They talk about white man's burden. It must be the Jewish man's burden this time around.
No, but it's not really
Is that how it is?
Well, what you're witnessing is the will of the American people, right? The will of the American people is what you see redesigning the Middle East. Yes, Israel's there. Israel's on the front.
You would have thought they had better internet connection in
There
Israel.
are green berets, right?
They got this
Nevertheless,
trash.
this has been
Black Robert, how is it that you have so trash internet? Like every time I'm talking to you, I can't hear you. Like you're always in the matrix.
so
time you think, we know that you think you're Judaism and you think you're rabbinical, like, what is it, licenses and stuff like that, should we actually give a shit about what you think is right or left hand of God at this point, or are we still gonna accept that bullshit now? You should ask him when he said left and right, you should ask him which God is it left? Yeah.
How can anybody think that God is on the side of Israel, the Zionist, apartheid, genocide of Israel? So this type of God would condone killing babies, children, massacring people, stealing. No, God is not like that. That's your God, not our God.
Indeed, you don't think you're the fact that Mordecai believes that he is the dad himself incarnate.
I can't hear if there's people there talking at the time.
Mordecai thinks that he's the judge himself.
He thinks he's a what himself?
He's the judge.
He's the Dajjal?
Yeah, he said that he thinks he's the judge.
No, he's just messing around. He's trolling.
Anyways, the point is to say that nothing happens in this world without God's permission, right?
Yeah, that's very true.
And so whatever we see in Gaza, the Ukraine, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, it's all through God's permission. And right now, they evacuate.
So what Germany did, God's permission? So what the Nazis did, so God wanted that to happen.
Yes.
So you're saying God wanted the Jews to get killed?
And you're saying that
anybody who dies on planet Earth.
Are you saying God?
Anybody on planet
Out of every single country
Yes.
that they've been in, with the exception of like 4.
So we all come back to Israel.
So,
We all come back to Israel.
okay. So, what do you think you guys could do better to stop getting kicked out of these countries?
Stay in Israel. Build Israel. Make Israel stronger.
So, when you say stay in Israel, do you mean to expand that to any other part, like Gaza, Palestine,
Gaza is
Lebanon, Syria, Jordan?
certain parts of Lebanon, certain parts of.
But that's not staying in Israel. God's gonna punish you again. Yeah, but you said God said stay in Israel, right?
Israel is part of
Jordan is Jordan. Lebanon is Lebanon. Syria is Syria. Is that why you get kicked out so many different countries? Because you keep on expanding?
Someone's I'm gonna help you out. So everywhere that Abraham walked is the land of Israel.
Wait, what?
I've never heard that.
And there we have it.
Never heard that definition.
It's in the Zohar.
Abraham walked in Mecca. He was in Mecca.
Yeah, did he walk in China?
Mount Sinai is in Mecca.
What about China? Did he walk in China?
I don't know wherever he walked.
United
That's
States.
the land of Israel. It's all the land of Israel. Everywhere he walked.
Wait. What about?
He walked in the United States also. He walked
Hi,
in the US, he walked in the Caribbean. When they come to life, he walked in the Caribbean. Yo, he walked in Dominican Republic.
Leave the Caribbean. No, leave the Caribbean out of this. We want no parts of that shit. Oh, y'all kicked him.
He leaves on his own when he knows that it's becoming people are just.
The funniest thing that he made about the claim of Mecca is like, if he's claiming that, the Islamic claim, then he's just proving his Judaism wrong.
In his last claim, he was trying to make an assertion like basically the world belongs to them.
Yeah, no, he's retarded.
I was trying to get him to say things like less,
He did say he wants to make Israel
century too.
Yeah. So the history doesn't start then.
I mean, the Canaanites go back 10,000 years, bro, in that region.
Yeah, we have a Canaanite on this app. We have many Canaanites. Edward's a Canaanite. And these Jews, they say, they actually, when they do their DNA tests, they're so European, white, Polish, all these different races mixed in. They're less, their DNA is less of that from that region than the very people they're trying to genocide.
I mean, a lot of Palestinians are like 80+% Canaanite. A lot of them can get their tests back. That's their results. So, proof is in the pudding.
Yo, but Mozzie, that land was promised to them over 3,000 years ago.
Just like Iran. Iran has been trying to make a nuclear bomb for over 2,000 years.
Oh, man.
Did you guys see that Trump has moved out soldiers from the base in Iraq? I don't know if that means anything.
He actually started doing that when Iran and Israel won that.
So he didn't. There wasn't a yeah, I know he did, but I thought he started doing it again, moving soldiers out. He brought them back in and started moving them out again in the last few days.
I don't know why he's doing that, but actually nowadays, if anything, American is being targeted itself a lot. They're going after companies, not after military bases.
Say that again.
So if they're targeting anything American itself a lot, they're not going after military bases. They're going after American companies.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it happened a couple of
That's how
times.
you're supposed to do it.
Must deserve the Springsteen.
Well, something is about to go down. It seems that people are saying Israel is going to attack. Iran believes an attack is imminent from Israel. So something is about to go down.
Who's gonna hit first, you know?
I think they're doing that. I think they're doing that to try to so all eyes would be on Iran and Israel fighting and the atrocities that they're going to commit to the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Not like they're doing it already, but this is going to be 20 times magnified.
Possibly, but here's the thing.
They're evil people. Evil.
With this attack, Iran is gonna have to retaliate in a very, very strong way, or it's like the people are gonna go up against them. I think so, man. So it's gonna be a little bit different than how it was last.
Well, the last attack there, Israel hit them with a cyber attack. So their air defense was down for 8 hours. But I think
And there was more Mossad agents there.
Yes.
That were causing internal turmoil. And from what I gathered from my people there that I spoke to, they said, and I read it on the news somewhere, that a lot of them were captured and a lot of them were taken care of. So that threat might be a little less this time around. So
Edward, let me just add one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I also read something today about, I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently Russia sold or gave the locations of the defense systems that they have in Iraq to the Israelis. And that's how they were able to.
When?
I don't know if it's true or not, but I actually read it on one of the pages that I found.
No, a strong Iran would be in Russia's best interest because that's a gateway to the Middle East by land. I don't know. I can say though, the worst thing, the biggest mistake that Israel made is giving Iran Iran a 12-day war and not finishing the job, which they couldn't finish the job. But if you couldn't finish the job, the biggest mistake they made is giving them those 12 days, because those 12 days, Iran gained the experience of testing their systems in battle with very little damage, because it was only 12 days long. And that's experience you cannot buy. You have to.
Oh, they bought it, all right.
And so they had a limited engagement, so that Iran was able to see where their systems are weak, see what worked, what didn't work. So they revamped their whole government, and they restructured it so that information moves very fast. Commanders on the ground can make the decisions autonomously. The weapon systems are now deployed differently. They recalibrated their radar. They made thousands of changes, thousands, and that's because of experience. That's pretty crazy. I mean, the Iran that Israel would attack next is not going to be the same Iran.
I agree on that one, and on the previous person was General or someone. Yeah, that news is fake about the Russia giving a spot or location to the Israeli. There's a bunch of Russia phobia also is in Iran. They don't understand what's going on. They don't even understand the difference between the S-300 or S-400, and they're opening their mouth and giving false information and bringing down the whole system of the defense system, that which is Iran military. They thinking there's a weak point. Actually, there is between Iran and Russia a good strategy and good working on every defense or any needs to be done. They have intelligence between each other. Same Russia gets from the Iran, Iran gets from the Russia, and that's very common thing. And trying to saying that the Russia is on their behalf or on behind selling the location, that's absolutely a fake, and it's just discard that news.
We'll see what happens. I don't want a war to break out, honestly. And we'll see what happens. Hezbollah said, what was their comments? Everybody thinks Hezbollah's out. I've never thought this. But they said the world will know our might, or something like this, if they're attacked. So, we'll see what happens.
And another thing you was mentioned about in Iraq, the American just trying to achieve their own goal, not the Hezbollah to get them disarmed. They're trying to do the same thing in Iraq with the Hashd al-Shabi. They are very afraid of Hashd al-Shabi and Hezbollah. That's why they're trying so hard, they're pushing so hard to dismantle the Hashd al-Shabi. And the government in Iraq, they know exactly what will happen next if they do that. And they get a lot of pressure. I mean, Iraq is selling. The money doesn't come directly to Iraq. It goes to in America, the Federal Reserve. They don't even own their own money. That's how embarrassing it is. But that's the situation with Iraq. They don't have much of a control over there. So they get pushed so much by America to get rid of the Hashd al-Shabi. Why there's so much pushing on them and Hezbollah? There's something big fear. They know their capability. Hashd al-Shabi just Hezbollah. They're very strong. They're getting capable. They're getting knowledge. They're getting a lot of this stuff, and they are capable
someone that's going to resonate in the history books and pop out. He's not that guy. So it was performative when the Republicans did it. It's performative when Joe Biden did it. So
No.
I'm just saying.
I think he'll make the history books for sure. Because he'll be, part of the bench that, we know all of the justices that made landmark decisions and where they stood on those landmark decisions. And as, people's rights are continuing to be taken away, his name will go down in history as being a part of the bench that made that happen, particularly when it comes to things like voting rights and affirmative action, which you guys seem to conflate DEI with, which it's not. DEI is not affirmative action. DEI is a mechanism for an organization to quantify how diverse they are, if they're diverse at all. Where are they not diverse? And why is this happening? It's data that can guide action as it relates to, wow, so are we just not, going to the Black Ivy League schools? Are we not going to the AAPI Ivy League schools? Because a lot of the schools on the West Coast are like specifically AIPI. I forget the acronym. They're specifically that, right? Or are we not making an effort are we even making an effort, right? There's no forced action as a result, right? There's no enforcement. It's data for people who give a fuck. Now, everybody is not going to give a fuck, but for those people that give a fuck, they have a way to quantify how segregated or how exclusive racially, gender, veterans, etc., they are, because they might want to intentionally look for veterans that hold the skill set that they're looking for a position, right?
So they're not.
They wouldn't just quote unquote give a random veteran a position, right? But they would go to military job fairs, perhaps, and make sure that candidates were aware of their company, because they want to make sure that they're hiring vets. Like that is.
How do you determine who's hired under the? How do you determine who's hired under the?
It's part of vital statistics. It's tracked. Anytime that you fill out a job application, you're asked about your veteran status. You're asked about if you have a disability, and you're asked about your race, because there's different types of diversity. Right.
I'm saying but how do you determine if they were hired based on those?
I determine that they're hired. I determine that they're hired based on whatever candidates were hired before. They were just probably became aware of the position. Another mechanism. I said specifically, there are job fairs that target women. There are job fairs that target veterans. There are job fairs that target natives and AAIPI. Like all groups have job fairs, because usually the country is still so segregated, right? People have to work together and network so that their people can find gainful employment.
Right. Well, let me ask you something before we go forward. You don't see the issue with that being a form of discriminatory, that you're targeting a certain group, which means you have to exclude other groups?
No, because those candidates are going to be also, again, DEI, there's no enforcement. What don't you get about that?
Well, it is. Listen. The targeting part is enforced.
No.
Correct.
A targeting for a job fair
but it's open to everybody. Once you cut off other groups, you're being discriminatory. You're saying, I'm not going to hire you. You just said targeted.
Who said that other people aren't going to be there?
You won't, it's targeted for those groups of things.
Have you ever been to a job fair?
I have, but listen to what you're saying. Let's not obfuscate. Let's get to what you said. If you target, okay, good. All right, so let's stay there. Let's say there's a job fair to what you said. That's targeting women. Hypothetically, let's say other men are there, which doesn't make sense if you're targeting women. You have men there, but let's just say, okay, that's fine. But that's still, but the ideal is that the men are there and they might not be in the know that they're not prioritized. You're prioritizing the sex over the other sex, and therefore there's going to be a less likely chance you get the job as a male because they prefer females.
Who said anything about priority?
That's what targeting means. Oh, Jesus. That's what targeting means. It does.
No, it doesn't.
You're targeting this thing opposed to that thing. So, come on, man.
No, it's not. No, you're the idiot. When the army puts,
yes, I'm not making sense right now.
The army puts a recruitment facility, or they go to different high schools, right, with different populations. Is that their target? Are they targeting?
It depends on what they're targeting. Yes, they can be targeting something. Yes, that's common sense.
Right.
Why can't opposed to there?
Because hey, it's not no here opposed there. It's everyone. Like it's not like Yale or Stanford or wherever the fuck they were going before. It's not still being recruited from. As a matter of fact, again, according to the data, these things, again, since there is no enforcement, there's only like a minor increment of inclusion because you're now exposed to a different pool of people. But the majority of your employees are still going to come from the same, not only universities, because we know that most hiring, especially at the corporate level, is done by what? A reference. They recommend people. And the same thing happens with elite institutions. Most of the people that go to elite institutions are legacy, or they've been recruited because of what? Sports or whatever. Like this is the goal or the core value of the institution is to not be segregated and to have a diverse environment. What is the problem?
One, the discriminatory aspect of it. Secondly, to undermine narrative situation.
If it's not diverse, isn't there already de facto discrimination happening?
No.
Okay, all right.
That's not true. No.
Sure. Right. So how do you determine discrimination?
I'm glad you asked exactly what you said. Targeting particular demographics. That's discriminatory. That's what it is. So 50 years ago, let me explain because you just spoke. Let me try to explain what I'm saying so you understand me. You just spoke. 50 years ago. Well, you asked me a question and you just had a big spiel. So let me just run this real quick so I can tell you what I think discriminatory practice is. What you just said essentially, but let's just go back some years because we'll be doing the same thing just with different demographic. There's a hiring job fair. And they are hiring only white people because they don't want to hire black people, right? And they don't care about diversity of other groups. They care about what they're targeting. If they're targeting white people, they're discriminatory against other groups, and that's what we saw. Hence, we're now saying what we're going to do based on, I guess, what we call reverse racism, which I just call racism, is say now we're going to target other groups as opposed to what they did back then. The principle doesn't change. It's the same. If you target a demographic based on race and gender, it's more discrimination. I know you. When you say they're targeting a certain demographic based on unique characteristics such as your gender, your sex, that's discriminatory.
It's not. No, it's not. It is.
Whoa, come on. It's not discriminatory. Hold on.
Define discrimination.
Yes, yes, we can. Let's do it. Let's do it right now.
And tell me if
I think everybody understands what this means.
If opening up your talent pool to diversity is an act of discrimination. Get the fuck out of here! Like that's the opposite of.
Yes, it is. Just because you're doing it just because you're doing it to the group you like doesn't mean it's not discriminatory. That's what it is. That's what it is.
It's not one group.
It don't matter how many groups. If you exclude any group, it's still discriminatory.
What is the opposite of diversity, Fred?
I know what diversity is. That's why we don't like it. That's the whole point. I get it. You're trying to get something outside of it. I get it. Something that's different, diverse. Yes.
What is the opposite?
I get what you're saying. Queen, king. I get what you're saying. You got it.
Of diversity. Can you answer?
You want to keep answering the question? Yes, I can answer the question.
Okay, answer
You're gonna ask me again. I'll tell you we get it. I don't need to answer because we get the fucking point. We don't need to do that. No, it's not a C. It's trivia. Yes, call it what you want to, but you're being stupid acting like discrimination is not discrimination.
That's low.
But you're acting like this. Yeah, I know. The irony of this. I want you to understand what you say don't mean anything to me because I don't consider you smart. So it doesn't mean anything to me for you to think I'm more like you. Because if I am more like you, you're lower than me because you don't know what discriminatory means. You don't know that you're actually preaching it. Because the group that you like is being favored in this situation. So you don't want to call it discriminatory because the group you favor is being benefited.
Tell me what the opposite of discriminatory is.
It's trivial. This is called obfuscation. You're gonna do this and we're gonna go somewhere else. That's why she wants you to do stupid shit. We get the point. We get it. No, it's not bullshit. The bullshit is you're trying to go somewhere else opposed to stick to the point. That's why she wants to do this.
It's a nice thing, but it's not the highest goal.
And yell instead of answer the fucking question.
No, you're sticking to a point. You wanna ask that question because you wanna go somewhere else. And this is what you do when you guys do when you have an argument. No. Yeah, you're right. I could exactly. But there's no need to because we're going somewhere we don't need to go.
Marshall,
Marshall, go ahead, Marshall, because we're not going over this shit here.
Hey King, just got back into my truck. I just cleaned it. What's going on?
what's the opposite of discrimination?
Answer your fucking matters, please answer it, because this is going to go nowhere.
The antonym of discrimination, I guess, would be empowered. If I'm thinking, the antonym would be empowered, but I have to look that up to double check.
The opposite of discrimination.
Preference?
Right, okay. The opposite is a preference, okay. What else?
What's your new preference? She's trying to get you to say equality. No,
the opposite of discrimination is exclusion. It's segregation. Stupid.
No. That's what you're doing though, dummy. When you prefer one group over the other, that's what you're doing, you idiot.
No, it's not.
That literally is. You're saying I'm going to target this group and not that group. You're discriminating, dummy.
What did you get in language arts?
It doesn't matter, idiot. Stick to the point. That's why you keep asking these dumbass questions. Stick to the point. No. What do you get in comprehension? Because you can't. We're good. So let's not talk to each other. But y'all see how stupid she is. She's trying to act like discrimination is not discrimination because it favors the group she likes. Okay, good. Yes, like you fucking know me. Like I don't know you. I don't care about your history either. Because I'm not gonna appeal to your history because this conversation would matter and you're too fucking stupid to have it. Let's have this conversation, not about my history or your history. Let's have this conversation. You're too fucking stupid to have it, and that's why DEI sucks. None of your fucking business. How about that?
Yeah.
None of your fucking business. How about that?
I don't know.
Look that up. Look up none of your fucking business.
Maybe because
Go Google none of your fucking business and see what that is for a living.
Well, King, the problem is though, is that if you have, okay, so DEI or affirmative action and religious preference.
DEI is
which is,
not
for example, hold on.
Don't conflate the two because they're not the same.
Okay. Sure. And that's why, 90+% of the fucking jobs post-pandemic ended up going to minorities?
Where's your evidence of that?
I don't know about any of that, bro.
Yeah, that's definitely
I did look this. Hold on. I did look up the synonyms and antonyms to the word discriminate. So we might have a more honest conversation about it. So synonyms to discriminate are differentiate, distinguish, difference, discern, separate, discern, understand, know, comprehend, contradistinguish. I've never heard that one before. Divide, sever, set off, demarcate, mark off, grasp, or part. The antonyms to the word discriminate are confuse, mix up, mistake, lump together, confound, and mingle. These come from the Merriam-Webster dictionary. If anybody prefers the Oxford English, just let me know and I'll look it up.
So what about the context of discrimination, racial discrimination? Because I don't think these people are intelligent enough to draw what I'm trying to say.
Hey.
I wasn't talking to you, Brad. I wasn't dissing you. I wasn't talking to you. I wasn't dissing you. So you don't have to get hyped on me.
I'm not dissing, I'm not interjecting. Let's tone it down a bit. I'll let it go. I was doing something else, but
You still struggling with that, Brad?
Fuck yeah.
Marshall, ask ChatGPT what the opposite of racial discrimination is.
It'd be racial inclusion. I'm guessing. It would be racial preference. The opposite of discrimination is preference.
Thank you, Devin.
Well, what's the point?
Hey, y'all still arguing?
Racial
Yeah, I've been waiting for her to grab us on.
Wait a minute, the opposite of discrimination is
I'm pro DI, but we should agree preference.
Wait a minute, no, I didn't get that. I did not realize, and see what, because he says the shit, it's what, facts free?
But no, the opposite.
Wait a minute.
I'm just trying to push this forward so you can make your point so we can move forward. You can ask this question.
The opposite of discrimination. So, like, for example, when they said...
Marshall will tell us.
King, I did look it up on ChatGPT, or my ChatGPT. I don't know how accurate this is, 'cause you have to check ChatGPT. Good question, since racial discrimination means treating people unfairly or unequally based on race, its antonyms would be words or phrases that capture fairness, like equality and respect across races. Some possible antonyms include racial equality, racial equity, racial justice, inclusion, diversity, partiality, fairness, tolerance, acceptance, and human solidarity. In the strict word antonym sense, equality or fairness are closest to the practice people often use racial equality, equity, or justice as true opposites.
But there's no actual.
That's what ChatGPT says. We have.
That is it.
No. Hold on.
God damn it.
We have the meaning from Merriam-Webster, and we have what ChatGPT says too, as ways to discuss that.
I got an idea. Why don't we just use the English language instead of trying to define the word?
Not the synonym. So can you get the synonym to racial discrimination?
Why are we playing this fucking game? Equality? Equality?
Because we can't have
Jesus Christ, shut up, King.
conversation if you
King, shut the fuck up and let me finish. I'm a goddamn mod. Will you shut up? Jesus Christ. No, okay. Having racial equality, for example, would be having the neutral stance. Okay? Me only hiring white people and telling my hiring managers to only hire white people would be an example, it would be the opposite. I have a preference for my own, and it's exclusionary third group. It's in other words, there's two sides. One gets the preference, one gets the exclusion. The opposite is the person that's getting preferred. Equality would just be neutrality. In other words, you don't have a preference or
the opposite of exclusion is inclusion. Thank you.
Doesn't discount what I said.
Yeah, she said it's going to be a fucking discrimination. Yeah, but this is stupid. Just get to your fucking point, King.
The English language is not a mystery. You guys can twist and turn all you want, but it's very clear. The shit is not a mystery. If you refuse to accept it because you don't like it, that's personal.
You still haven't made a point yet, King. We've been on this for 10 fucking minutes. You haven't made a point. What's your fucking point, King? Please.
And you still didn't answer the question, so.
I did. I said it a long time ago when you tried to get other people to answer. I told you you didn't want to say it. Okay. Well, it was not a good point. All right, let's move on.
The opposite of exclusion.
What affirmative action in DEI was preference for dark people, and it is opposed to preference for white people. It's literally swinging the fucking pendulum in the opposite fucking direction.
That's not true. That's not true. So basically, none whites and women. That's the issue.
King, is diversity the highest priority?
DEI applies also to veterans.
Yes, I can say it.
Let me ask you this. King, is diversity the highest priority? Is that the most important thing? Diversity?
From the left, yes, it is. But then they don't give a shit about anything else. It's not white. That's all they care about. That's not true.
We do not care about the judge. We do not care. Devin,
point, King, and let's just move on from it because we're not going to come to an agreement. You and Free are at the opposite ends of what the point of this is. So please make your final points, and if we could move on with the conversation, great.
Like what you don't like, and make sure it's based on facts. Otherwise, you're fucking crazy. You're responding emotionally.
No, you're responding emotionally with your fucking watermelon logic, and it's fucking obnoxious. The reason why people are against DEI is they have to put up with black girl magic from people like you.
What do you do for a living, John? Genius. Mr. High IQ.
I fire black people for a living. How's that fucking sound?
Yeah, I doubt that very much. I doubt that very much. You probably got your GED.
Okay, but you're taking a little too long on your break to scream in your big mic, so why don't you go back to work before you get fired?
How do we get a great America? Do we get a great America?
Funding Israel. We don't want a great America. That's how.
I ask you, it's a hypothetical question.
Funding Israel. That would help.
It's just a thought experiment. How do we get a great America? By aiming for diversity or by aiming for greatness, merit, high quality achievements?
That's what diversity was supposed to be for. It was supposed to be a merit-based logic, and it turned into something else, which is why I left the industry a decade ago. I did want to say this, right? Because in every room, there's people always talking about how diversity is this quote-unquote black thing, and it's just the most untrue thing. It is a white woman and a white LGBTQ. Those are the two biggest beneficiaries of diversity, both in finance and in the tech industry. This whole color conundrum where you're now starting to see black faces in the DEI space is primarily black women, and that's because there's some benefits that, depending on your institution, there's some benefits that you can get from being quote unquote a double or triple minority. Diversity today basically means anybody but a heterosexual white male that is not in the military or has ability. But that includes everybody except for those people.
And I mean, in technology, maybe it is white people. I have no idea. But there's all different fields where people excel. In individual fields, Oriental people might excel. Women might excel in another field. Gay people might excel in another field. Maybe Jewish people excel in a certain field. I don't know. Whatever it is, if it's based on meritocracy, that makes for a great America.
That's how it started. Like that was the initial intent, and it has dwelled into something else, which I do not agree with. But the initial intent about diversity was merit, and today what it's become is something different.
I mean, don't you guys? I even think like some groups do better than others in the United States. It's, statistically, this all bears out. And I don't. There's no real way you can try to. I don't know. I guess try to even quote unquote even things out so people are equally as educated and equally have as much money from the different groups without you basically, I guess you'd say, abusing and taking advantage of not taking advantage, how do I put it? Like you'd have to have almost like an actual communist fucking country.
I don't think anybody's asked for equality in money though. I think just opportunity is all. That's it. I think that's the goal. Just equal opportunities to get a shot. That's it.
Can I ask you a question then? Why? So New York City, more than half of the children, the Chinese children, live below the poverty line. I learned this a couple of years ago. Yet they still outperform every other ethnic or racial group in New York City, including black kids, obviously.
Do you think that we're genetically predisposed to performance?
Well, I do know that culturally they spend even the poor Chinese kids, they spend far more hours studying than native-born Americans. So I would say, are black children or white children in New York City, for example, being given the same opportunities, or do they have a shittier culture when it comes to education in comparison to these Chinese kids?
Culture, 100%. It's culture, 100%. There's a New York Times best-selling book called Tiger Mom, and it's an Asian author, Asian woman author that wrote about immigrants and parenting, and listed 8 immigrant groups that have almost I don't want to say, they have a very, very intense culture as it relates to education in America. And this is the reason why people from those immigrant groups tend to excel in a capitalistic market, or the United States of America. But the book Tiger Mom goes into it. It's called The Immigrant Advantage, and it's really between the nationalized newer Americans in that first generation. But studies show by the third generation of that same family, they tend to have the same results as a average everyday American. So to me, what that signals is that over time, people become completely matriculated into that culture, and some of their outcomes are very similar with everyday Americans. But that sort of immigrant advantage disappears within 2 to 3 generations.
I guess, so yeah, I mean, I don't know that data, so I'll take your word for it, but is it I wouldn't call it lack of equality if, I don't think there's anything we as a country can do when it comes to how people raise their children. And of course, I don't think all parents are really equipped to be good parents, if I'm being honest. But yeah, I mean, you can offer the schools and stuff, but if the kids aren't being made to study and aren't being pushed by their parents, I think it's just...
That's the culture. That's a cultural issue.
Yeah, but how do you change that culture? Like, that's the thing, is I don't know how do you change the culture for an everyday boy living in rural Nebraska, or I don't know, anywhere in the fucking country, compared to, like, these smaller, dense Chinese communities in New York City. I don't think you can do that.
I think even go ahead. Whoever was talking.
Yeah. I think you can. It's going to take a lot of effort and time. And the issue is that, I don't think people as adults, we want to give up the blame, because all the shit that the kids do that kind of distract them from being disciplined, ambitious, and smart. It's the same shit we do as adults. We like playing games, gambling, drinking, being on the internet, spending countless time doing nothing, essentially. And we have to take the initiative to kind of change our society for the youth in order for them to start following the path we say. That's the only thing. The reason we got here, because we let ourselves be here. So we have to start with us to change that, essentially. Go ahead.
And I did want to say this one thing about the conflation of diversity and affirmative action. If you Google right now, and I'm not saying this to be sarcastic or sound like a smartass, I'm just saying to get some actual factual knowledge, is the quote-unquote affirmative action has been banned by the state of California since 1996, right? So anybody alive today that has gone through the college system, unless you graduated before 1996, you're not a quote affirmative action or diversity hire, right? Because people like conflating the two. It's been banned since 1996, right? Thomas Sowell has a book where he talks about the challenges of affirmative action, him being a Stanford professor, and him teaching all over, being a professor all over the United States. He talks about the challenges and why it's wrong, right? And so I agree with a lot of his points. If you put somebody who is not at the same level or at the same standard of excellence in the space where there is that standard, then you're setting that student up for failure, right? But I did want to clear, affirmative action is not a California-based thing. It's more of an East Coast, Midwest, Southern thing. But California put a ban to that a long time ago. And when I was hearing all these changes as somebody that has worked decades in the D&I industry, and it really wasn't even an industry until after George Floyd. It really was not. It was a low-paying job. It was a job where you really were a cog of HR. It wasn't a big deal for black folks until George Floyd, right? But black folks have somehow been labeled with this affirmative action and this diversity thing, where it doesn't matter if you're talking about university hiring, it doesn't matter if you're talking about government hiring, it doesn't matter if you're talking about the private sector hiring. The biggest beneficiary of any affirmative action and diversity, equity, inclusion initiative, number one, white women, number two, white LGBTQ, and number three is white veterans or veterans in general. Those are the biggest beneficiaries. Black people just got blamed for it, like the quote unquote, remember the welfare thing from back in the day? I think it was Reagan that went on this thing about this welfare queen, and then it was this black woman. You can Google this because Google and ChatGPT is free. That woman was an Italian woman cosplaying as a black woman. The welfare queen, that whole welfare queen campaign, that was an Italian woman cosplaying as a black woman. That wasn't even a black woman. So in the history of America, when it comes to DEI, when it comes to affirmative action, it's only been branded as this black initiative. But when you look at the data, you'll find that black people are the least to benefit from any of these initiatives. And it's just a statistical thing. When you look at it, there are more white women in America. There are more white LGBTQ or LGBTQ in America. Black people got beat up for all this stuff, but they did not benefit in the same ways that other groups did. And I land my plane.
Yeah. So I would think you're not making an argument that we shouldn't have it because of that, right? And I'm not for the I'm just a yes or no real quick, JC.
You said what?
I'm not taking that you said we should have the because they benefit the police, right?
We should not have this version of DEI. We should not have this version. The DEI that I built was based on merit, not based on what we're seeing here today.
So when you say based on merit, because it's kind of changed things up, give me a quick example. What do you mean? Just who performs the best, who has the best outcome?
Right. So again, there are certain metrics that, depending on the organization you work for, you look at when it comes to making a hiring decision. The interview is a part of that. If it's more of a new hire, you're going to look at education and grades. But as if you're more of a mid-level management, you'll look at experiences and title. And if you can quantify the actual performance, you'll look at those metrics as well. And so what I've seen, and you can Google this yourself, is what I've seen is particularly in the finance banking industry, like JP Morgan, a company that I used to work for, is there was no way that you could justify hiring a quote unquote, it doesn't even have to be a black person. It could have been a woman, it could have been LGBTQ, it could have been a black person. There's no way that you could use our metrics and our hiring standards to hire this person over this person. So how is it that they got the job over X candidate, right? And so the actual CEO, Jamie Dimon, came out and said, hey, we looked at the data ourselves. We didn't hire a third party. We looked at the hiring data ourselves, and we did find that there was some discrepancy, there was some discrimination, and so we're going to work internally to fix that. But we want to let the public know that we did our own due diligence, and we found out ourselves that we do have discriminatory practices based on our own metrics that we set forward. And this happened maybe 5 to 8 years ago. Jamie Dimon did a public press conference and released an article saying, like, no, we do have discriminatory practices, and it wasn't based on any particular race, gender, or sexual orientation. We're just saying that, hey, you can't justify hiring this person based on the score that this candidate got. All we're asking is, how did this person get this job over this person?
Casey, I have a question for you. Can I?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So one of the things that I've noticed, I spend a good amount of time on Clubhouse just to relax a little bit and listen to both sides. Though I'm a person of color and lean right, when I go into most of the rooms, especially the politically correct room, where majority of the population is black folks, why do they make this whole movement about everything is going anti-black? And there are some coincidences, like for example, like where he was talking about sending National Guard and military to all these bigger, blue cities, especially like Los Angeles, Illinois, and New York and whatnot. So
I see the problem. There are places in Oakland and Compton that are in some parts of LA that are not very safe. Yes, they are populated with black people, but that doesn't mean that he's targeting only these specific black dominated cities, but he's talking about cities in general like LA. So LA is very diversified and it has nothing to do just with black people. But somehow Democrats and the people on the left spin it in a whole different way. And I tried hard to listen and understand their point of view because they always tell me that this is targeting black people. And I have a hard time understanding why it is.
As someone born in Berkeley and raised in Oakland, California is only a city like Oakland or LA is only branded as black. There's not very much black people here anymore. They've all been gentrified out to the south, and so I don't know. I don't speak for all black people, but I will say this is within these conversations, whether it's cultural wars, whether it's conversations about DEI or affirmative action, black folks have just been branded. Like, again, California does not have many black people. Black people are actually retreating to the south. Cities like Oakland and LA are no longer quote unquote black cities, even though they have a significant population. There's more white people here in Oakland. There's more Mexican people here in Oakland. San Francisco is actually after white people, it's Chinese or Asian people that dominate the population. So there is no quote unquote black city on the West Coast anywhere actually.
But somehow Democrat and the left party is able to spin it against, this whole thing is about targeting black people. I see that's the part that I could not understand, even no matter how much I explain about the situation in LA.
Because some people want to sow dissension. You sow dissension in a society, you pit people against other people. And many people from various areas of society wish to deploy dissension for their own purposes. It's political on any level. Even when it's purely social, it's political. It's trying to get your point across. I don't think I made myself too clear, but whenever you invoke identity, you are trying to sow dissension. Dissension is when people are against one another. I think I have to look up the word.
So do you think is it because the political party, whether it's left or right, are not like being able to give the right tools for people of minority to succeed? That's why they have to come across these kind of different programs and agendas and make it part of the campaign for them to get the visibility and consideration into the society. But where is the political party failing? I'm not talking specifically the Trump's administration, but even if you were to look back the previous administrations, where have they failed? In terms of empowerment, California has the most amount of programs to help no matter whoever you are. They're okay to bankrupt themselves to the last penny, but they just want to give money and help people. But I still don't see any progress. And that has costed the taxpayers in California so much, and we're so frustrated with so many initiatives happening around with no results. And that's what is actually making a lot of us in California who work, who contribute to society and try to make an impact to lean right, because the left has shown nothing but no results.
So, I agree with you in so many different ways. I used to be a staunch Democrat that voted Democrat for forever, and then recently, by recently I mean the past 8 years, I've become independent and I only vote based on policy. There's no loyalty to any party. It's kind of like being a political prostitute where you go back and forth based on the propose policies, you're going to make a vote based on that and not necessarily a party. I think the Democratic Party has failed, particularly black people, in many ways, but I'm just going to make a overarching thing. I feel like the Democratic Party caters to the emotions in people. They would like a emotional reaction, that will secure votes for them. And so I feel in many ways that the Democratic Party has failed black people and Californians. And even if you look at the last election in terms of policies on crime, like I remember there was a policy if you stole something from somebody, but it was less than $1,800 or something, and they couldn't really do anything. I think policies like that have crippled Californians. And from a policy standpoint, if you look at how Californians have voted, just from a state policy, it was much more conservative than it's ever been. And I see that as a key performance indicator to the Democratic Party. Like, hey, maybe we've gone a little bit too far left, and we have to move a little bit more in the middle in order to gain some voters back. The reality is, I think that this is how I view politics is a way that all black people should view politics, because there is no party necessarily for us. It's just like which one is better than the other. So for me, again, it just comes down to what the candidate, whether it's at the state level, the local level, or the national level, what they're proposing and voting based on that. Because the Democratic Party, as it's been, has been something that is a emotional jerker. They want you to vote based off emotions instead of logic.
Joby, did you want to add to the conversation?
No, I'm just enjoying the bullshit in the back channel, but thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Brad has stepped away for a phone call, and so I don't know how much longer he's going to be, but I think I'm going to shut it down because you guys are getting a little too spicy chat there, and we all have lives and other things to do. So thank you for coming back to the Political Compass. We're going to be running more rooms a bit more often when schedules permit. If Brad is available later today, we might open something back up. But for now, thank you for coming, and we will see you again.
Okay, first of all, okay, see, I will give you, hold on you guys, hold on, because this might be C's last time in this room. See, I don't know what's wrong, and I think maybe you should talk to your physician about adjusting your medication. And I'm not saying this to be mean, but before you came in here, I gave you nothing but praise. As a matter of fact, see, to make sure they came back, because I was going to reach out to you so you can come in here and talk about the stable coins against everybody. If you don't have any interest, then don't come. See, seriously, you're to me, I'm talking to now a person who is not even a fucking adult. Is a child. No one put your finger on the button and press 420. Nobody. You chose to come in here, and I'm only telling you this because this might be your fucking last time, and I really don't care.
It is her last time. It is.
Yeah, because I'm the one telling everybody that you had a very good presentation on Saturday about the stable coin, that you were very intelligent, you had all this information, and I wanted you to present it to the room. And then you stumble in here at 3 o'clock in the morning and try to tell me about how my room is a piece of shit. Well, you know what, see, I agree with you. For even allowing this conversation to happen between you and me, I'm a piece of shit.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the club let out, and she stumbled out who she is, because didn't nobody take her home or take her to the Waffle House, so she up in here crying, you know. There's a lot of self-hatred going on. I understand it. I don't appreciate it, but I understand there's a lot of self-hatred. It's like me going into a weight room. You know these niggas need to be hung. I don't understand it, but you do, and that's all that matters, okay? So whatever sickness you're suffering for, I got somebody for you. I'll give you a recommendation so you can go get help. But see, I told you about these black men. They come into here and they say the craziest, stupid ass shit about their own people, about their own communities. Just crazy.
Ain't no such thing as a black community. It's harmful.
It's not such thing as a black community. It's not such thing as a black community. Okay, there's no such thing as us sending black men then. And you're part of the problem. And you're part of the problem.
Let me say this.
You're part of the problem. You're the black men that we need to exterminate. You're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. So you and your family don't live in a black community. You and your family, all of them. All 12.
I do black. Black is a problem.
Okay, so you black. You got the jail-free card? You black.
Let me break this down to you.
You black. You don't have to break shit down.
I know where you're saying.
You don't have. That is so disgusting. That is so disgusting that you got.
We know Chicago is going to be no DC. It's terrible. We know.
Where you live? 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 I don't want to live. Where you live? Where you live? You don't live in no city. Shut the fuck up.
I've been
You don't know. You've been talking.
I'm being honest, but it's
You're a provocateur, and
but if you let me finish, I would get out of here. But
I don't know. It's 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. Nobody want to hear you coming here.
Isn't that your topic? Trump on black cities. I'm telling you, it needs it.
No, it doesn't need it.
It does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You're the problem. You guys need to exterminate people like him. If you guys want to shoot people, this is exactly who you're rid of right here. No, sorry. But you're a criminal. You're a criminal to our community.
Tell me how.
You are.
Tell me how.
Okay, you coming in here
How does that make me a criminal?
you can possibly be loved. You are the enemy. You're to say that.
Niggas up.
Oh, and lock you
Take
up.
away the black bitches, EBTs, and they set your name.
Hey, first of all, look like what is being done. Y'all need to exterminate right here. This is the kind of niggas you are. Well, here's the deal. You're fighting to maintain
That's right. Niggas love niggas shit don't matter. You're talking don't want that to you're about to lose your housing.
Relax. Take your tap shoes off and relax.
That's all I know.
You are the kind of people that need to be exterminated.
You're not even kicked out your apartment.
You dumbass nigga. I don't live in an apartment. Go read
That's Section 8. I know what Section 8 is.
an apartment.
Don't let that trick you up.
I'm just trying to show you his fucking ignorance. Now he called me a bitch. Then he tells me I live in a apartment. Nigga, that's the bitches you dealing with.
They call you a bitch. I call you a bitch.
Alright, so is we done or is we done?
Okay, so
Yeah, nobody else sent me a time, so yeah, it's a wrap.
That was very painful. That was very painful to hear. That was way too early in the morning for somebody to come in, literally, and start calling me bitches at 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, God. Even if he was baby Quinn, he succeeded. That's really early in the morning. I don't even know if I'm coming or going. My hair was plaited down. I had my pajamas. Shit, I don't know. But I invited him to come back so I could apologize for my behavior. So I invited him to come back. conversation or what we were supposed to be listening to. Joe was all hyped. Yeah, listen to it, y'all listen to it. No, y'all need to listen to Culturally, because he was on fire. I don't know what happened, because by that time I was already in the tub. But I hear culturally, what's his name? Culturally just. Y'all need to listen to Just and Matt if you guys want content, because Just and Matt, I don't even know who they were talking. Oh, you know who they were talking to? Who was it? Maya was it Ion or was it somebody else? I didn't even know it was Ion. Okay, yeah, I don't know, but that was crazy. All right, would y'all sleep? Y'all done? I wasn't gonna say that after.
Let me get my phone. I have my phone in my hand first. Can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick?
I gotta take a bath.
Can I say something real fast, please?
Yes, Brooklyn. Don't say that. Brooklyn, you've been here too. You were wilding out too. Y'all go get Brooklyn. She was wilding out from the
I'm gonna tell you this though, Lisa, because this is for you, okay? Now, take a seat. If you decide that it's in your best interest to apologize to that nigga for that, I mean, something wrong. Like this is like victim. This is like when victims like keep getting victimized knowing that they victims. You can't let these people do that to you. He called you everything but a child of God, and you was about to, you going to apologize. You better not apologize to him for that.
I think I called him a nigga first, right?
He designed it. He thought like a nigga. He thought like one. It was well deserved. Believe that. You do not apologize for that, because the coonetry of the whole situation was some bullshit. Like the nerve of him to come up there and say any of those things that he said from the get go. Yes, he was a nigga, big nigga energy too, and he could be from any country, any color. At this point, he was on some bullshit. So please don't apologize to him for that. Don't. If you ever decide that you want to apologize to people for telling them about themselves, contact me first, because I'm going to tell you not to do it. You don't never apologize to niggas like that, ever.
But you guys must know him, because Dad
I don't even know him. I don't even know who that was, but that besides the point, they all trolls at the end of the day.
Because Dad came in my Brooklyn, came in my back channel, and I don't know if he wanted what he wanted from me, but he said that, oh, I know him, he's a nice guy, he was just trolling you. I said, well, he called me a black bitch. I mean, what do you want me to do with that? And he goes, oh, but he's black Hispanic. I was like, okay. What? But he was just in there trolling you, just having fun. I'm like, no, I don't do that.
Yeah, I don't even play with people like that, though. Don't play with me like that. These is grown people, adults. Okay? Like, I only take but so much of the bullshit, neither. This is why some of them, they know, my patience get low. You are grown adult men and women, you know what I'm saying? Y'all need to start acting like it. I'm not taking no fucking trolling as an excuse. I don't give a fuck. You shouldn't have got on the internet to troll nobody. Now all bets are off. I'm shouting your whole fucking lineage out. That's how you treat them, like dirt. They're nothing. Nobody. You talk to them as such. And then you dismiss them and make them go away. That's how you treat them people. You don't fucking be nice to them. Y'all gotta start being nice.
Seriously, my therapist told me to take a break from the clubhouse. It's like, you are not built for that shit. And I'm like, yeah, in so many words. But, I felt out of body at the time, and I didn't feel comfortable with what I was doing, but I just didn't have any self-control at the time. So, some of the things I said, you just coming out of my mouth, I felt uncomfortable with, but I said them. So, like fuck you and nigga and all that kind of stuff like that. I mean, when I do that, I don't feel good after that. Brooklyn, I don't. I mean, you guys might think whatever, and I really don't care at this point, but I don't feel comfortable, doing stuff like that because after it's over, it's still with me, and I can't release that. So, yeah.